oil crisis in history.
Welcome to At Truth Talks Live, where facts hit different. This is your home for innovative, no-filter TV, where your voice isn't ignored. It drives the conversation. Start your mornings with Morning Mic Drop, 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. It delivers raw, unfiltered world news that actually matters. Then stay locked in for live trial coverage of the most controversial cases in America. No spin, just the facts.
For our true crime family. Catch Reasonable Doubt or Southern Sin where crime hits different, and the details go deeper than Dateline or CourtTV. And every night at 8 p.m., it's Truth Talks, a bold, multicultural talk show breaking down everything, from pop culture to politics, with voices that don't hold back. Real news, real talk, real voices. Hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because when we go live, you don't want to miss it. At Truth Talks Live, a channel where your voice and facts matter.
Off the coast of England.
All right, stay with us on Al Jazeera. We'll be back after a short break with all the latest reaction and analysis on the ceasefire that's been reached in Iran. We'll be live to our correspondents across the region and in Washington, D.C. That's it from me for Libat Thibault. Tom McRae is with you next. Thanks for watching.
The United States
it's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
Are y'all ready to roll? Let's go.
On Al Jazeera.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
The world's top business stories.
How high could prices go for oil? Also, how quickly can this feed into the inflation picture?
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
I'm Tom McRae. Welcome to Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ceasefire and the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Pakistan is set to host talks between Iran and the US after they agree to a 2-week ceasefire. The US Vice President and Iran's parliamentary speaker will take part in the negotiations in Islamabad. Iranians celebrate the ceasefire, but many in Tehran say they're skeptical peace will last. Israel says it will continue to fight in southern Lebanon, but will respect the ceasefire with Iran. And world leaders welcome the agreement after 6 weeks of war squeezed the global economy and killed thousands of people. After 40 days of conflict that brought the world to the brink of an energy crisis, Iran and the United States have agreed to halt attacks for 2 weeks. Tehran has also promised safe passage for ships through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil routes. But the war has shaken the Middle East and disrupted global economies. Dmitry Medvedenko reports.
Iranians burning US and Israeli flags. It may have been a show for state television, but there was an acknowledgement that a ceasefire has been reached.
Iran has achieved a great victory and forced the criminal America to accept its 10-point plan, in which America fundamentally commits to non-aggression, Iran's continued control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of enrichment, lifting all primary and secondary sanctions, paying compensation to Iran, withdrawal of American combat forces from the region, and cessation of war on all fronts.
After 6 weeks of fighting which killed thousands in the Middle East and multiple deadlines to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or else, Donald Trump posted this just hours after threatening to wipe out Iran as a civilization. He says, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate." In Iran's capital, many say they are skeptical the ceasefire will hold.
The other side is not reliable. They only stick to agreements when they feel they are under firm and official pressure in international forums and have no choice. Otherwise, their statements and promises are not trustworthy at all.
I can't say that I am fully for or against it, but what matters is that the conditions we set were ultimately accepted, and that has made our people happy.
Pakistan has invited the US and Iran to meet for talks in Islamabad later this week. Iran's delegation will be led by Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf. Pakistan says these talks could lead to sustainable peace. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
US Vice President J.D. Vance has been speaking in the last few minutes. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Let me just say a few things. First of all, what the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And that, not just the United States, but also our allies have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire, we'll do a negotiation, we'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things. And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily. They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce, you have people who clearly want to come to the negotiating table and work with us to find a good deal. And then you have people who are lying about even the fragile truce that we've already struck. And that's just an interesting thing about their system. And the final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing in good faith to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
We have correspondents covering all of these developments in Sudan and Lebanon, Kuwait City, Islamabad and Tehran. But first we're going to go to Ros Jordan, who is standing by in Washington, D.C. And Ros, understandably positive noises there from J.D. Vance. But what's been the wider reaction from Washington? How is all of this being framed?
Well, not surprisingly, the reaction is following along partisan lines. Members of Congress who are Democrats have opposed this war, which is now in its 40th day since it began on February 28th. And they said that the Trump administration has been engaged in foolish, dangerous behavior. I'm paraphrasing, but that is the language that congressional Democrats are using. Even though in polls, a number of Republicans, the percentage of Republicans, I should say, has been rising in terms of those opposed to military action against Iran, members of the president's party have been generally quiet. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, reposted Donald Trump's announcement of this 2-week-long ceasefire without additional comment late on Tuesday. The other members of the Republican caucus have said, instead of responding to the concerns of their constituents, have called the president's decision to push for this 2-week-long ceasefire a show of his strength through his peace through strength policy, or his maximum pressure policy, and how his approaches have actually been successful in getting the Iranians to yield to what the Trump administration has wanted. That said, there is already some criticism that if the Trump administration is seriously entertaining what the Iranians are putting forward in terms of items to accept in order to get a broader ceasefire, the Trump administration might find more political problems, because the Iranians are asking for a lifting of sanctions, a lifting of international penalties, things which the Trump administration has made the centerpiece of its maximum pressure campaign.
Ros, has there been any confirmation on exactly who's going to be leading the US negotiating team in Islamabad on Friday?
There hasn't been full confirmation. It is widely speculated that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, will be leading this delegation, as well as having the special envoy for the president, Steve Witkoff, as well as the son-in-law of the president, Jared Kushner, take part in these talks. The other big question, which White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt alluded to on Tuesday as a possibility but not confirmed, is whether the U.S. and the Iranian delegations will actually meet face-to-face. The talks have been going through an intermediary, primarily through the Pakistani government, but there are also reports that the Chinese government may have been doing some of the heavy lifting as well, something which Donald Trump alluded to in an interview with Agence France-Presse on Tuesday night. But face-to-face talks, we're not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon. Certainly, it's too early to predict.
Okay, well, obviously, keep a close eye on those developments. Thanks so much for that, Ros. Rosalind Jordan for us in Washington, D.C. We're going to bring in Ali Hashim now. He is in Tehran, and as we heard, negotiations are set to begin in Islamabad on Friday. We know, we have an idea of who the US might be sending. What about the Iranian delegation? Who do we believe is going to be there from their side, and what exactly are they going to be pushing for initially?
Well, before I start with who will be going to the negotiations, there's news in Iran on an attack on an island, an Iranian island, where there's a facility, energy facility, that was hit today. So, and for the moment, there are no real details in this respect. Also, there are reports of missiles launched from Iran towards several targets in the Gulf. This is not from me. These reports are circulating. We're just putting you in the loop. With respect to the negotiations, it's said that Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, this is what ISNA said, is going to be heading the delegation. However, given the fact the very compartmental Iranian system and how the multi-layers are working here when it comes even to such negotiations, there should be representatives from foreign ministries, Supreme National Security Council. So for now, it's not finalized. There's no clear lineup, but probably it's going to be Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, Abbas Araghchi, someone from this Supreme National Security Council, and of course, some experts on different issues, because the issues that are going to be discussed will have to have experts on them. Sanctions relief or lifting sanctions, this will need experts. The issue, the Strait of Hormuz will need some experts. Also, the issue of nuclear enrichment, the same idea, etc., etc., etc. So this is with respect to who might be representing Iran. President Pezeshkian had a phone call also today with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. It's clear that the Iranian establishment here, President, Supreme National Security Council, Foreign Ministry, and of course, the leadership above them all, are all on the same page with respect to this engagement.
And Ali, can you just give us an idea of the reaction from people in Iran? Are they celebrating this as a diplomatic victory, or is there deep concern that this ceasefire might not hold?
Well, this is a ceasefire. It's not the end of the war yet, and that's why people are cautious. It's a cautious optimism, cautious celebrations, but there are celebrations, of course. There were celebrations during the night, and there are calls on people to stay in the streets. Just like how they stayed for the past 40 days in the streets, and they were every day in the squares and the cities chanting and showing support to the system in this war. So the calls on these people are continuing for now, from politicians, from the government, from different mobilization, platforms, calling on them to continue this trend, stay in the streets and stay chanting for your state till this round of negotiations come to an end with a real result.
Okay, thanks so much for all of that, Ali Hashim, for us with the view from Tehran. We're going to go to Kamal Haider. He is live for us in Islamabad. And Kamal, can you just give us an idea of what preparations are being made there ahead of these negotiations on Friday? What are the expectations from the Pakistani side?
Well, Pakistan, of course, has been involved in frantic diplomacy in a bid to try to bring these two parties to the negotiating table, of course, with help from friendly countries like Egypt, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, other well-wishers, and of course, the fact that they have now agreed to meet has been welcomed by several leaders across the world, Japan, China. In fact, the Chinese ambassador has just a little while ago met the Pakistani foreign minister. Also, the Pakistani prime minister had a 40-minute conversation with Masoud Pezeshkian, that is the Iranian president. And of course, the stage is now set for talks in Islamabad. There's going to be some hard bargaining that has to be done because the two sides have a trust deficit, given the fact that negotiations in Oman on two occasions ended in attacks on Iran, which was seen as a betrayal by Iran. However, there is now room for some optimism, as my colleague in Tehran, Ali Hashim, was saying, cautious optimism at that. But there is a ray of hope that perhaps this crisis can be brought to an end. Pakistan, of course, has been campaigning very hard. The Pakistani Prime Minister and the Pakistani military chief sent urgent messages to the US government, and with a plea that they should reconsider that deadline, which was a dangerous deadline, and the whole region was on the brink of conflagration. But it will be important to see what kind of progress will be made here in Islamabad. There will be unprecedented security around these talks, and it is not yet clear whether the two sides will be talking face to face or through the intermediary, as they did when they were talking in Oman.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that, Kamal. Kamal Haider for us in Islamabad. As we've been reporting, Israel says Lebanon is not included in the two-week truce between the US and Iran. The Israeli military has carried out a strike on the southern city of Tyre. This comes after it issued forced evacuation threats for people living there. Israel's attacks and expanding invasion have forced 1.2 million people across Lebanon from their homes. And earlier, an Israeli airstrike killed at least 8 people in the coastal city of Sidon. It came shortly before Pakistan announced the ceasefire was in effect. We're going to go to Zainab Hodder, who is in Sidon. And Zainab, have we heard anything from Hezbollah since the ceasefire came into effect? And how does it change things from their perspective?
Well, Hezbollah is warning and threatening that the U.S.-Iranian ceasefire deal could collapse altogether if the Lebanon front is not included. A Hezbollah member of parliament, Ibrahim Moussawi, insisting that this deal does include the Hezbollah-Israel front, and that if Israel does not comply, then the region, including Iran, will respond. Now, the Israeli military issuing a statement this morning saying that the fighting with Hezbollah, the ground invasion, they will continue, really backing what the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, that the deal does not include Lebanon. And there have been numerous Israeli strikes targeting multiple locations across southern Lebanon since that ceasefire deal came into force. Now, Iran, since the start of the conflict, repeatedly said that Iran and Lebanon are one front. They are connected, and that any deal will have to include the Lebanon front. So there's really a lot of uncertainty at the time being. This morning, when the ceasefire deal was announced, some of the displaced people started to make their way back to their homes in southern Lebanon, only to find out that it was too dangerous to do so because of the ongoing strikes. And since then, the Israeli military has issued yet more forced evacuation orders, so really keeping up the pressure. There's a lot of uncertainty. The cafe behind me was hit last night, and 8 people were killed in that Israeli strike. It's not clear who the target was, but this conflict, which is now in its 6th week, and it's still not clear where it is heading.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that. Zainab Hodder for us there in Sidon. Well, as we heard, Israel hasn't agreed for the ceasefire to include the Hezbollah front. And as mentioned earlier, it continues to issue forced evacuation threats for areas in southern Lebanon. Nida Ibrahim has the latest developments on Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
At least 4 we've counted just since the early hours of today after the ceasefire was announced, threatening people to evacuate until the north of the Zahrani River. These evacuation threats can be seen as part of the Israeli efforts to show and to confirm that the front with Lebanon is not included in the 2-week ceasefire, as confirmed by Netanyahu in the message he sent in English and his office published in English on X. This is something that's very important for the Israeli premier. He's always said, and other Israeli officials, including army officials, that the front with Lebanon will continue even if there is a de-escalation with Iran, saying that they need to achieve the end goal of disarming Hezbollah. That's something that the Israeli military and the Israeli political leadership seem to be in disagreement on how and when to achieve. While the political leadership keeps talking about disarming Hezbollah as being part of this war goals, the military threatens and warns that this might not be possible. Conquering all of Lebanon is needed if the army is to disarm Hezbollah, and they say this is impossible, then that this role should be given to the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army. But when it comes to the politicians, they're pushing for that, saying that they want to occupy all the lands from Israeli northern border with Lebanon until the Litani River, to ensure that Hezbollah's rockets do not continue to threaten communities in northern Israel, as well as prevent any infiltration from Hezbollah's fighters. Now, it is going to be an important part of Netanyahu's efforts to domestically win people, specifically that we're talking about a sense of frustration and disappointment amongst Israelis as this 2-week ceasefire has been announced, with many saying that the war goals in regards to Iran have not been achieved.
Well, President Donald Trump's threats to bomb Iran's civilian facilities were intended to force Tehran to end its near-total closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is a vital waterway. 20% of the world's oil and gas exports passes through it, making it especially important for Gulf states' economies. Well, Malik Trainer is in Kuwait City. And Malik, can you just give us an idea of the reaction that we've seen and heard from across Gulf capitals since the ceasefire was announced?
Well, we've seen reaction from 4 Gulf countries until now: Oman, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait in the last 10 to 15 minutes, all welcoming the ceasefire and thanking Islamabad for their efforts. But we have been seeing attacks here in Kuwait. You know, I talked about earlier, we were hearing explosions in the last couple of hours, and the Kuwaiti Armed Forces has just published a statement saying that a large wave of drones targeted Kuwait. They say that since in the last 5 hours, they've intercepted 28 drones, some targeting vital oil facilities, power stations in the south of the country, resulting in significant material damage to oil infrastructure, power stations, and water desalination plants. So while they're welcoming the ceasefire, there appears to be some cracks. We heard about Ali in Tehran mentioning an attack in Iran. This tit for tat that we've seen since the beginning of this war seems to continue. In the last 30 minutes, we've also seen from the UAE that their defense, air defense, have been operating to intercept attacks from Iran. So this is, at the moment, a very fragile ceasefire with attacks happening, as we speak.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Malik. Malik Trainer for us in Kuwait City. As we've been reporting, President Trump says Iran's proposal is workable. Its 10 points include a fundamental commitment to non-aggression from the US, a continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, the acceptance of enrichment in Iran's nuclear program, the removal of primary and secondary sanctions, an end to all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, as well as Board of Governors resolutions. The proposal also calls for war compensation payments to Iran, the withdrawal of American combat forces from the region, and a ceasefire on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Well, to talk us through all of these developments, we're joined by our diplomatic editor, James Bays, along with Zaidon El-Kanani. He's the founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute. And from the Iranian capital, we have Fawad Azadi. He is a professor at the University of Tehran. Thank you so much for being with us on what is an extremely significant day. James, if I can start with you. We're, 48 hours from everyone meeting in Islamabad. Given that 10-point plan that we just outlined, how far apart are the sides right now?
Well, if you'd asked me 24 hours ago, I would say they were a great distance apart, and I'm afraid nothing really has changed. Those 10 points include many points that the US, I don't think, can accept. I think if those 10 points were to be accepted, it would have been the most acceptable deal to Iran that could have happened any time, at any point before the Iran nuclear deal in 2015 and all the time afterwards. I don't think those are going to get accepted, and I think it is very notable that President Trump has not accepted those points, but accepted those points as the agenda, the starting point for these negotiations in Islamabad. I have to tell you, I've spoken to diplomats from a number of countries, and they are not particularly optimistic of the prospects for these talks, because the two sides really are a long way apart.
Zaidon, if I can bring you in now, do you agree with that scepticism about the talks and why you think Donald Trump might have accepted that 10-point proposal at this point in time?
Well, it goes back to the early observations that both sides were really desperate to find a way where they could negotiate a potential end to the war. The major obstacle that was always seen by most parties is that there was an Israeli spoiler. And unfortunately, this ceasefire, this agreement seems to be a bilateral conversation or talks that have been mostly focused and concentrated on how Iran and the US could foresee the near future. And the gap or the absence of an Israeli spoiler is still in the picture. But there are concessions that have been provided that may seem to be some level, even if it's minimal, of progress, perhaps some very short-term optimism. One cannot deny that the US went from asking complete surrender to now potentially negotiating Iran to stop the blockage on the Strait of Hormuz, which in one way or another reflects the US recognition of their ability to politically leverage it. Iran did not want a ceasefire from the first place. They wanted a much more stronger security guarantee, a complete and permanent end to the war. Now they have accepted to negotiate over a short-term ceasefire, which apparently has a deadline. Even Israel, that insisted on continuing a complete all warfare towards the Iranian regime and dismantling the political system, have now taken a step back and accepting the ceasefire as the way it looks, as long as it does not include its Lebanese front towards this war against Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Yeah, okay. Fawad, if I can bring you in at this point, as we've heard from our correspondent in Iran, obviously everyone there touting this as a major, significant win for the Iranian leadership. Can we just focus on the Strait of Hormuz for a moment, first of all? Does this basically this proposal cement Iran's control over the strait, and how significant, if so?
You know, under international law, we have the UN Convention on Law of Seas. The territorial waters of countries is 12 miles. The strait is 21 miles. That means a strait falls within territorial waters of Iran and Oman. And as you have reported, the Iranian Omani officials have been talking about how to manage the straits. Article 17 of the convention talks about ships passing, but it says innocent passage. And the key word for Iranians, I think, is innocent, more than passage. And Article 19 says that the ships that pass through these waterways should not threaten the security of coastal states. So coastal states already have a say on what needs to happen in these passages under international law. And the terminology is quite vague. So it says security, it says good order. Who is going to determine good order? Coastal states. That is Iran and Oman. And I think as we go forward, Iranians want to make sure that either these American bases are not around to be used to attack Iran, or there is some supervision to make sure that what happened in the last 40 days does not continue. And as Ali, your reporter in Tehran, reported, we had an attack at 10 a.m. local time in the island of Lavan. We don't know if it was an Israeli attack or an American attack. Israelis are spoilers. I agree with your guest in the studio. But we don't know if Netanyahu is ready to go to jail, because if there is long-term peace, that's where he is going to end up. And so we have to wait and see whether Israelis are going to do something to damage this process before it starts.
Okay, James, if I can come back to you. Obviously, we're 48 hours away from all the sides meeting. What are you going to be looking for? Because we haven't really had concrete confirmation about exactly who is going to be representing both sides, and even if they're going to be face-to-face. So between now and when talks start, can you just talk us through what we should all be looking out for?
Well, in terms of how they're going to organise this, I think they are doing that right now, and they're doing it in a time frame that is pretty unusual. The security footprint for the Vice President of the United States, and we think it's going to be J.D. Vance, he is now, as we've just seen him in the last hour, in Budapest in Hungary. Again, an unusual visit. It's not normal a US Vice President goes and campaigns in another country's elections, but he's got to make his way to Islamabad. There's a lot of organisation for that. The Parliamentary Speaker of Iran, Ghalibaf, we think is going to be the Iranian representative. I would not be surprised, given the complexity of this, the security arrangements and the agenda that they might have to deal with in these talks, that Friday might be a bit ambitious, or we might see an arrival late on Friday, because there is a lot to put in place to try and get this in place. It's not clear to me whether there's going to be an effort to try and deal with all of these issues, or whether this is, and I think this is most likely, is going to be a first meeting to cement the ceasefire. And then what they'll have to do, I think, is put in a more comprehensive process to deal with all the issues. And there were enough issues already on the table, and there have been over the years, between Iran and the international community and the United States. But of course, you've got the added issue of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a complicated issue of maritime law and navigation.
Zaidon, I mean, as we've heard since this war started, the goalposts from the United States point of view about exactly what they're doing, what they're trying to achieve, has moved significantly, sometimes on an hourly basis with Donald Trump. What do you think changed from the American perspective between this time yesterday, when there was a lot of speculation after he put out that Truth Social post that he was going to go ahead and bomb the power plants and bridges in Iran, to then agreeing to this proposal? What changed, do you think?
I don't think we have to completely create a policy reflection based on Trump's words. One cannot deny that a lot of his rhetoric has been based on providing a peer pressure, whether it's towards Iran or towards the mediators that are trying to find a solution here. We've noticed the changes within hours and minutes, and not just between one day to another. So we've noticed that most of the rhetoric provided by Trump has been as a part of a strategy that wanted to pressure the Iranian regime. But as James mentioned, I think one major development that may have changed the position or the status quo or the level and the progress of some of these negotiations, despite it only leading to a very temporary ceasefire, is perhaps the involvement of J.D. Vance from the United States and Ghalibaf from Iran, them taking the talks on a much more established and serious level, perhaps dragging it away from both leaderships that have had a very hostile and a source of animosity practiced against one another for the past few weeks. But a really interesting element here is the GCC factor. The GCC is the most existential place that has been threatened by this war. Most of the GCC states believe they have been abandoned by the United States for not looping them in or ignoring their consultations about not having the war. They also feel abandoned and threatened by Iran, that decided to recognize them as part of this overarching war with the United States. There are no guarantees from both sides. Neither the Iranians or the Americans have recognized what does this ceasefire, and potentially if it were to lead an end to the war, what does that mean to their security guarantees that were completely threatened for the past few weeks.
Fawad, on that point, and I want to bring in the relationship between Iran and Pakistan now as well. How important is it that they are the ones that are leading these negotiations from an Iranian point of view?
You know, Pakistan has been a friend. The relationship has always been good. Remember, if we didn't have a ceasefire, if the war continued, then two countries would be important for Iran to make sure that Iran has access to outside world, Turkey and Pakistan. And I think one reason Iranian officials wanted to have Pakistan involved was to make sure that that access to Pakistani territory as a replacement for the Persian Gulf, in case the war continued, that access would continue. Pakistanis have a security defense agreement with Saudi Arabia, and the relationship between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia is also extensive. So that, I think that was another factor for Iranian leadership to look at Pakistan as a broker.
Right.
And then Trump has this kindness towards the field marshal. He mentioned his name, Pakistani field marshal. So apparently they have managed to build some level of trust with Trump. Trump was under the influence of Netanyahu's leadership when he started the war. The Iranian leadership is hoping that he would have J.D. Vance, people in the MAGA movement that were not fully on board with this war, to take the lead.
Okay, we'll leave it there for the moment, but thank you so much, Fawad, Zaidon and James. We really do appreciate your time and insight into all of this as we continue to monitor developments. Well, Pakistan has been mediating efforts, as we mentioned, for weeks to try and end the fighting. People there are hailing the government's efforts.
I appreciate my country for its role in mediating the war between Iran and America. I appreciate our rulers. They have made great efforts, and the policies of the government are very good. Thanks to our government, this war, God willing, will be halted for 10 days.
Well, Maliha Lodi is a columnist for the Dawn Media Group and a former Pakistani ambassador to the United Nations and the United States. She joins us from Islamabad. Thanks so much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. As we've been talking about, all eyes are obviously going to be on Islamabad and what happens there on Friday. Is 2 weeks enough to come up with a lasting and comprehensive plan that's actually going to stick?
Well, I think that's the test that lies ahead. I don't think we can prejudge it. But clearly, both sides are interested in serious negotiations, which is why they have given their assent. My country's prime minister just got off the phone a little while ago after a 45-minute conversation with Iran's president, in which the Iranian president confirmed his country's participation in the talks ahead. So, there's going to be a lot of diplomatic activity and I think preparation ahead of the talks. Now, whether the talks themselves can produce an immediate agreement, I don't think we should have that expectation. That would be unrealistic. But even if the two sides are able to have their first face-to-face encounter and then get to know each other in terms of developing an understanding of what the red lines are, what the bottom lines are, then perhaps they can go away for consultations with their respective capital, and we may see an agreement afterwards.
Yes.
But I think it's unrealistic to think that they're going to forge a deal in just a few hours.
No, I don't think anyone is expecting that. Can you just give us an idea, though, exactly what's at stake for Pakistan in successfully mediating an agreement, not just diplomatically, but for its economy as well, which has been really hard hit by the war?
Well, I mean, Pakistan had very high stakes in this for both diplomatic, political, and economic reasons. You asked about the economic stakes. They're pretty clear. Pakistan imports almost 90% of its oil from Gulf countries. And therefore, any disruption in the oil supply would have meant, it would have really brought pain on the Pakistani economy and on the Pakistani people. Already, the government announced an austerity plan. There were measures that were put in place. And of course, the price of oil was increased. And this is something that, clearly a prolonged conflict would only have increased the economic pain for Pakistan, as indeed for other countries. And then, of course, there was this difficult balancing act between Saudi Arabia and Iran that I know that you were previously discussing just a few minutes ago. That would have been very, very difficult for Pakistan to sustain if the conflict had been a protracted one.
How is Pakistan balancing its relationships through this? I mean, it's got close ties with Saudi Arabia. It receives military aid from the United States. It obviously borders Iran. How are these competing interests being managed, and how do you think that could potentially affect negotiations this Friday?
Well, I think Pakistan has done an extraordinary job in this balancing act, which has not been easy. But it has long experience in doing that. For decades, it has tried to balance relations between strategic ally Saudi Arabia and an Islamic neighbor, Iran. Especially after the Islamic Revolution, this balancing act became much harder. So as far as the United States is concerned, again, Pakistan has a long history of a relationship that has had ups and downs with the US, but the relationship has still been sustained even through difficult phases and even crises in the relationship. And with China, I mean, we haven't mentioned China. Pakistan's overwhelming strategic priority today is its security, economic relationship with China. So again, during this crisis, Pakistan kept China on board. It kept China briefed about what it was doing, this back channel role that it was playing. Pakistan kept Saudi Arabia also in the picture, well briefed. And of course, it was carrying on with this role of mediating between Tehran and Washington.
One other point I want to bring up, Prime Minister Sharif declared the ceasefire applies to Lebanon too. Netanyahu's flatly contradicted him there, and we've seen strikes since. That's a significant public disagreement between Pakistan and Israel before talks even begin. How does that issue get resolved, and does it potentially undermine Pakistan's credibility as a broker here?
I don't think it undermines Pakistan's credibility at all. I think it undermines the United States' credibility because the US agreed to this prior to the ceasefire coming into effect. It agreed that, to the Iranian terms, that there would be no further attacks by Israel on Lebanon. Plus, it is now America's responsibility. It's President Trump's responsibility to ensure that he can restrain Netanyahu, that he can ensure that Israel doesn't play a spoiler's role. Look, one of the biggest worries right now, of course, the biggest worry is that Iran and the United States are able to find common ground and forge a long-term deal. But it's also a worry that Israel can really, make trouble and undermine these talks by taking actions that can, that can continue the violence in the Middle East.
We'll have to leave it there, but thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate it. Maliha Lodi for us out of Islamabad today. Well, the Kremlin has welcomed the ceasefire and said Russia hopes that the US and Iran will hold direct discussions. We have Audrey McAlpine from Kyiv, but first we're going to go to Yulia Shapovalova, who is in Moscow for us. And Yulia, can you just talk us through exactly what else the Kremlin has had to say? What's been the reaction there?
Well, you're absolutely right that Kremlin indeed welcomed the ceasefire and expressed hope for direct negotiations between Iran and the US, while Foreign Minister Lavrov has said that Russia wants peace to prevail in the Middle East based on a balance of interests of all the countries in the region. But there are other voices heard as well, that this crisis has never had a military solution, that the military operation against Iran will go down in US history as a failure rather than victory. And the Iranian crisis has revealed a great weakness of NATO, the EU and the UK. And it's too early to talk about prospects of the US-Iranian negotiations in Pakistan, and that the war is not over in the region. But at the same time, the most popular subject which has been discussed lately, especially abroad, is how Russia has benefited economically from the US-Israeli war against Iran and navigation disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, as Russia continues to be one of the world's principal oil, fertilizer and grain exporters, despite being sanctioned by many countries. But still, we know that Ukrainian attacks on Russian infrastructure, oil exporting infrastructure and refineries continue. So it means that it's very hard to say whether Russia indeed benefited from this crisis or not.
OK, we're going to go to Audrey McAlpine now. She is standing by for us in Kyiv. And what reaction have we had from there when it comes to the ceasefire?
Well, Ukraine's president releasing a statement saying that the ceasefire was the right decision, pointing out that global economies and the cost of living had been impacted by this war in the Middle East. But he was very quick to relate the ceasefire back to the current war here between Ukraine and Russia, saying that a ceasefire in general paves the way for diplomacy, reiterating that Ukraine had repeatedly called for a ceasefire and that Ukraine has always called for this. He also, in this same statement, pointed out what may be the only silver lining for Ukraine, which is that it has signed multiple defense cooperation documents with certain Gulf countries. And he said in his statement that the Ukrainian experts that are there currently would stay there and continue to further develop security security capabilities between those two.
And Zelensky has also proposed his own ceasefire with Russia when it comes to energy infrastructure. Can you just run us through the details of that and where that stands right now?
Well, he has. And in his statement on X this afternoon regarding the ceasefire between Iran, Israel, and the United States, he mentioned a line that he mentioned even earlier this week regarding this ceasefire, saying, "We are ready to respond in kind if the Russians stop their strikes." There is the potential for an Easter truce, which would be coming this weekend on energy infrastructure between the two sides. As we know, this winter, repeated attacks from Russia into Ukraine, wiping out Ukraine's energy grid in huge swaths. And likewise, Ukraine more recently ramping up strikes on Russian energy exports, particularly in the Baltic Sea. So we have yet to hear whether or not this will be enacted, but certainly looking to the past, looking towards last year, these ceasefires have had little to no impact.
Okay, Yulia, what has been the reaction from Moscow to Zelensky's proposal?
Well, in the Kremlin, such initiatives were called groundless, especially in light of the ongoing attacks on the Russian infrastructure, oil exporting and refining facilities in particular. We know that Kremlin should be very pleased about the world's attention, actually, well, which is shifted away from the Ukrainian and Russian crisis and the war between the two. And still, Kremlin says that it hopes the US side will now have more time to resume trilateral talks with Ukraine, that Donald Trump will pay attention. Last year, the Kremlin agreed for an Easter ceasefire, despite the fact that both sides reported numerous violations of it, but still it was in place. And well, many say that Vladimir Putin was interested back then in Donald Trump's involvement in the Russia-Ukraine peace process. He was directly involved in negotiations, unlike now. Therefore, Russia is reluctant to go to another ceasefire this time around, saying that it doesn't believe in that Kyiv is not being serious, and it will continue striking its oil infrastructure.
Okay, thank you so much, Yulia Shapovalova for us in Moscow, Audrey McAlpine in Kyiv for us. Well, to Europe now, and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will travel to the Gulf on Wednesday. Downing Street says he will meet with leaders in the region in efforts to bolster the ceasefire. And in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed the deal, calling it a very good thing.
Regarding the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has announced its readiness to reopen it, which is a positive development. We have been working for several weeks to mobilize our partners in Asia, Europe, and the region. Around 15 countries are currently mobilized and participating in the planning, led by France, to enable the implementation of a strictly defensive mission in coordination with Iran, when the conditions are right, to facilitate the resumption of maritime traffic.
We have Sonia Gallego standing by for us in London, but first we're going to go to Natasha Butler in Paris. Natasha, we heard a little bit from Macron there. What else did he say, and what's been the wider response from other European nations?
Well, look, European leaders don't always agree. They're not always united, but for once they are all singing from the same song sheet, if you like, unanimously praising this ceasefire, welcoming it. We heard there from the French President Emmanuel Macron, who's also saying it's very important that Lebanon is included in this truce. We heard from a number of other EU leaders as well, putting out mostly tweets on social media. The EU Foreign Policy Chief, Kaja Kallas, going, this is now an opportunity, a space for diplomacy. The head of the EU Commission saying that she praised Pakistan's mediation efforts. Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish Prime Minister, interesting tweet from him, a reminder, sobering reminder, of course, that many lives have been lost. He said that Spain isn't going to be rushing to celebrate these leaders in a way coming to this agreement because they've caused so much destruction. Let's just recall that Pedro Sanchez is perhaps the European Union's most vocal critic of this war. All along, he has been calling for peace. He refused to allow the United States use Spanish bases for any logistical or so-called defensive missions. So a lot of reaction from EU leaders across the board.
Stay there for us, Natasha. We're going to go to Sonia Gallego in London now. And as we mentioned, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is on his way to the Gulf. This is a last-minute trip. Well, what's planned?
Well, first and foremost, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer is there. Certainly his aim is to try and turn what seems to be a fragile ceasefire into a lasting agreement, especially to try and get the Strait of Hormuz open, that all-important waterway whose closure has really made a huge impact around the world. It's important to note, actually, that this trip had actually been pre-planned before the announcement of the ceasefire. But of course, the timing of this trip couldn't be more significant. And with that, the Prime Minister is going to try to see if he can come up with a working plan to put Britain at the heart of that, to try and get an international coalition of countries to try to come up with a plan to make that ceasefire an agreement to last.
Okay, thanks so much, Sonia. Sonia Gallego for us in London. We're going to go back to Natasha Butler in Paris. And at the same time, 2 French nationals have been released by Iran. They've arrived in Paris. Can you just give us a bit of detail, a bit of backstory to all of this?
Yes, these French citizens, teachers, Jacques Paris and Cécile Kohler, they were arrested in Iran more than 3 years ago. They were jailed on spying charges, charges they, their family and the French state have always denied. In November, they were released from jail into the French embassy in Tehran. They've been under effectively house arrest there ever since. France has been trying to get them back to Paris, but hadn't succeeded until now. They have arrived back in Paris now. Why it happened now, we don't know. The French Foreign Ministry are not saying. There had been talk of a possible prisoner exchange, but again, the French Foreign Ministry is saying that they will not give any details. But we know that Cécile Kohler and Jacques Paris are meeting the French President Emmanuel Macron. No doubt an enormous relief for them and for their families to have them back home, because there'd been a wide campaign across the country led by their families to try and get them away from Iran, I should say, and back to France.
Thank you so much for that, Natasha. Natasha Butler for us in Paris. We're going to bring in Samir Puri, who is a visiting lecturer in war studies at King's College London. He joins us from Singapore. Thanks for being with us once again, Samir. First of all, can we just talk about the lack of trust between both Iran and the United States? Because Iran has been attacked twice while they were in the middle of negotiating just days before the war broke out when the US and Israel began its attacks.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. And I think the way these negotiations, when they actually kick off, if they kick off on Friday, begin, I think it's either going to give the Iranians some assurance or zero assurance that it's going to be a repetition. And I think if the US comes in with more threats as part of its immediate negotiating approach, I think the Iranians will feel that they're going to have history repeat itself.
What will you be looking for in the next couple of days before those talks begin? And what signs specifically do you think would potentially point to success?
Something just on the fact that you've just been talking to people in London and Paris, I actually think the European role is an interesting sign. If the UK, which has been quite public in trying to assemble a coalition for maritime security, can actually make some signs that those actions are coming into play. If other actors in the region can also contribute to building trust, I think that will help to reduce the fact that this is something of a conversation happening in a vacuum only between Iran and the US. There are many other players that could actually, I think, bring a bit more confidence to the process.
Okay, what sort of deal do you think could potentially come out of this? Is this going to be potentially an extension of the 2-week ceasefire, or will we see something a bit longer lasting, a bit more concrete that deals with the Iranian nuclear issue?
Good question. I think the least that can come out of this, if it doesn't collapse, is a kick the can down the road agreement. Like you say, something that just postpones the fighting for a little bit longer, buys some more time, with the intention that talking becomes more of a habit, so that there's a bit more of an assurance for Iran that it's not about to be attacked yet again. I think the idea of a comprehensive agreement that covers all issues, proxy forces, Iranian support for nuclear, US troop positions in the region, I think that is almost impossible to envisage. But I think the very least that we can hope for, and probably the very most we can hope for actually, is something that preserves this ceasefire a little bit longer than the 2-week period.
Is it a good thing if J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, attends?
It's good in the sense it's not Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, because those are the two US senior representatives who were in Geneva when the Omanis were mediating the talks that finished just before the 28th of February, when Operation Epic Fury, the US military assault, began. So I think it's fair to say Witkoff and Kushner are somewhat tainted in Iran's eyes. Of course, the whole MAGA Trump regime is tainted because it's launched this war, but Vance is at least a fresher face, relatively speaking, for face-to-face negotiations.
Can we talk about Israel for a little bit? Israel's basically said that the ceasefire is not going to include the Lebanese front with Hezbollah. What do you make of that, and how big a sticking point is that going to be in all of this?
It's a big sticking point because it could actually torpedo the whole process if, for example, Israel just breaks ranks and carries on assaulting Lebanon and Iran sort of draws umbrage at that point, or if Iran really is insisting on the fact that there's a comprehensive peace deal with its guarantee that it won't be attacked again. That's one of its key demands, but also an extended guarantee that Hezbollah will not be attacked in Lebanon. So I think separating or not separating the issue of peace in Lebanon, which is an extremely difficult issue in and of its own right, let alone grafted onto this bigger war in Iran, is going to be a really big deal.
You mentioned the UK, obviously Europe's role in this, the Gulf, as well as Pakistan, obviously. But where does China fit into all of this, and how significant are they going to be in the weeks and months ahead?
Probably not significant in an overt and declared capacity. The only overt thing China has done and put its name to was that 5-point peace plan it drew up with Pakistan a little while ago when this peace talk started to gain momentum. But I'd imagine China would play a behind-the-scenes role, and the critical role is guaranteeing Iran's economic future by buying Iranian oil.
Thanks so much. We'll have to leave it there. We've run out of time. We do appreciate it. We'll be back in just a moment with much more on the 2-week ceasefire. Stay with us.
Americans, they don't have any clear image and plan of what to do.
The logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism.
The Israelis do not want to have opening of political talks between Tehran and Trump.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
I'm Tom McRae. Welcome to Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ceasefire and the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Pakistan is set to host talks between Iran and the US after they agree to a 2-week ceasefire. The US Vice President will represent Donald Trump in talks with Iran's parliamentary speaker in Islamabad.
He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
Iranians celebrate the ceasefire, but many in Tehran say they're skeptical peace will last. Israel says it will continue to fight in southern Lebanon, but will respect the ceasefire with Iran. After 40 days of conflict that brought the world to the brink of an energy crisis, Iran and the United States have agreed to halt attacks for 2 weeks. Tehran has also promised safe passage for ships through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil routes. But Iran's Revolutionary Guards say their hand is on the trigger, ready to respond to any attacks with more force. Dmitry Medvedenko reports.
Iranians burning US and Israeli flags. It may have been a show for state television, but there was an acknowledgement that a ceasefire has been reached.
Iran has achieved a great victory and forced the criminal America to accept its 10-point plan, in which America fundamentally commits to non-aggression, Iran's continued control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of enrichment, lifting all primary and secondary sanctions, paying compensation to Iran, withdrawal of American combat forces from the region, and cessation of war on all fronts.
After 6 weeks of fighting which killed thousands in the Middle East and multiple deadlines to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or else, Donald Trump posted this just hours after threatening to wipe out Iran as a civilization. He says, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate." In Iran's capital, many say they are skeptical the ceasefire will hold.
The other side is not reliable. They only stick to agreements when they feel they are under firm and official pressure in international forums and have no choice. Otherwise, their statements and promises are not trustworthy at all.
I can't say that I am fully for or against it, but what matters is that the conditions we set were ultimately accepted, and that has made our people happy.
Pakistan has invited the US and Iran to meet for talks in Islamabad later this week. Iran's delegation will be led by Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf. Pakistan says these talks could lead to sustainable peace. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
We have correspondents in Ramallah, Washington, D.C., as well as Tehran. But first, US Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to hold direct talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday. Let's listen to what he's been saying.
If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
I'm going to go to Ali Hashim, who is in Tehran for us. And before we get to negotiations, the IRGC is saying that their hand is on the trigger, I guess an idea of just how fragile things are right now. And we understand there have also been reports that there have already been attacks on an oil refinery in Iran.
Indeed, the national oil company said that one of the oil fields has been attacked. It's an island in the Gulf that was attacked, and there are no casualties, but this gives an indication how fragile this peace or this ceasefire is. And it seems that, and according to reports circulating, the Iranians also retaliated towards the Emirates, towards Bahrain, and towards Kuwait. At least this is what we are hearing for now. We need official confirmation that this already took place. However, this gives also another addition, another layer of uncertainty given the situation related to Lebanon in the ceasefire. So back to the ceasefire, who is going to to lead the team, who is going to talk. There are a lot of ideas going on here in Iran. And the main issue is that how to turn this ceasefire into a permanent peace. This is what the Iranians are offering in their 10-point proposal. They want a comprehensive peace that covers the whole region. All their allies should be involved in this. Add to that the protocol over the Hormuz Strait and lifting of sanctions, completely primary and non-primary sanctions on Iran, on freezing money. And of course, Iran would be giving guarantees it will not seek a nuclear weapon. So these are the main issues. Now, who is going to Pakistan? There are a lot of speculations. Of course, the name of Mohammad Baqir Khalibaf has been circulating for a long time. Besides, there is a very high likeliness that the foreign minister should be. I mean, he's the man leading the diplomacy in the country. And of course, the Supreme National Security Council. Besides, there will be many experts on sanctions, experts on the Strait, experts on weapons, experts on nuclear. So this is not a simple process or operation. This negotiations could take a lot of time. It could take more than 2 weeks. And that's why in the statement issued by the Supreme National Security Council, we saw that they said that the 2 weeks ceasefire period might be extended, but that all depends on how much this ceasefire is going to stay standing.
Okay, thanks, Ali. Stay with us. We're going to go to Rosalind Jordan now, who is in Washington, D.C. for us. And as we heard from Vice President J.D. Vance a little earlier on, when he was speaking in Hungary, some positive noises from him. Can you just give us an idea of the wider reaction there in Washington, D.C., though? How is this all being framed?
Well, it really depends on which party you belong. If you're a congressional Democrat, there is both a sigh of relief and a lot of criticism of the Trump administration for bringing the U.S. and the world, frankly, to what some have been calling a Cuban Missile Crisis moment, the throwback to the 1961 event in which it was feared that the Soviet Union and the United States were about to go into nuclear war off the Cuban coast. Now, whether or not that's a bit of hyperbole, well, congressional Democrats don't care. But the other part of it is that congressional Democrats do not control both chambers of the Congress. And so their calls for impeaching the president or having the president removed under the 25th Amendment on allegations that he is unfit to serve would not go anywhere because Republicans control both chambers. For their part, they have said that the president's decision to accept this 2-week-long ceasefire is a demonstration of his ability to actually control the narrative, to actually put into practice his maximum pressure campaign on Iran, even though there have been growing numbers of polls in the 40 days of this war indicating that ordinary Republican voters have grown increasingly discomfited or oppose the war by the U.S. and Israel on Iranian targets. In one poll, a majority agreeing that the U.S. was going too far in its war against Iran. So whether or not congressional Republicans are starting to feel the pressure from their own voters and are thus, putting pressure on the White House to at least take this 2-week break is anyone's guess, but you certainly have to acknowledge that is part of the atmosphere around this ceasefire, which should be ending in 2 weeks' time with what both sides are suggesting could be a broader ceasefire.
Yeah, indeed. Stay with us, Ross. We're going to go back to Ali Hashim, who is in Tehran. And can you just give us a bit of an idea of the reaction from people on the street? Obviously, there was a lot of tension leading up to that deadline, given everything that the country has been through over the last 6 weeks. So was there an outpouring of emotion or celebration and people waking up there today and trying to get on with their lives?
Well, people received this news with a lot of optimism. However, it was a cautious optimism. Many of those we saw in the streets actually celebrated because they were in the streets for the last 40 days. They were at the squares and in the streets chanting and showing support for their country. Now, with the announcement of the ceasefire, this turned into celebrations. However, these were kind of cautious celebrations. And given the fact there is negotiations involved here in the whole process, this actually reminds them of what happened in the last two times they negotiated, that negotiations were followed by wars. This is what the Iranians are actually concerned. Now, on the other side, the end of this episode gives them a hope that the whole war will end, and the end of the whole war or the end of the whole conflict could give them sanction relief. This is what they want. They want to see sanction relief. They want to see end of tension. They want to see Iran getting back into the global market, into the international community, and integrating more and more. And this will have its own implications and reflection on their daily lives.
Okay, thanks so much, Ali Hashim, for us there in Tehran. Okay, we're going to go back to Ros Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. And can you just talk us through how this is going to play out from the U.S.'s point of view when it comes to its negotiating team in Islamabad?
Well, let's remember that in the past week or so, the Trump administration agreed to allow some Iranian-flagged cargo ships in the Gulf to actually transit the Strait of Hormuz, which ostensibly would bring income to the government in Tehran. And that was to try to free up some of the blocked traffic, because Iran had effectively closed the strait to all except certain companies or certain countries that were willing to pay a toll. But the things that the Iranians are asking for, relief, sanctions relief, the ability to continue holding on to their nuclear material, including highly enriched uranium, which the U.S. and other countries have warned could be a precursor to Iran having a nuclear weapons program. Those are probably going to be the sticking points in the negotiations slated to start in Islamabad on Friday. The president would also face a lot of criticism from those who have supported his maximum pressure campaign, trying to deny the Iranian government the ability to build upon its nuclear program, whether for civilian purposes or for military purposes, because that is something that has been one of his red lines since his first term started back in 2017. There's also this question about whether the U.S. would be willing to authorize compensation for the 40 days of war to repay the Iranians for the damage that they have suffered, both in their military sector and in their commercial sector. You might find some opposition to that here in the United States, especially given that he alluded to the fact that the U.S. military likely isn't going to be pulling out of the Middle East anytime soon, some 50,000 troops or so, 2 aircraft carriers, and a third said to be on its way to the region, as well as trying to justify the estimated $1 billion a day expense. So $40 billion estimated spent already by the Pentagon on this war against Iran. How do you justify all of that to Congress, which is also looking at perhaps approving the most expensive military budget ever of $1.5 trillion? So there's a lot that the president has to negotiate, even in the face of growing public opposition to continuing this war, and a lot of criticism, international criticism, that his threats to enact devastation on civilian power structures could be a war crime.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that, Ros. Rosalind Jordan for us in Washington, D.C. Well, as we've mentioned, Israel says Lebanon is not included in the 2-week truce between the U.S. and Iran. The Israeli military has carried out a strike on the southern city of Tyre. This comes after it issued forced evacuation threats for people living there. Israel's attacks and expanding invasion have forced 1.2 million people across Lebanon from their homes. And earlier, an Israeli airstrike killed at least 8 people in the coastal city of Sidon. It came shortly before Pakistan announced the ceasefire was in effect. Nida Ibrahim is following all of these developments for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, Israel hasn't agreed for this ceasefire to include the Hezbollah front. Israel still, as we saw, is issuing evacuation threats for southern Lebanon. Can you just bring us up to date with what's happened since that ceasefire has come into effect?
Well, the Israeli army and the Israeli prime minister have announced that that ceasefire does not include the front with Hezbollah. This is in line with what they've been saying in the past few weeks and since the battle with Hezbollah has opened on March the 2nd, that the front with Lebanon will be considered as a separate front than the Iranian one, and that they will continue to fight until they disarm Hezbollah. We've heard about these evacuation orders and we've seen them from the Israeli military spokesperson threatening communities, reiterating previous evacuation threats for people living in southern Lebanon to move to the northern Zahrani River. All of this is seen as an attempt by the Israeli government to appease its population domestically. And why? Because the war on Iran has failed to achieve what the Israelis have been saying it will achieve, including Netanyahu, who promised a regime change, who promised that he will eliminate the Iranian ballistic missile threat, who also talked about Iran being diminished when it comes to its nuclear capabilities. Now, this issue, because it has not been addressed yet, there are so many questions in Israeli media and by Israeli defense and security analysts saying what's going to happen to the enrichment and the highly enriched uranium in Iran? What's going to happen to the ballistic missile program? Yes, these things are going to be expected to be discussed in the talks, but at the same time, it is seen as a strategic failure, as some people in Israel have put it, and as the opposition leader Yair Lapid says, it's a political failure on the side of Netanyahu. So it's interesting, until now we haven't seen Netanyahu address his public. He did not talk in Hebrew, barring this statement that appeared on X from his office in English. So all of that is expected to be unveiled more in the next few hours. How Netanyahu is going to spin this to his benefit, or really how is he going to try and sabotage any potential to end the war?
Okay, thank you so much, Nida Ibrahim, for us there in Ramallah. As we've been reporting, President Trump says Iran's proposal is workable. Its 10 points include a fundamental commitment to non-aggression from the US, a continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, the acceptance of enrichment in Iran's nuclear program, the removal of primary and secondary sanctions, an end to all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, as well as Board of Governors resolutions. The proposal also calls for war compensation payments to Iran, as well as the withdrawal of American combat forces from the region, and a ceasefire on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Well, to discuss all of this is Zaydan El-Kanani. He's the founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute. Thanks for being with us once again. If we can start with that last point and what we heard from our correspondent Nida in Ramallah, a ceasefire on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Netanyahu's already said that's not going to happen. We've seen strikes continue there. How big a problem is this going to be?
Well, it's also a strategic way in ensuring that when you do propose a list of proposals, it doesn't mean you will end up insisting on all of them. There has to be a margin and a space for potential concessions from both sides, and we've noticed these concessions across the spectrum.
Do you think that this is a concession that Iran is willing to give, though?
It could. It certainly could. Hezbollah and other networks across the region are seen as part of Iran's proxy influential interests in the region. It does not relate it to its own national security or existentialism, meaning that the Islamic Republic of Iran believes in its association and its collaboration with Hezbollah in Lebanon or some of its affiliated militias in Iraq based on its own regional interests. If those regional interests, expansionist agendas would affect the national security of its own existentialism, it can certainly pause on that and focus on its own front, given that the war is internally in Iran today.
We're 2 days out from talks beginning in Islamabad, hopefully, or due to. The last time the two sides, Iran and the United States, were speaking, the US went ahead and bombed the Iranians. How big a problem is that? Because obviously that's going to be front and center in their minds when they walk into these talks.
Well, the fragility is there. One cannot deny it. The fragility of this ceasefire is very valid. The fragility of the previous talks have always been there, given that direct attacks and strikes were conducted, despite that the talks were seen to be progressing on a diplomatic level. Iran knows that using Hezbollah as an excuse would pressure Israel to, rather than focusing on what it wants from the US to do and on the Iranian front, it will make Israel busy on its front near door, which is between the Israeli and the Lebanese borders.
Just speaking of that, I just want to draw everyone's attention to what we're seeing in the large box there, the live shot from Beirut. We've just seen a large explosion. You can see a big cloud of smoke hanging now over the city there. So clearly this conflict on that front, at the very least, is continuing. Looks like there's a fire has broken out, and what we believe has been a missile strike from Israel into Beirut. Is this what we can expect to continue to see in the days and potentially weeks ahead?
Unfortunately, yes. Israel has been evidently a spoiler to any potential talks between the US and Iran for the past few weeks. It was the main force that motivated the Trump administration to conduct this war from the first place, excuse me, ignoring what it meant to regional and international allies economically and politically, and the US relations with these different allies across the spectrum. And it seems like Israel will heavily focus on Lebanon now, using it as an excuse to pressure Iran to not being able to negotiate freely and comfortably, which is very unfortunate because we're put in a position where we're only focusing on Iran. We're not denying that this war was conducted in an unjust way against Iran, but one cannot deny the Iranian regime's previous interventionist policies in the region. But at the same time, in parallel to that, one cannot deny the Israeli regional players' actions in the region, which involved occupations, illegal settlements, and the assassination and the genocide of innocent civilians across the spectrum in the region.
Indeed. We'll leave it there for the moment, but thanks again, Zaidon. We really do appreciate your insight. Thank you. Well, the shipping industry has been badly affected by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Tankers as well as container vessels have been stuck, unable to pass through the narrow passage. Christian Buger is a maritime specialist and professor at the University of Copenhagen. He joins us from Bonn in Germany now. Thanks so much for being with us. What changes now that the ceasefire is in place, if anything?
So today is clearly a moment of relief, but not that much has changed, and this is clearly not over yet. And the shipping industry will clearly need further reassurances. And the fact that the UN Security Council yesterday didn't manage to agree on a resolution is also not very good news.
What will the shipping companies be looking for now before they deem that it is safe enough to pass through the strait?
Well, they clearly will, first of all, wait, watch what is happening. And it's also fully unclear at the moment of how this future mechanism, the transit fees and so on, how that is going to look like. Probably it will also require a discussion at the level of the International Maritime Organization at a very minimum. And then let's see how stable and certain the situation actually becomes. Some shipping will go through, the high risk takers. The big ones will not go back to the strait for another 2 to 4 weeks and closely monitor the situation.
Given how long the strait has effectively been closed or heavily restricted, how long is it going to take for things to return to normal? Obviously, many countries around the world have been deeply affected by this, and many countries are having a deep shortage of fuel. So, what sort of timelines are we talking about here if the ceasefire holds and is indeed extended beyond 2 weeks?
So the pressure to ship things through the Strait, quite obviously, they are extremely high. But let's face it, we are not going back to the old normal. We are now approaching a new normal. And that in one way or the other will include a transit regime by Iran and Oman. And Iran has clearly outlined that it wants to keep the transit fee as a form of compensation for the war costs. So this is the mechanism that we're going to look at. So we're not going back to the old normal, but quite obviously we are going to see an increasing number of ships going through, and that will also gradually enhance the trust and confidence. But clarity on the rules that Iran will actually be applying for this transit scheme, which is also legally questionable, quite obviously will be needed.
Do you think that the industry, when it looks back on this, found to be caught short here? And what lessons do you think it will be able to learn from what's happened over the last 6 weeks?
Well, this is a fundamental shift in the freedom of navigation paradigm and how we think that choke points and vulnerable passages should be governed in more general terms. So I think here we really need to go back to the drawing board and think about what kind of institutions and what kind of treaties do we need in the future so a situation like this doesn't arise in the future. And this also brings us back to the United Nations, which is, after all, our fallback position. And here we need these strategic discussions also for the future so that straits are not weaponized as what we have seen over the last couple of weeks.
Thank you so much, Christian. We really do appreciate your time. That is Christian Buger, a maritime specialist and professor at the University of Copenhagen. We appreciate it. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, will travel to the Gulf on Wednesday. Downing Street says he will meet with leaders in the region in an effort to bolster the ceasefire. And in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed the deal, calling it a very good thing.
Regarding the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has announced its readiness to reopen it, which is a positive development. We have been working for several weeks to mobilize our partners in Asia, Europe, and the region. Around 15 countries are currently mobilized and participating in the planning, led by France, to enable the implementation of a strictly defensive mission in coordination with Iran, when the conditions are right, to facilitate the resumption of maritime traffic.
Well, we've just got an update from Donald Trump on Truth Social. He has just posted the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried B-2 bombers, nuclear dust. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Stay with us. Inside Story is up next.
The US and Israel's war with Iran has put pressure on Tehran's relations with Moscow. They've been allies, but the Kremlin is seeking to maintain ties with the US to reach a deal on the Ukraine conflict. So how is the Iran war affecting Russian-Iranian relations? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. One of the beneficiaries of the US and Israel's war on Iran has been Russia. Higher oil and gas prices are bringing an unexpected windfall to the Kremlin's coffers. It's something of an irony, as Moscow has been one of Tehran's strongest allies in recent times, but the picture is a complex one. The two have been on the same side in Syria and Ukraine. They've also been united in their relative isolation against the West. But Russia has been keen not to antagonize US President Donald Trump, hoping he'll broker a deal with Kyiv that's to Moscow's favor. So what's the impact on Iran's relations with Russia? We'll explore all this when we're joined soon by our guests. But first, this report from Malakebe Motsepe.
Russia and Iran have long cooperated in areas such as military technology, drone production, and intelligence. But the war in Iran appears to be a stress test on this relationship, built partly on mutual opposition to Western influence and sanctions. Israeli and US strikes on Iran have created insecurity and economic uncertainty across the Middle East and globally. And as one of the world's biggest oil exporters, Russia has benefited, in the short term at least, from the turmoil. Since the war broke out, the price of Brent crude has increased to its highest levels in 4 years. Iran has mostly closed the Strait of Hormuz. It has prevented about 20% of the world's oil and gas supply from reaching markets. And this has driven up the demand for Russian oil, providing a potential surge in income for the Kremlin, with state finances under pressure from its war in Ukraine.
There is a huge number of requests for the purchase of our energy, resources from alternative directions. We are negotiating. We're negotiating in such a way that this situation best suits our interests.
The US-Israeli attacks and Iran's retaliatory strikes have also pulled the world's diplomatic focus away from Russia's military operation in Ukraine. Moscow wants a favorable outcome to that war from a negotiation process driven by US President Donald Trump, posing difficulties for Russia in helping Iran militarily. Moscow and Tehran have not always been allies in previous conflicts. In 1979, Iran opposed the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and in the Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s, Moscow backed Baghdad, supplying substantial military support to Saddam Hussein's regime. But Iran and Russia's interests aligned again in 2011, when they both backed the regime of Bashar al-Assad during Syria's war. The US and Israel's war against Iran may mark yet another turn in relations between Moscow and Tehran, united at least by their isolation by the West. Malakebe Motsepe, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's meet our guests to discuss all of this on today's Inside Story. And joining us from London, Afshin Shahi, a Middle East political analyst. From Malaga in Spain, Leonard Rogozin, who's an independent journalist. And also in London, Maximilian Hess, founder of Enmetena Advisory and a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us on today's program. Leonard, if I could start with you, what do you think Putin is thinking right now about the war in Iran? Do you think he thinks it's good for Russia? And do you think his view is the same as it would have been when the war started almost 6 weeks ago, or do you think it's changed?
Well, I think the general mood in the Kremlin and in the Russian military and political establishment is that this war has been God-sent. And this would have been the case with any American adventure elsewhere in the world, which distracts attention from the war in Ukraine and, more importantly, resources. But when it comes to the war against Iran, as you described, Russia is gaining major revenues from the rise of oil prices. To give you an idea, there is an assessment by Partisan Institute whereby the minimum gain, if the war continues, is going to reach $45 billion. And that's almost half of of the money that Ukraine hopes to get from the European Union, which would allow to finance Ukrainian war effort in the next 2 years. That's 90 billion euros. So this amount handsomely covers Russia's funding of this war, and not that Russia was in deep crisis economically, but it's just a huge bonus for it. But on top of that, the military resources available to Ukraine are being quickly depleted, and that first of all concerns the anti-aircraft missiles. President Zelensky recently said that Ukraine is running out of missiles for the Patriot system, which again creates an opportunity for Russia, if it wants to do so, to keep destroying the critical infrastructure and precipitating the humanitarian catastrophe in Ukraine.
Afshin, let me bring in, if you don't mind, let me bring in Afshin now. Afshin, we're trying to gauge where Iran and Russian relations are now. And in order to do that, I think we need to examine where they were before this war. Bring us a bit of historical context, because these are countries that had rivalry and warfare back in the 19th century, but it's got much closer in recent years. How would you describe the relationship before the war?
Depends how far we want to go, but without any doubt, Russia has been the most consequential country for Iran over the last 200 years. We cannot think of a single country that influenced Iranian affairs and Iranian territorial integrity as much as Russia has. Only about 200 years ago, in 1800s, Russia annexed about 20% of Iranian territory. And in the 20th century, Russia did not stop its efforts to kind of affect Iranian affairs. And it tried to kind of create 3 puppet socialist republics to one more time undermine Iranian territorial integrity. And certainly the 1979 revolution proved to be a paradigm shift for Tehran-Moscow relations, particularly after the Iran-Iraq war and the emergence of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei as the ultimate authority in Iran. This relationship started to kind of gain a new characteristic. The former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was extremely
I'm going to pause you there.
Yeah.
I'm going to pause you there and ask Max to take up the story more recently, and particularly with 2 wars, I think. The war in Syria, when the people in Syria rose up against the Assad family and were put down by the Assad government. And then more recently, also the war in Ukraine. How would you describe those 2 wars and what they showed about the relations between Iran and Russia?
Certainly. To roughly pin it at the beginning of President Putin's return to power, return to the presidency after the elections in 2011 and 2012 in Russia, since then, we've seen a broad alignment between Russia and Iran on many issues, largely driven by a mutual hostility and antithesis to the United States and its interests in the region. The real turning points came for that, not just with the Syrian revolution. Syria had long been a Moscow ally, but with Russia's much larger involvement in that conflict 4 years later. By that time, Russia had, of course, already invaded Ukraine in 2014 and annexed Crimea, and then fomented and sustained the conflict in eastern Ukraine. And defense and intelligence sharing between the 2 sides in Syria really proved to be a boon in keeping the Assad regime in power for that time. Defense ties continued to proliferate, but they never reached the apex of Russia's relations with some other countries. The Russians have sold key defense technologies to Iran, but not some of the most advanced technologies when they've sold those to countries that have closer relations with the West. The Kremlin's actions in this conflict, as well as more recently in the Syria conflict, have always been to try to respond in a way where chaos creates opportunity for it. So we've seen many times that the Kremlin is not really a reliable ally. Even Armenia, which it had a treaty agreement for it to come and defend, did not get support in its most recent war with Azerbaijan in 2023. And of course, Russia has wiped its hands rather quickly of both the Venezuelan dictatorship under Nicolas Maduro and, of course, Syria's Assad following his fall in 2024. So Russia certainly is aligned with Iran as long as it has been aligned with its interests. But much as we've seen Iran, for example, not really intervene to help Hezbollah in Lebanon because it is a proxy for it, we in turn have seen Russia not intervene to help Iran because it sees it as a proxy for its interests rather than a genuine ally to actually support. The Kremlin will focus on its interests in Ukraine foremost here.
Okay, let me ask Leonard about the Ukraine war, February 2022, and Russia thought it was going to prevail in a very short period. It didn't. Iran helped Russia at that point by supplying its drone technology. How much of a game changer was that for Russia at that particular point early in the war?
Well, the way the war in Ukraine started, the pre-story of it involved fascination on the Ukrainian side and in the pro-war community, think tanks in the United States with the Turkish Bayraktar drones, which Azerbaijan used against Armenia in the end of 2020. So there was a lot of hope pinned in the fact that Turkey supplied Bayraktar drones to Ukraine, and with the help of those drones, Ukraine could have technical edge over Russia, and it could successfully defend itself should Russia choose to invade big time, as it did in February 2022. So in that sense, the Iranian help with the Shahid drones that were renamed into Geran in Russia was quite crucial. But since then, things have changed big way because Russia started producing masses of its own drone based on the Iranian design, but then more lately, also based on the Russian design, and it's just huge amounts of different models that are being increasingly becoming more sophisticated, and they're being designed and redesigned, and new technologies being added to it. So Russia is now in position to help Iran with its new technology that is compatible with the old Iranian technology. So Iran did help with drones big way, but now Russia is very self-sufficient when it comes to the drone technology.
Afshin, now it is Iran under attack from Israel and the US, and in the meantime, beginning of last year, the two countries signed a comprehensive strategic partnership treaty. Do you think Iran is happy with the help that it's had from Russia? I mean, certainly there have been words, but not even any condemnation from President Putin or President Trump. He doesn't even mention him directly after this war first started.
You know, I really don't know how anybody possibly could be happy with this type of situationship. You know, what you see in the Moscow-Tehran relation, you see intimacy, but you do not see commitment. And again, it is not only about what has been happening in the region over the last 4 weeks, in light of the war between Iran and the US and Israel. Even if you go back, even if you go and look at kind of the Syrian civil war, I mean, you see how easy it was for Russia to give the green light to the Israelis to easily target the Iranian bases inside Syria, when these two countries, Russia and Iran, were effectively fighting on the same side. And you can look at actually many other episodes when effectively Russia went out of its way to undermine the Islamic Republic. Russia was one of the key figures that supported, that paralyzing United Nations sanctions against the Islamic Republic around 2010, which effectively the kind of crumbled the Iranian economy. So what we see here, we see kind of a pattern of tactical instrumentalization of Iranian foreign policy by Moscow. So basically what we see here, like particularly over the last decade or so, Moscow wants to kind of maintain an organized chaos when it comes to the Islamic Republic. It doesn't want to see the Islamic Republic to kind of go for a type of rapprochement with the West and getting rid of the sanction and paving the way for economic development. And at the same time, it wouldn't let kind of the Islamic Republic go and kind of seeing a new political entity emerging in the country. So the best way that we can kind of explain this relationship is basically, a tactical the partnership, asymmetric the partnership, despite the fact that, you just mentioned that, the role of Iran in the Ukraine war, the price that the Islamic Republic paid for providing drones to Russia was immense. And even today, I would argue that at least part of the military campaign that we see, at least by the United States, is because of the kind of impractical and problematic the nature of Iranian foreign policy in siding with countries like Russia and China. And the most important question here is why...
Afshin, I'll come back to you in a moment, but Max, if you look at how things have developed in the last 2 years, say, Putin has lost key allies, Assad in Syria, earlier this year, Maduro in Venezuela. Now Iran is under attack, and Russia, yes, maybe providing some help, but it's not all-out support in terms of military support. If, for example, you were another Russian ally, the government in Havana, I mean, would you feel comfortable that Russia is a good and reliable ally right now?
I don't think anybody has felt that Russia is a good and reliable ally. And I don't think the Kremlin would honestly say its alliances is a top priority either. It has interests, not permanent allies, I think is the sort of realist view that the Kremlin would have in that regard. It is constantly willing to play a role in countries in crisis to try to position itself. This makes it attractive to some regimes. We have seen the Kremlin gain influence in Africa, for example, in recent years, particularly in the Sahel states after their wave of coups over the last 5 years. We've seen it deploy Wagner and other private military companies to conflicts in Sudan, Libya, and elsewhere. That doesn't mean Russia is building long-term lasting allies, but it is acting tactically to respond to try to play out in what is its best interest. An alliance with the Kremlin is not worth the paper that is printed on.
Leonid, I mean, Russia still sees itself as a superpower. The fact it's not supporting its allies and now Iran in perhaps the way that Iran would like, and also the fact that if you looked at a lot of the hardware that Iran had and the air defenses which have been taken out were Russian, do you think Russia can still be seen with that superpower status today?
I think it's a bit of a Western narrative that Russia, by all means, wants to see itself as a superpower with interest in every corner of the world. I mean, Russia definitely sees itself as a nuclear superpower because it has enough nukes to essentially destroy life on Earth as we know it. However, it is not as obsessed with having influence, having clout on all continents in the way the United States do. Putin's entourage and Putin himself like to repeat this old statement that Russia has only 2 allies, its army and its navy, and that's very much true. So Iran is indeed a situational ally, and the whole history history of relations between Iran and Russian Empire and the Soviet Union points at much more hostility than alliance historically. So Russia has been always very suspicious of Iran, and Iran has always been even more suspicious of Russia, which was a European colonizing power trying to colonize Iran at some points in history. So there are no big sentiments about the relations with Iran. But there is one thing that should be pointed out is Russia's special relations with Israel. As you know, Israel did not join Western sanctions when Russia started its war in Ukraine. Israel is not supplying crucial arms to Ukraine, which it could supply, but it doesn't. And it provides a very important avenue for Russian finances and for Russian politicians and members of the establishment to travel out of Russia. So this is a big factor in the Russian attitude to the war President Trump started against Iran.
Afshin, in terms of what Russia is providing to Iran, and obviously we can only see what is above the surface. There's stuff we probably don't know. There are persistent claims, though, that Russia is providing intelligence, some suggestions that Russia is providing drones or might be providing drones soon to Iran. What's your understanding of what Russia is actually providing to the Iranian defense right now?
I think what Russia really wants at the moment is a protracted conflict between Iran and the United States. Not something that would go on for years and years and years, but certainly at this very specific moment, the continuation of this conflict has proved to be extremely beneficial for Moscow. When it comes to kind of hardware, we know even after the 12-day war, there has been a lot of pressure from Tehran to persuade the Russian counterparts to be slightly more speedy in providing those hardwares. But based on what we have seen so far, at least based on what is publicly available, that process has been extremely slow. However, when it comes to intelligence, based on the patterns of the behavior of their satellites over the last 3 or 4 weeks, based on kind of the various reports that have been produced by even Western intelligence sources, it is not completely far-fetched to assume that Russia has provided some intelligence, military intelligence for the Islamic Republic. And it is not surprising, despite the fact that the Islamic Republic has been under a great deal of military pressure. It has been able to, at times, flex its muscles as well. And I assume without kind of the role of Russian military intelligence, this type of maneuvering and this type of muscle flexing probably would be even more challenging for the regime in Tehran.
Max, flipping wars right now, in terms of the extra revenue that Russia is now getting, this couldn't have come at a worse time, could it, for President Zelensky, because there had been suggestions that Russia was really suffering economically, and Ukraine, for a time, had been improving its drone technology, and it looked like it was making some progress on the battlefield.
Well, yes, certainly. To your points, it's worth highlighting that Russians have been suffering economically since 2013. Putin's wars have brought nothing but a decrease in living standards in comparison to international growth to the benchmark for Russia and Russians. The Kremlin had been feeling a bit of a crunch in its finances at the beginning of the year. I think some expectations that it would lead to an immediate crisis were overblown. Kyiv is certainly doing its part to make sure that Russia does not see as much of the gain from this conflict as it may be able to mark up on paper from increased oil prices. We've seen a dramatic increase in Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian oil and gas export facilities in both the Baltic and on the Black Seas. And Kyiv here is really looking to try to protect its interests. It's gone around and signed strategic partnerships with numerous Gulf countries, with Turkey, just in Syria, as its anti-drone technology is the world's leading technology of that sort, and now an increased demand across the region as as Iranian drones rain down. But Putin also has to keep things in mind there. Perhaps the most important partnership for Russia, far more so than Iran itself in the last decade, has been the OPEC Plus relationship, in which Saudi Arabia is, of course, the key player. It's looked to make deals with other Gulf countries, occasionally using the UAE for sanctions cutouts, cutting a deal with Qatar for an investment in the Russian state oil company, Rosneft. It has a lot of interest to try to balance here. So I don't think the Kremlin will want to see any of its support come out in the open and will remain a backseat player in terms of anything that could actually tilt the conflict one way or another. What it will look to do is, in every response, it will look to block Ukrainian interests, it will look to advance its own, and additionally, it will look to try to drive apart the United States and Europe, which has been its second most important foreign policy goal, other than the subjectification of Ukraine over the last 10 years.
Leonard, in terms of what were to happen next, I mean, clearly, as you've all said, Russia likes the idea for now that the US is bogged down with this war in Iran. But what if there were to be, and there's no sign of it yet, but what if there were to be that regime change? What if there were to be that complete collapse in Tehran? How much of a disaster would that be for Moscow?
Well, it's not a huge disaster for Moscow, for sure. Again, as I said, Iran is not a historical ally of Russia, and Russia doesn't really believe in alliances these days. It strives, it wants to be self-sufficient, and all of its alliances are situational, and it is only allied with countries like Iran and Venezuela because it helps to distract the attention of the United States of America, of Europe, from Russia's conflict in Ukraine, Russia's war in Ukraine. So Russia is absolutely squarely focused on one task, winning the war in Ukraine, winning, as it sees, a war, a proxy war against the West, against NATO. That's how the Kremlin describes the war in Ukraine. And Iran, the war in Iran gives it a very good chance to end Kremlin's or Putin's war in Ukraine on Kremlin's terms. And for that reason, I agree that Russia is probably not very interested in a protracted conflict in Iran. But if this conflict continues throughout the year or throughout the next several months, then Russia has a very good chance to seal the deal with Ukraine on its terms and get out of the historical cycle which Putin started by invading Crimea in 2014.
Leonard Rogozin, Afsin Shahi and Maximilian Hess, thank you for joining us on Inside Story. If you'd like to get more context, analysis and detail on all aspects of the war, remember to check out our website, aljazeera.com. We want to know what you think too. Post your views on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or on X. Tag us with your comments. We are at AJ Inside Story. From me, James Bays, and the team here, that's it for now. Al Jazeera's coverage from across the Middle East and around the world continues in a moment.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera. Hearing the facts.
A busy day for Iran today could mean when Iran retaliates, it will be a busy day for cities in the Gulf.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
I'm Tom McRae. Welcome to Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ceasefire and the war between the US, Israel and Iran. President Trump says tariff and sanctions relief will be discussed with Iran after the two sides agree to a 14-day ceasefire. The US Vice President will represent Donald Trump in talks with Iran's parliamentary speaker in Islamabad on Friday.
He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. That's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
However, Israel is continuing to slam Lebanon's capital with airstrikes. The Israeli army says it's hit 100 targets within the space of 10 minutes. And Iranians celebrate the ceasefire, but many in Tehran say they're skeptical peace will last. After 40 days of conflict that brought the world to the brink of an energy crisis, Iran and the United States have agreed to halt attacks for 2 weeks. Tehran has also promised safe passage for ships through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil routes. But Iran's Revolutionary Guards say their hand is on the trigger, ready to respond to any attacks with more force. Dmitry Medvedenko reports.
Iranians burning US and Israeli flags. It may have been a show for state television, but there was an acknowledgement that a ceasefire has been reached.
Iran has achieved a great victory and forced the criminal America to accept its 10-point plan, in which America fundamentally commits to non-aggression, Iran's continued control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of enrichment, lifting all primary and secondary sanctions, paying compensation to Iran, withdrawal of American combat forces from the region, and cessation of war on all fronts.
After 6 weeks of fighting, which killed thousands in the Middle East, and multiple deadlines to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or else, Donald Trump posted this just hours after threatening to wipe out Iran as a civilization. He says, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate." In Iran's capital, many say they are skeptical the ceasefire will hold.
The other side is not reliable. They only stick to agreements when they feel they are under firm and official pressure in international forums and have no choice. Otherwise, their statements and promises are not trustworthy at all.
I can't say that I am fully for or against it, but what matters is that the conditions we set were ultimately accepted, and that has made our people happy.
In Tel Aviv, some people voiced their disappointment.
You have to finish the job. If Trump make another step, what he wants, all the bridges, all the factory, all the electricity, then it's broken everything.
Hopefully it will last more than 2 weeks and it will come for peace. I can't say that I'm sure of it because, you know, the trust of the leaders in this area is it's very independable and we can't be sure what will happen next.
Pakistan has invited the US and Iran to meet for talks.
We've gone to the Pentagon now, where Pete Hegseth, the US Secretary of Defense, is giving an update. Let's listen in.
Iran has been a threat to the United States and the free world for 47 years. Chants of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President Truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into fantasy land. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure, targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes, but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. Their previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council Secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead. The IRGC Navy Commander, no longer here. The IRGC Intel Chief, dead. I skipped over a bunch, and I could go on and on and on, to include the new so-called new Supreme Leader wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period, full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and down 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country, boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country, boots on the ground. 0 American casualties. The Iranians humiliated and demoralized. We control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of Epic Fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes. Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence, a massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. I want to start this morning by honoring the 13 members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful for each of them and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish 3 distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the joint force achieved the military objectives as defined by the president. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the joint force remains ready if ordered or called upon to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command of Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again. And I want to thank my team at the Joint Staff who work literally around the clock in order to help me offer the options that I must with the associated risks to the Secretary and to the President. They are the hardest working people that I know, and I am deeply grateful for their service. Most importantly today, I want to thank America's members of the Joint Force who've poured everything that they can into Operation Epic Fury, and their families who've worked 24 hours a day for 38 days. The Secretary and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. And we deeply appreciate the support of the American people, who we know always have us in our thoughts and prayers. And we can feel this literally every single day. As the Secretary said, the United States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000, more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our Joint Force. CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems, striking more than 1,500 air defense targets, more than 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, 800 one-way attack drones storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. We've devastated Iran's command and control and logistical networks, destroying more than 2,000 command and control nodes and degrading their ability to target U.S. and friendly forces. It is, and we know this, incredibly frustrating right now to be a lower level Iranian commander trying to fight your fight. As the Secretary said, the Iranian Navy now lies mostly at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf, and we assess that we've sunk more than 90% of their regular fleet, including all of the major surface combatants, as the Secretary said. 150 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and half of the IRGC Navy's small attack boats. Joint fires projected from the land, sea, and air executed more than 700 strikes against naval mine targets, and we had assessed that we destroyed more than 95% of their naval mines. And perhaps most importantly, we've destroyed Iran's defense industrial base. their ability to reconstitute those capabilities for years to come. We attacked, along with our partners, approximately 90% of their weapons factories. Every factory that produced Shahed one-way attack drones was struck. Every factory that produces the guidance systems that go into those drones was struck. Their missile defense industrial bases shattered, with more than 80% of their missile facilities gone, as well as their solid rocket motor production capability. It will take years for Iran to rebuild any major surface combatants, as more than 20 naval production and fabrication facilities have been damaged or destroyed. And nearly 80% of Iran's nuclear industrial base was hit, further degrading their attempts to attain a nuclear weapon. Throughout Operation Epic Fury, our joint force struck at the heart of Iran's ability to project power and threaten the United States and the region. And in order to do this, it required the service and sacrifice of more than 50,000 American warfighters deployed across CENTCOM, EUCOM, and stateside. The joint force flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the United States to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of these missions was more than 30 hours in duration, and we did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. And it's a testament to the logistical force that quietly serves behind them. I cannot thank Transcom and the Air Force Tanker and Mobility Force more. Combined with Army and Navy joint fires, we struck more than 13,000 targets. And along with our Gulf partners, we've thus far intercepted 1,700 ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones, defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population. And we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee, 2 million energy drinks, and a lot of nicotine, but I am not saying that we have a problem. I've laid out the statistics, but it does not truly capture the nature of combat. This is gritty and unforgiving business. It's chaotic. It's hot, it's dark, it's unpredictable, and there's always unknowns. And our people proudly walked into those unknowns and continue forward. And through it all, the joint force has demonstrated the unwavering resolve that the nation demands of us. We are a mission-focused force, and our objectives always is to create the conditions for peace, and today we have, while be ready should that peace break, which we hope it is not. And we remain ready. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I also want to quickly revisit the rescue of the Air Force fighter crew over the weekend. To give you an update, we've had, the Secretary and I have had the profound honor of speaking directly with many of the warfighters on that mission. From the downed crew.
Well, that is General Dan Kane, the US Joint Chiefs Chairman, speaking at the Pentagon. He followed US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who gave an update on the war against Iran and subsequent ceasefire, claiming that Iran begged for the ceasefire. He said it was historic and an overwhelming victory on the battlefield for the United States. They both reiterated that they have achieved every single objective. The Navy is at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is wiped out. We're going to go to Beirut now, where Israel says Lebanon is not included in the two-week truce between the US and Iran. Well, Pakistan had announced that the immediate ceasefire includes Lebanon and an end to fighting on all fronts, but Israel has not ceased its attacks on Lebanon. Well, the military has just launched an attack on Beirut's southern suburbs. The assault targeted densely populated residential areas. Lebanese security sources say the latest Israeli strikes have been the heaviest since the start of the war. Israel says it is striking Hezbollah's infrastructure. Well, southern Lebanon has also come under repeated attacks since early on Wednesday. The Israeli military carried out a strike on the southern city of Tyre, Well, this comes after it issued forced evacuation threats for people living there. Israel's attacks and expanding invasion have forced 1.2 million people across Lebanon from their homes. Well, Israeli airstrikes killed at least 8 people in the coastal city of Sidon. That's also in the south of Lebanon. The attack came shortly before Pakistan announced the ceasefire was in effect. We're going to go to Malcolm Webb now, who joins us from Beirut. And Malcolm, we're seeing some remarkable pictures come out of Beirut, the city there. Can you just give us an update on what the Israeli military is saying is the largest strike across the country since the start of the war?
It was just over an hour ago we could hear a series of enormous, deep, booming explosions coming not just from the southern suburbs, but many other parts of the city. It's the enormous plumes of smoke rising up from where we are now. Many of the locations were in places where nobody expected strikes to hit. It caused panic and chaos in the streets. Children were crying, people were shouting, many people injured, running through the streets, trying to get to hospitals. Others abandoned their cars in the traffic. And many of the locations where these weapons hit are areas where Hezbollah isn't known to have any significant presence. So in spite of a warning from Israel earlier, a threat of bombing the southern suburbs, this attack appears to have included many more locations across the capital. Israel's military has said it's the largest strike since its operation began at the beginning of last month. It said it targeted approximately 100 sites.
At the same time, we're hearing from the Israeli military chief saying that they're going to continue striking Hezbollah with determination. So clearly, it doesn't look like this is over anytime soon, Malcolm.
Well, Iran was clear that a ceasefire was conditional on it being applied across the region. Pakistan explicitly said that it had to include Lebanon. Israel subsequently said that it did not include Lebanon. And the defense minister said just a short while ago that they will continue attacking what they call Hezbollah's military infrastructure across Lebanon. Just a short while ago, European leaders and Canada put out a statement saying that the ceasefire should be upheld and that it should include Lebanon. Now, in October 2024, just before the last ceasefire, Israel launched unprecedented attack of great intensity just before the ceasefire came in. So we're waiting, of course, to find out if Israel will continue with its military operations and its invasion in Lebanon as it has said it will, or if there will be sufficient international pressure to bring this to a pause.
Yeah, and Malcolm, we're just getting the latest lines from the health ministry there saying that hundreds of people there in Lebanon have been, there are hundreds of casualties, included dead and wounded, right across the country, not just in Beirut. Obviously, the scale of this attack is unprecedented, even in the 6 weeks of war that has been waged on Hezbollah from the Israeli side of things. You mentioned there the ceasefire that's come into effect in Iran. Obviously, concern for many Lebanese that wasn't going to be extended to the country, and that is bearing out with what we're seeing here in the last couple of hours.
The Lebanese Red Cross has said they're expecting very high numbers of deaths and injuries, but we don't have any numbers yet. I mean, it's panic and chaos out in the streets. What's significant is that so many of the locations that were hit here in the capital, people were not expecting it. They were in areas where there haven't been any of Israel's forced evacuation orders, not today, nor in the previous 6 weeks of the conflict, areas which are widely not known to be places where Hezbollah operates or has any kind of stronghold. So unlike the very many strikes in the southern suburbs over the last 6 weeks or so, where often, not always, but often the buildings have previously been evacuated, the people, of course, are among those 1.2 million Lebanese who've been forced from their homes by this conflict. But in this case, Many buildings and many sites, it seems, were hit where people had no idea that it was coming. Sites in commercial areas, residential areas, where Israel says Hezbollah has military infrastructure, but doesn't present evidence of that.
Was there any warning before these strikes occurred? You mentioned a little earlier that many of the areas that have been hit aren't necessarily Hezbollah strongholds. So did the Israeli military give the people of Beirut and southern Lebanon any warning before they began this unprecedented strike?
The Israeli military did issue warnings earlier today for the southern suburbs and also for the city of Tyre in the south. These are areas where they frequently issue warnings and they frequently strike. But the warnings didn't include the many other sites, including several sites across the capital, Beirut, that haven't been hit previously in this round of the conflict and where nobody was expecting it. So many of these locations, buildings weren't evacuated. People were taken completely by surprise, and that's what's prompted these street scenes that we've seen of people running for their lives, people injured, children crying, people screaming, and trying to rush the injured to hospital as quickly as they can.
Okay, thank you so much, Malcolm. We'll come back to you as we continue to get developments there from Beirut as well as southern Lebanon, where a huge number of strikes, we believe 100 strikes in 10 minutes, from Israel on what they call Hezbollah sites. Okay, we're going to go to Ali Hashim now, who's in Tehran. And Ali, obviously, with the ceasefire, we already knew that Israel said that Lebanon was not going to be included in this 2-week truce between the US and Iran. How will Iranian leadership be viewing these pictures that are coming out of Beirut now in light of the ceasefire?
Well, given the fact that the Pakistani Prime Minister yesterday announced that Lebanon is going to be part of this ceasefire, and according to what we know, the Iranians negotiated on this term. One of the conditions is that Lebanon should be included in this ceasefire. This could detonate the whole deal. This is my understanding. This could detonate the whole deal and could take us towards something new. Given the fact today's attacks, it's really going to put a lot of pressure on the Iranians, especially that they were dealing with the Lebanese front as one front in the war. So this is going to be really pressuring them, and that will lead also to them pressuring the guarantors or the mediators in order to reach a deal. But at the end, this process, as we've been saying, is fragile. This day we saw an attack on one of Iran's oil facilities, then an Iranian or alleged Iranian attack on Emirates, Kuwait, and Bahrain. The Iranians did not claim responsibility. However, there are allegations now that these attacks came from Iran. So yeah, a lot of strings attached.
Yeah, Ali, this 10-point proposal that Iran put forward that Donald Trump accepted to, I guess, be the starting point for discussions on Friday in Islamabad, it obviously had a ceasefire on all fronts, including against Hezbollah. Given what we're seeing in the last hour or so, is that going to be the number one thing that the Iranians are going to want to discuss on Friday?
Well, it depends if from now till Friday, attempts to try in a way or another to stop the Israeli attacks in Lebanon and to include Lebanon in the ceasefire, if these attempts are not going to be successful, then probably this is going to be one of the main issues. However, there is a need to know whether we are going to reach to Islamabad or not.
Ali, we also heard from the US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, a short time ago, and Donald Trump, who posted on Truth Social, basically reiterating the same point that Iran knows this agreement, the ceasefire agreement, means they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. But that goes against one of the main points in this Iranian proposal, that there will be an acceptance of enrichment in Iran's nuclear program. So that's obviously going to be another major sticking point here.
Well, it's just the same vicious cycle. If it's good, because the Iranians insist on the enrichment issue, and to them this is a crucial issue that they said they're not going to give it up in days of peace, so they're not going to give it up in days of war. This is what they've been saying in different occasions. The same applies to the issue of ballistic missiles, the regional actors and the regional allies. So it's really becoming, I mean, since yesterday, this whole ceasefire in optics, the optics look good, but in details, when you get into details are quite very complicated, and that's why I was saying in the past bulletin that this can't be solved in 2 weeks, and that's why the Iranian Supreme National Security Council was saying that there's a possibility for extension. But extension, while there's no common ground, then we're going to go back to square one. And if we're going back to square one, then is there going to be another war? These are big questions, actually, with no one capable right now of giving an answer. The mediators are trying their best to create an environment that could help both sides to come down the ladder. But the problem is that both of them are coming down the ladder in different places, on different sides of the river, and there's no bridge to just bridge the gap.
Hopefully that gap can be bridged before Friday. Thank you so much, Ali Hashim, for us from Tehran. I'm going to go to Zain Basravi, who is standing by for us in Dubai. And can you just give us a bit of an idea of the reaction across Gulf capitals since the ceasefire has come into place, but also including the scenes that we're seeing out of Beirut and Lebanon at the moment, and how concerned many of these Gulf countries will be when they see pictures and updates that potentially hundreds of people have been killed in the last hour there?
That is correct. We've heard from the Iranian side, we've heard from the American side, and there's nothing quite like a war where both sides can declare victory. But Israel is a factor here. They're continuing to carry out attacks in Lebanon. And in the GCC, it is unlikely we will see any sort of victory speeches or celebrations, because they've been caught smack dab in the middle of attacks by the US and Israel from one side and retaliation from Iran on the other side. And what we are seeing is no doubt an awareness that is very keenly solidly planted in the GCC that this is not just an isolated conflict between two armies some far off place. These are all interconnected conflicts. The Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman, of course, yesterday highlighting that this goes back to 2023, to the conflict in Palestine, to the genocide in Gaza. All of this is interconnected. And so we've had a range of reaction from GCC leaders. The Omani Foreign Minister, Badr al-Busaidi, a key voice in making this deal possible, said, for now, the world has stepped back from disaster, but there's no room for complacency. Serious negotiations now required for lasting peace. Oman will support this work for vital and urgent purpose of strong and enduring regional security. This is a regional conflict. Saudi Arabia thanked the Pakistanis. Qatar, the UAE thanked the Pakistanis for their role, but again warned that despite the call for the ceasefire, despite it being implemented, there is still a need to end the attacks. These kinds of things tend to take a while to take on the ground, and we're still seeing renewed attacks. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar expressed their appreciation and encouraged all sides to stick to the deal. Kuwait's foreign ministry also saying that it was now time for the necessity for the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxies, including factions, militias, and armed groups loyal to it, to take the initiative and immediately cease all hostile acts and practices that undermine stability and respect the sovereignty of states, thereby ensuring such violations are not repeated again. Kuwait, in the last week, ahead of this 2-week ceasefire that has yet to be completely implemented, it has to be said, on the ground, saw a great deal of hammering of targets on its soil. And they've also called, all sides calling for freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are initial reports suggesting that movements have slowly begun in the Strait of Hormuz, a handful of ships slowly moving across the waterway. So that is an encouraging sign. But it has to be said that this is still in the first 24 hours of a halt to fighting that's been building up for months, if not years, and has gone on for almost 5 weeks.
Yeah, Zain, even as the ceasefire was being announced, we heard alerts were going off across the Gulf region. Can you just bring us up to speed when it comes to that situation? Because we've also had reports that there have been more strikes since the ceasefire as well. Can you just detail that, please?
That is correct. I mean, Qatar's government described this ceasefire as an initial step, and it is exactly what it is. Throughout history, anytime there's been some sort of halt in fighting, a cessation of violence, it often takes time for it to settle. So we should tell viewers that even if there are violations of a ceasefire, it does not mean that it is not holding, it just hasn't quite set yet. And that is the optimistic view of it. Certainly, leaders in the GCC will be hoping that these are initial growing pains and that it will get quieter over the next 2 weeks. But let's look at what's happened. 3 power and water desalination plants have been attacked in Kuwait. Kuwait intercepted 28 drones since this morning. The UAE air defenses say they intercepted 17 ballistic missiles and 35 drones. Alerts were going off still last night, shortly after the ceasefire was announced, around 4 a.m. local time. Alerts going off once again in Doha, in the UAE. We've heard that Oman's foreign minister, again, his words really do come out here as quite key, saying they welcome the announcement of the ceasefire, but again, there must be intensifying efforts to make sure that it is put into place and adhered to. Qatar's air defenses, again, saying that there was debris fall last night on a home that injured a handful of people. UAE's air defenses were active again this morning. Kuwait's air defenses active again this morning. The Ministry of Interior confirming in Kuwait again, as a result of Iranian attacks, multiple houses were damaged in the Sitra area. Abu Dhabi authorities saying that the Habshan gas field, once again, experiencing damage from debris fall. So while every Gulf country has welcomed these initial steps, they are still very initial. And the worry is that if they don't take soon, that this could unravel quickly. And again, everyone pointing to not just the GCC, but the violence that is continuing in Lebanon. That is currently the most acute form of violence in this very regionalized, very interconnected conflict.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that, Zain Basravi, for us in Dubai. Okay, we're going to delve into this a little bit further now. Joining us is Zaidon Al-Kanani. He's the founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute. Thanks so much for being with us once again, Zaidon. First of all, can you just give us an idea of what is going through your mind as we see these remarkable pictures, mainly out of Beirut? There have been 100 Israeli strikes in 10 minutes. What they say is the heaviest bombardment since the war began. Where does this leave things in regards to the ceasefire right now, do you think?
Yeah, of course, it's very unfortunate to see that such a humanitarian disaster and almost a genocide is being conducted against Lebanese civilians who have nothing to do with the politics of Hezbollah nor the Lebanese government, if we were to look at them in a different way through the Israeli lens. It's very obvious that Israel wants to ensure that it is insisting on that point regarding that Iran has no say whatever happens on Israel's front in Lebanon. It's also an indication, perhaps a way of resisting or showing some form of opposition towards Trump's progress in these talks that seems to have not included the Israeli perspective or point of view as they used to, as an instigator for the war from the first place, ensuring that no negotiations, no considerations of whatever Israel does in Lebanon has anything to do with the talks and the negotiations between the US and Tehran.
Do you think that this changes anything in the lead up to Friday in Islamabad, where we are expecting both sides to meet and hopefully hash out some sort of lasting deal?
It could impact it. It could make things a bit really tricky.
I mean, is this a big deal? What we're seeing in Beirut, is this a big deal for the Iranians?
It is a big deal for the Iranians if they were being able to be dragged into it. And it depends on who would be dragging them into it. Would Hezbollah make it in a political move where they would expect the Iranians to stand up for them? Would the Israelis continue some strikes against Iran during this very short ceasefire in a way that would also break the talks that the US or the ceasefire that the US promised Iran in this short period? We've noticed a lot of spoiling attempts politically and militarily being presented by the Israelis for the past few months. But also one cannot deny that this is one condition that is beyond the borders of the 10-point proposal. As much as one would believe and want to think that Iran wants to defend Hezbollah against Israel, one cannot deny it's a part of its regional proxy interest in the region, meaning Iran wouldn't sacrifice its own potential and its own national security and existentialism for the sake of defending Hezbollah and Israel if it were the domestic element of Iran against this war.
Right. Since the ceasefire, we saw almost every country come out and basically praise that a deal had been done, an end to the immediate conflict had been found. Obviously, there's deep concern now that this could change all of that, what we're seeing in Beirut. We've just got a joint statement from the UK, France and Germany, basically saying we call upon all sides to implement the ceasefire, including in Lebanon. How significant is it that all these countries that have come out and wanted a ceasefire continue to push for a full ceasefire, including in Lebanon?
Well, it's very
evident. And how do they get through to Israel to make sure that this doesn't continue?
It's very evident, and all these actors, international actors, are aware that this war wasn't limited to Iran. It was a regional conflict. It included a direct threat to many countries in this regional neighborhood, including the GCC, and more drastically in Lebanon, as Israel decided to conduct its military occupation against some Lebanese lands in south of Lebanon. They also are fully aware of the fragility of the ceasefire. It's perhaps too early to notice or claim any optimism towards it, given that this whole war from the first place was instigated during talks by the very same parties that are in conflict today. The military involvement of Israel and the military conduct of Israel in Lebanon is also very extremely significant. It's very dangerous. It's very risky to the extent that one may witness an influx of refugees to neighboring countries that just had it picked up for the past few years economically and politically, which eventually would lead to other regional actors getting involved directly.
Okay, Sadon, we'll leave it there for the moment, but we really do appreciate you once again talking us through all of this. Sadon Al-Kanani for us, a founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute. We're going to go to Bader Hito. He's live in Tyre in southern Lebanon for us. And given what we've seen in Beirut over the last hour or so, with hundreds of strikes there, can you just give us an update on what is happening exactly where you are? How are things playing out there?
Well, it's been about 2 hours since these strikes happened, and people here are in quite of a panic. The morning started out with strikes up north of Tyre into Sidon, a cafe that killed 8 people, and then throughout the day, people were wondering, is this ceasefire going to hold? Is Lebanon going to be included? But it soon became clear that Lebanon was not included. These statements came directly from the Israeli military. They released several warnings this morning leading up to this very massive countrywide strike. One of them included a building here in Tyre. A neighborhood called Abbasiyah was also targeted during this massive strike across the country. Several locations just in the vicinity of the city of Tyre, Qalayla, Haniyeh, Bazuriyeh, all of these locations just around the outskirts of the city of Tyre. There was 2 missiles that landed in the center of the city in the small peninsula that goes out into the Mediterranean Sea. People were actually hoping to be able to come back to these areas in southern Lebanon after the announcement of the ceasefire. There was some traffic headed from the north of the country to the south of the country since the ceasefire was announced overnight. But now it's become clear to everybody here there's no ceasefire. Israel has audaciously launched a new military operation here in southern Lebanon called Eternal Darkness. And people here are expecting a further escalation. Following these strikes, there are still people concerned about follow-up attacks on specific areas here in the city of Tyre.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Bader Hito for us in southern Lebanon. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will travel to the Gulf on Wednesday. Downing Street says he will meet with leaders in the region in an effort to bolster the ceasefire. And in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed the deal, calling it a very good thing.
Regarding the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has announced its readiness to reopen it, which is a positive development. We have been working for several weeks to mobilize our partners in Asia, Europe, and the region. Around 15 countries are currently mobilized and participating in the planning, led by France, to enable the implementation of a strictly defensive mission in coordination with Iran, when the conditions are right, to facilitate the resumption of maritime traffic.
We're going to go to Sonia Gallego now, who is standing by for us in London. And a joint statement has been released from the UK and EU. Can you just run us through exactly what it said in regards to not just the ceasefire in Iran, but Lebanon as well?
Well, indeed, there has been the statement that's come out just now, and it's a joint statement from the UK, France, Germany and the EU calling for all sides to implement the ceasefire. And they underline the fact that that includes Lebanon itself. That their governments are also continuing to contribute to ensuring the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. But they're also saying that they're trying to encourage a quick process of negotiation, a substantial negotiation that's going to protect Iranian civilians and also ensure regional security. And those sentiments were also echoed by the British Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper, who said earlier this afternoon that while she welcomed the ceasefire, it was also time for an urgent end to the hostilities in Lebanon as well. So under no certain terms, all those parties, the British and the European parties as well, are also saying that Lebanon has to be part of this ceasefire.
And as we mentioned, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is heading to the Gulf. Can you just talk us through what he has planned once he's here?
Well, yes, so it's come at quite a significant time. This was a trip that had been planned before the announcement of that ceasefire, but it is also quite an important timing as well. With that, he said he is going to visit British troops who are stationed in the region to give thanks to them for their efforts at intercepting drones that are attacking them, and also thanking them for what the government calls their defensive actions taken during this conflict as well. But first and foremost, what Keir Starmer wants to do is try to see how this fragile, uncertain even ceasefire can actually be transmuted towards a long-standing agreement to try to secure that kind of free passage through the Strait of Hormuz, which is absolutely crucial as well. This is underlining everything now, and he wants to put the UK at the heart of that to try and implement whatever is negotiated in that ceasefire and to make sure that there is some kind of sustainable deal, because of course there is enormous fallout from that, not just over there in the region, but also the other countries whom it impacts as well.
Certainly. Thank you so much, Sonia Gallego, for us in London. The US Vice President J.D. Vance is in Budapest, part of a tour he's currently on in Europe. We're going to talk to Step Vassen, who is also in Budapest for us. And Step, we understand that J.D. Vance is going to head to Islamabad for negotiations with Iran. Can you just explain what he's been doing in Budapest and what he's been saying while he's been there?
Well, amidst all these latest developments, J.D. Vance was indeed in Budapest on a very different mission, actually. He was here in a show of support for Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who could lose for the first time in 16 years an election which will be held on Sunday. And I have to say, Vance had a lot to say about Orban and also about, for example, Brussels. He really lashed out against Brussels, the EU, saying that they were interfering here in these elections, while he himself was also now being accused of interfering in these elections because he was here endorsing Orban just 4 days before the vote. He also said that Orban is the only person who can make peace between Ukraine and Russia. So he was fully backing him. So there was a lot of talk about that. I watched him speak 3 times in the last 24 hours or so, and he barely touched upon the Iran war, but he did this this morning. He said that, of course, he was up late on the phone the whole time, but he also said, he called it a fragile truce. He said it really depends on which side in Iran you're talking to. There are people who are really willing to negotiate and come to the table, he said, but there are also people he mentioned on social media who he described as liars and cheaters. And he said the president has now asked them, the team, to go in good faith to come to an agreement, and hopefully that will succeed. But if the cheaters and liars, as he described them, will be most dominant, then they will make sure that they know that they're dealing with a president you can't mess around with. He says the choice is now up to Iran. This is what he had to say this morning during a talk at a conservative educational institution here in Hungary, quite a famous think tank as well.
Do you think that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump's support for Orban is going to make any difference here? What are the Hungarian people actually saying when it comes to this?
Well, it's very interesting, and it's, of course, really depends on who you speak to. Of course, during this campaign rally yesterday where Vance was appearing, and he had a very elaborate speech, I have to say. There were 5,000 supporters of Orban really cheering him on. But other people are really questioning if this outburst of support from the US is actually in Orban's advantage. He is not doing well in the polls. His contender Peter Magyar is heading in the polls, and Magyar is much more focusing on domestic issues. He's running an anti-corruption campaign at the moment. He's looking at poverty economically. Hungary is one of the poorest nations in Europe. So this is something that voters are much more concerned about than the geopolitics that Orban has been campaigning on. And the question is then, is the support of Trump and Vance, who also are, of course, involved in the Iran war, which is not very beneficial for Hungary at the moment because they're also paying more for fuel. So that's the question, if this is going to be an advantage. We will find out on Sunday.
Indeed. Thanks so much, Step Vassen, for us there in Budapest. Israeli forces have been targeting homes and civilian areas across South Lebanon. An attack in Tyre killed 8 members of one family last month. One survivor is trying to preserve memories of his wife, daughter, and other relatives who died in that strike. Here's his story.
I got some shopping and was coming back home. I got a little delayed on my way back. Then I heard 2 strikes, and my heart sunk. My heart felt they were gone. I came here. I saw the body parts on the ground. I saw my daughter's head there. My family was over there. It really hurts. Every day or 2 I come here. I check on things. I look around to find memories, to find the phone, to find anything that can soothe my heart and make things feel lighter. This is my family and Sarah. This is my wife, Sarah, and I. This is Sarah when she was younger. The strike that happened here was full of hate. It wasn't something normal. I don't know. All of this from the strike. All these marks are from the strike. There's nothing to see. Look how deep the missile fell here. As you can see, there's nothing. There's no trace of the house. Nothing. We found body parts here and there. There's not even rubble from the house. We were hoping that Sarah would start walking after 2 months and play like the other kids. Sarah is so precious to my heart, my daughter. I saw everything beautiful in her. And my family, I saw everything beautiful in them too. It feels hard to leave them here and go. I don't know. I feel the world is so hard, so cruel.
Hello there, I'm Nick Clark. Welcome to Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ceasefire in the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Israel is carrying out an intensive wave of attacks across Lebanon, hours after the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. 6 weeks of war and a chance for peace. President Trump says tariffs and sanctions relief will be discussed with Iran. The US Vice President will represent Donald Trump in talks with Iran's parliamentary speaker in Islamabad.
He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. That's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
World leaders welcome the agreement after 6 weeks of war squeezed the global economy and killed more than 2,000 Iranians. So then hours after Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Lebanon is not included in the 2-week truce between the United States and Iran, Lebanon has come under intense Israeli assault. Israel says it's the biggest attack since the war against Iran and Hezbollah began, and that was at the end of February. Hezbollah has so far refrained from launching any rockets across the border since the deal was reached. In the last hour, Israel has been carrying out multiple airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. The assault targeted densely populated residential areas, causing extensive damage. The Lebanese Health Ministry says hospitals are overflowing with victims. Southern Lebanon has also come under repeated attack since the US-Israeli ceasefire with Iran. And this includes a strike on the southern city of Tyre after Israel issued forced evacuation orders for people living there. Israel's attacks and expanding invasion in the south of Lebanon has forced 1.2 million people from their homes. And overnight, Israeli airstrikes killed at least 8 people, and that was in the coastal city of Sidon, also in the south of Lebanon. Well, we've got correspondents in Tyre in Lebanon, in Dubai, in Ramallah, in Washington, D.C., and indeed in Tehran. But first, let's go to Malcolm Webb, standing by for us in Beirut. So, Malcolm, there we've had huge impacts and in areas not normally targeted. What are you seeing?
Well, it was just under 2 hours ago, we heard a series of enormous booming explosions coming not just from the southern suburbs, but from several other parts of the city within seconds of each other. After that, we could hear military jets in the sky, and then panic and chaos ensued in the streets, multiple locations. As you mentioned, many of the places that were hit were places where people were not expecting it at all. Throughout the 6 weeks of this conflict, Israel's issued repeated forced evacuation orders for the southern suburbs. It's known to be a Hezbollah stronghold. Most of the population has been evacuated from there since the beginning of March. But on this occasion, the Israeli military had earlier today issued warnings for the city of Tyre and also for Beirut's southern suburbs, not for the several other locations across the capital where these weapons hit. And so the streets were filled with people, some of them injured, running to try and get help in the hospitals, children crying, people abandoning their cars in the traffic, and the wailing of sirens of ambulances has been almost constant ever since.
All right, Malcolm, back with you a bit later. Malcolm Webb there in Beirut. Let's go to the south of Lebanon, to Tyre, in fact. Abeda Hitto is standing by there. So Abeda, the south, of course, of Lebanon has borne the brunt of Israeli attacks with wide-scale forced evacuations. What's been happening there today?
Absolutely. Just around 2 hours ago, there was a series of strikes here in Tyre and around Tyre. People were expecting a specific building that was threatened earlier on the day by the Israeli forces to be hit, but it turned out that this was part of a larger countrywide attack by Israel. Just around the city of Tyre, there were at least 8 strikes at the same time, just seconds after one another. What I understand from locals here is that there were as many as 30 strikes from here in Tyre all the way north and east towards Sidon, all at the same time. The general security here in Lebanon has called on people to not go out into the streets and to not get close to these areas that were targeted. There are a huge number of injured people here in Tyre. We're waiting to get official confirmation from the local authorities about the number of people injured and killed in these strikes, but definitely a surprise for people in Tyre, in southern Lebanon, especially, who were hoping that this ceasefire would hold and that Lebanon would be included. But Israel has since audaciously announced a new operation in southern Lebanon and saying that they're going to continue to target Hezbollah until that threat is neutralized.
And Abeda, earlier today, we were seeing pictures of people returning, displaced people returning to their homes. What are the implications for that return, given this violent uptick?
Well, that's going to have a serious impact on people's decisions on whether they should come back or not. Some people did start to leave the northern parts of Lebanon and come towards the south overnight. But first of all, they're going to have difficulty crossing the Litani River, especially if they're trying to come to these southern areas around Tyre and then throughout the rest of the country towards the east, towards Khiyam and Taiba. The bridges that cross and connect over the river, that connect the north and south of the country, have been damaged or destroyed. So there are very few options. So that's going to create a lot of traffic. But I think that after these strikes, we're not going to be seeing that reverse migration. We've even heard Lebanese officials warning people, as well as Hezbollah warning people, telling them to be patient and to show restraint before trying to make the trip back to southern Lebanon. It's not clear whether or not Lebanon is actually going to be part of the ceasefire, but definitely the sense here is that it's not going to be. Things are very tense, and this has gone on since the beginning of March. It's 6 weeks now. 1.2 million people are displaced from their homes. The death toll here in Lebanon is now way above 1,500, which it reached yesterday. But with the death toll rising after today's widespread attacks, I think that this is going to be a turning point for Lebanese people in deciding on how they want to move forward. We heard from the Prime Minister Nawaf Salam saying that no other country negotiates on behalf of Lebanon, but it's questionable about how much leverage Lebanon actually has right now in this conflict and whether or not Hezbollah is actually going to back down and not carry out any more attacks against Israel.
All right, Abeda, thanks for that. Abeda Hitter there in Tyre in southern Lebanon. Let's cross to Ramallah. Nora Day is following developments from there in the occupied West Bank. So, Nor, Israel, it seems, determined to continue on the Lebanese front and with devastating consequences today in Beirut.
Unprecedented, really, perhaps since 1982 and the Israeli invasion of Lebanon back then, Nick. There were 100 airstrikes in the span of 10 minutes, many targeting areas in Beirut that wouldn't be traditionally seen as in any way related even to Hezbollah. Now, this has a backstory to it regarding the internal dynamics in Israel. There is a claim of responsibility that one of the targets may have been a makeshift headquarters for the head of Hezbollah, but that really is to speak to the base and to the detractors of Benjamin Netanyahu, who are livid. We've heard all day criticism telling the public that Benjamin Netanyahu has brought a resounding defeat to Israel, that what is happening, what was agreed on in relation to Iran, puts Israel in the corner, even leading political figures calling the Israeli prime minister a coward and a liar in public statements. Now, all of that brings back into focus the Lebanese front. This is up close and personal for Israelis. It has cost them more in terms of lives, in terms of casualties, than the war front with Iran. Actually, and ending it abruptly without being forced to would be devastating in political terms. And that's why we're seeing those statements from the Israeli government and the military that they will escalate their attacks against Hezbollah, that they will not accept this tying of the fronts, so to speak, between Iran and Lebanon, because this is Israel's backyard in strategic terms, and Israel wants to dictate the way that war front ends because it didn't have a say or much of it on the Iranian front. Nick?
Nor, thanks for that. Speak again in a little bit. Nora Day there in Ramallah. Well, US President Donald Trump says many of the 15-point peace proposals with Iran have already been agreed to. It comes hours after the United States and Iran agreed to a 2-week pause in fighting. And in the past hour, Trump has posted on social media saying that the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the US will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust, as he put it. It is now, and it has been, under very exacting satellite surveillance. Nothing has been touched from the date of the attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. Okay, let's speak to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. So, Kimberly, 24 hours ago, to many, this did not feel like a likely scenario, but now the US president talking about potential terms, and that many, he says, have already been agreed.
Many, but not all. But that hasn't stopped the U.S. president from 24 hours after threatening the existential threat to Iran, that their entire civilization would be destroyed. He's now claiming complete and total victory. He's pronounced Iran has had enough and that there are good times ahead. There's money to be made and reconstruction begins. And this is all before the negotiations are set to take place in the next 2 weeks to work out the terms of this agreement. But that is not stopping the White House from its PR campaign of pronouncing this a huge success. In fact, we know that the White House is holding a press secretary briefing at 17 GMT. We also know the president is reaching out to so-called exclusive interviews with journalists in order to get his message across that the war was worth it, something that we know the public here in the United States is extremely skeptical of, and that the majority were not in support. So this is going to be a hard sell for the U.S. president, given the fact that Iran's basic leadership structure is still intact, uranium enrichment is still there and in Iran, and as the U.S. president put in that post, still has to be addressed. And now we know that there have been sanctions that have been lifted, at least for the moment. And as well, there are now tolls being charged to go through the Strait of Hormuz, something that didn't exist before this conflict. So there is going to be a lot of questioning in the United States about why this happened, what was achieved. And already Donald Trump's Democratic political opponents are seizing on this, saying, in fact, that this was expensive, this was pointless, and it was also a strategic defeat.
Kimberly, thanks for that. Kimberly Halkett there at the White House. Well, the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, is expected to hold direct talks with Iran. That'll be in Islamabad on Friday. Let's have a listen to what he's been saying.
If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
Okay, let's bring in Ali Hashim, who joins us live from Tehran. So that was J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President. And Iranians have always been keen, haven't they, Ali, to deal with the U.S. VP in terms of any potential ceasefire talks and negotiations. And it now looks as if that may well be happening on Friday.
Well, for now, yes, this seems to be the date, Friday. However, there are a lot of issues that seem to be shaking this framework, at least expectations. Yesterday, things were based on, according to President Trump, were based on the 10 points proposal that Iran presented and that make good basis for negotiations. And Abbas Araghchi, Iran's foreign minister, saying that his country will consider the 15-point proposal by the U.S. However, what we heard today from the American War Secretary about the zero enrichment that is actually refused and has been refused on several occasions. And actually, this war happened because the Iranians did not accept to give up on enrichment. Also, the highly enriched uranium that is buried under one of the facilities in Isfahan. Beside that, there are other issues. And now with the Lebanon escalation and Iran insisting in the past days, especially on the mediators, that Lebanon should be part of this ceasefire. Now with what Israel is doing there are many reasons to think that this path isn't really going smoothly. It could face a lot of hurdles, and it could at any time collapse.
Yeah, and tell us more about that. What is the thinking there? Is it because it would put pressure on the Iranians to respond because of Israel targeting more Hezbollah sites in a more aggressive way, or what is the calculation exactly?
You know, the main issue is that Lebanon was a front among several fronts in one war, and that war was the war on Iran. Israel and the U.S. started the war on Iran, and then Hezbollah entered this war. So at the end, there is a situation where Lebanon now is paying this price at the moment with Israel attacking and not committing to the ceasefire. So Iran sees itself on one side as responsible for these fronts, given the fact they are allies, they are all under the same umbrella of the axis of resistance that Iran leads. So now we are still waiting to see official stances from Iran. There are no official stances except for the ambassador in the UN, who said that there will be some consequences. However, what are these consequences? Are these consequences going to elevate to a kind of a level that could put the whole path in risk? This is the big question.
All right, Ali, thanks for that. That's Ali Hashim there in Tehran. Let's take this on here in the studio now with Zaidan Al-Kanani. He's the founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute. Zaidan, great to have you with us. So that initial relief, the 2-week pause, has now diminished, hasn't it, with news out of Lebanon of these huge strikes with, at this point, untold casualties. What do you think is Benjamin Netanyahu's calculation here?
It's unfortunately expected. Benjamin Netanyahu seems to have been the earlier instigator of this war from the very forefront, as previously discussed, and noticed by many regional and international actors pointing the fingers at Israel, but focusing directly on the US and Iran, given that they seem to be at the forefront of the conflict. There is always a clear indication that Israel wants to ensure that any future of the status quo of this conflict will recognize Israel's expansionist agendas and ambitions in the region, which includes the weakening of the Iranian political leadership today. Now, it seems like the progress which led to this very fragile 2-week ceasefire is based on negotiations that were mainly focused on the bilateral talks, but obviously mediated by the Pakistanis and other regional actors, focusing on both interests of both Tehran and Washington.
But not Israel.
But not as much Israel.
Right.
Which is a huge danger to Israel. It's a massive risk to Netanyahu, as he's noticing that Trump's administration is perhaps realizing the risks that this war has presented to them by allowing themselves being pushed by the Israelis, economically and politically.
Sure, you talk of the massive risk to Netanyahu himself and his political position. But expand on that, if you would. What is the context of that? Why does it create risk for it? Why does a ceasefire cause trouble for him?
It causes trouble for him because it ends up putting Iran in a much more stronger position. If the war were to end today or in 2 and 3 weeks with the remaining of the current Iranian regime, they will have gained political leverages that they didn't have before, such as the Strait of Hormuz. The limitation of their proxy network in the region wouldn't be focused upon as much, given that new cards have been on the table, which is the Iranian direct targeting and threatening of the existential national security of the GCC countries. The conversations before towards their potential stockpile uranium and their ballistic missiles doesn't seem to be at the forefront of the priorities of the Americans anymore. If anything, if this war were to end the way it would today or in 2 weeks or in a few weeks, with the Iranian leadership continuing to be in power, it means this war gave the Iranian leadership and the political class much more stronger leverage cards than they ever had before which was definitely not the plan and the rationale and the objective that motivated Israel to push the US to conduct this war.
All right, Zach, we're joined now by Abbas Aslani, who's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies, joins us now from Tehran. Abbas, welcome to the conversation. So what's your sense of what we are seeing happening in Lebanon and these enormous strikes that Israel is conducting, even in the heart of Beirut, in areas not normally associated with Hezbollah? And what implications do you think it might have for this 2-week ceasefire?
Well, what has started so far is not the end game, but it is the starting point. The path ahead could be somehow difficult and challenging. And what happened as of this morning indicates that how complicated the situation could be, because number of regional players, most specifically Israel, are against this process. They want to make sure that this could be a prolonged war, and specifically because they were sidelined from the political process, they are not happy with it. Israeli Prime Minister thinks that if this is over, particularly in Lebanon, this could have significant political consequences for him, and so that's why he is trying to continue this. Also, we had earlier today in the morning, attacks against Iran's Lavan oil facilities, and this indicates that despite the expected talks in Islamabad on Friday, we might be expecting some difficulties. And when negotiations start, provided that nothing prior to that stops the process or doesn't suspend it, those issues also will be difficult.
All right, Abbas, do you think this dramatic, violent uptick that we're seeing in Lebanon, in Beirut, as I say, and in the south, do you think that is creating danger of the ceasefire agreed between the United States and Iran, danger of it imploding?
Yes, that is serious, because one of the major conditions required, at least by Iranian side, was to stop the hostility on all fronts, including Lebanon. And also Lebanon does not want to return to the status quo before the aggression, meaning that despite the ceasefire in 2024, Israel kept attacking different parts of that country, several times. There were thousands of violations for the previous, ceasefire. And Hezbollah wants to make sure that that model or style is not re-adopted. So that's why they want to make sure that this will stop at some point. That is important for Iran. And this could also risk derailing the process, or maybe pushing Iran to suspend the upcoming talks, or maybe resumption of the war could be likely in that scenario, and the Strait of Hormuz again, being closed. So this is risky, and it depends on the coming hours what the United States does. They can control Israel, and we have to be watching that what U.S. President Donald Trump will be doing in this regard.
And Zayden, this is the thing, isn't it? The danger here is that Benjamin Netanyahu, by his actions in Lebanon today, may be trying to, or possibly is, from what Abbas is saying, trying to force the Iranians to respond.
Way or another. However, Iran has had an experience before where it has been able to differentiate between its regional proxy network and its very own national security existentialism, given that the war is domestically in Iran today. As much as one would want to believe that Iran would get involved in a war defending Hezbollah against Israel, there is also a limitation and a very thin line between how much are they ready to sacrifice their progress in their talks with the US to defend Hezbollah, and to how much would they want to ensure that they are protecting whatever progress they have achieved so far.
All right, the situation is fragile. I think that's the word, isn't it? Yeah. All right, Zayden, we're going to leave it there. Zayden Al-Kanani here in the studio, and Abbas Aslani, thanks very much indeed. We'll see you a little bit later. Now, U.S. Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, I should say, Pete Hegseth, says U.S. troops will, quote, hang around near Iran, ready to resume the war He says Iran will reopen the Strait of Hormuz and that the US will be taking Iran's enriched uranium.
Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. We'll be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with this ceasefire and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. So we'll stay put, stay ready, stay vigilant. As the chairman laid out, our troops are prepared to defend, prepared to go on offense, prepared to restart at a moment's notice.
So let's speak to Richard Gatesford, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. So, Richard, Hegseth reiterating what Trump had earlier posted, saying that there will be no enrichment of uranium. The Iranians have already agreed and will work with Iran to remove it.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth talking tough this morning at the Pentagon, Nick, saying that Operation Epic Fury has shown the world what America is all about. In his mind, it seems, for now at least, it is done and dusted. He has described it as an historic and overwhelming victory. In less than 40 days, he says they've managed to destroy one of the world's largest militaries. Interesting that last night, he says there were 800 strikes against Iran's defense industrial base. And we've been taken through those figures this morning by General Dan Kane, who is the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He said that over the last 38 days, there's been 13,000 targets hit, with 80% of Iran's air defenses taken out. That means 20% still exist. They've hit 450 ballistic missile storage sites, he says, destroyed command and control nodes. They've sunk 150 ships, with the defense industrial sites destroyed. And that appears to be the message. Initial analysis of this ceasefire deal that came out last night seemed to suggest that Iran had won some major concessions, including control of the Strait of Hormuz. This was the US Defense Secretary really talking up this victory. And then the questions came about the enriched uranium. It's thought that Iran would have some 450 kilograms or so of enriched uranium. It is buried, we understand, under rubble and dust. Asked how that would be got out, Pete Hegseth has said this morning that that is a plan that the president still needs to sort out. But he said if they don't give it to us, we will take it.
All right, Richard, thanks for that. Richard Gatesford there in Washington, D.C. From there, let's go to Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Zain Basravi is standing by for us. So, Zain, first of all, just give us a reaction across the Gulf capitals to the ceasefire proposals.
Well, it is certainly measured. It is realistic. It is still pragmatic, as the GCC has been throughout this conflict. Whereas we've seen in Iran and in Washington a great deal of celebration, both sides declaring victory, which seems to be the way this conflict is going. The reality is, on the ground here, people are more realistic. They are glad, as many GCC leaders have said all along, the longer this goes on, the less likely there will be any winners to emerge. There is no doubt a great deal of relief for this two-week ceasefire. We've heard from the Omani foreign minister, who was central in getting the region to this point. Badr al-Busaydi saying, for now, the world has stepped back from disaster, but there's no room for complacency. Serious negotiations are now required for lasting peace. Oman will support this work for the vital and urgent purpose of strong and enduring regional security. And this is very much a regional conflict. They say in one voice that this is interconnected to what is happening in Palestine, in Gaza, in Lebanon, and the ramifications being felt over the course of the last 5 weeks here in the GCC. Saudi Arabia expressing relief and welcoming the announcement, thanking the Pakistanis for the role they played. Qatar doing the same thing, but saying there was a necessity for immediately halting all hostile actions and practices that undermine regional stability. Respect for state sovereignty is essential, and the assurance of security and maritime passages. Kuwait saying the same thing. Bahrain saying the same thing. All of them calling for an end to the ongoing conflict. But it has to be said, what we have seen since the retaliation or since the attacks that have continued to be carried out on Iran in the last hours ahead of this ceasefire agreement, that we heard Pete Hegseth in his people talking about. We've seen retaliatory attacks here in the GCC as well, in the state of Kuwait, in Bahrain, and elsewhere. All of these countries stressing the necessity for Iran and its proxies, including factions, militias, armed groups. The initiative, they say, is now in their court for an immediate cease to all hostile acts. And that is what they continue to call for. Now, in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, that all sides have said must be opened, we have begun to see some movement through the Strait of Hormuz now. A handful of ships confirming, a Greek-owned bulk carrier, as well as a Liberia-flagged ship transiting the Strait of Hormuz earlier today. So we are beginning to see some signs of progress, but at the same time, it has to be said, as the Qatari said, these are initial steps and there must be follow-through.
And Zain, even as the ceasefire was being announced, as we felt here and heard here, alerts were still going off across the Gulf region. Just bring us up to speed with the situation on the ground.
That is correct. Well, until last night, early hours of this morning, Qatar experienced air raid sirens, as did the UAE. We saw in Kuwait 3 powered water desalination plants were attacked there. 28 drones were intercepted just this morning. The UAE Air Defense is saying 17 ballistic missiles and 35 drones again intercepted earlier today. We're also hearing similar stories from Bahrain and Kuwait. Air raid alarms still going off. So these are still very much the initial stages of this ceasefire. And as long as Iran feels it must carry out retaliatory attacks, it will clearly continue to do so. The hope is that these are just growing pains, that the ceasefire will set in, that the United States will stop attacking Israel, will stop attacking Iran, and Iran will stop retaliating against the GCC. But people here are very aware that the conflict is still carrying on in Lebanon. People there are still acutely feeling Israeli attacks. And as long as these regions and these conflicts remain interconnected, the fear is that that could once again mushroom and impact here.
Zain, thanks for that. That's a picture in Dubai. Zain Bazravi reporting on the situation across the Gulf. Okay, you're watching Al Jazeera. Reminder of our top stories this hour. And US President Donald Trump says many of the 15-point peace proposals on the Iran war have already been agreed to. He says the US will work with Tehran to remove enriched uranium. Trump has also warned he will impose 50% tariffs on any country supplying weapons to Iran. US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says American forces will remain in the Gulf region to ensure Iran complies with the ceasefire. Hegseth said that the US had a decisive victory after more than 5 weeks of war. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said military objectives had been met. Israel's army had carried out a series of strikes across Lebanon. It's targeted Beirut suburbs as well as cities in the south. The army says it's launched the largest coordinated strike since attacks began back on February the 28th. Let's bring in Dan Perry, who's a political commentator and former chief editor of the Associated Press for Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Joins us now from Tel Aviv. And Dan, first up, I'd like to talk about this big uptick in attacks on Lebanon, including what's said to be the largest attack in the country since the start of the war. Mass casualties in Beirut and in areas not typically associated, we understand, with Hezbollah. What do you think the calculation there is of Benjamin Netanyahu?
Netanyahu basically, I think, is in a position where he wants to maximally hit at Hezbollah before word should come from the U.S. that front has to stop as well. In this regard, I think he is aligned with Israeli public opinion that has just had it with Hezbollah. The reporting I see here speaks of mass casualties. I can tell you in Israel, what's being reported is that they're hitting at Hezbollah fighters. I can think of almost no one in Israel who doesn't truly believe, however bizarre this may seem to some of your viewers, that this is a monumental favor to Lebanon, that itself wants to be rid of Hezbollah and finds itself in a situation of impotence against Hezbollah, having called for Hezbollah to be disarmed, having announced a year and a half ago, when that front quieted down after the fall of 2024 campaign, that Hezbollah would be disarmed. They clearly can't do it. And so Israel's trying to do what it can right now to compel that outcome. I would be very surprised if Israel is making efforts to hit at any targets in Lebanon that are truly not related to Hezbollah. I realize that might have happened. I realize they may do stupid things, but their strategy is to help Lebanon get rid of Hezbollah. And that may seem counterintuitive to some, and I suspect it won't work. I think in the end, Hezbollah is a monumental problem that needs to be handled by some broader alliance that might include Syria, might include the Arab countries, might include NATO. Lebanon clearly needs help. And I realize on this day, when we see scenes of ruination in Beirut and its environs, it seems unrealistic perhaps to think of such a thing, but if you ask me what Israel is hoping for and what their goal is, that's it.
I think one of the big issues, of course, is from what people are saying, is that the Israeli military, as we all know, have issued warnings for the southern suburbs and in Tyre, where they frequently strike, but apparently warnings did not happen on this occasion, and many people were taken by surprise, and we'll yet see what the scale of the devastation has been. Let's get back to the ceasefire now, this 2-week pause in fighting. Do you think this uptick in fighting in Lebanon is going to create problems for that ceasefire? And is that something that Benjamin Netanyahu would want to try and manipulate?
No, I don't think it will. I honestly think that ceasefire is driven by concerns in Washington that are independent of the Lebanon scenario. My suspicion is that whatever violations we've seen, both with attacks seemingly by Iran on Gulf countries and the situation in Lebanon, my assessment is that will go forward. And that is its own complex equation, because it summons up a scorecard about what has been achieved in this war for Israel and the U.S. And we see the emphasis by Hegseth and by Trump on essentially the degradation of Iran's abilities to cause mayhem in the region. They speak of the destruction of Iran's military, and a lot of that might be true, but that can be rebuilt. So it's interesting that Trump is threatening 50% tariffs, putting aside the ludicrousness of using tariffs this way, on countries that supply Iran with any weapons henceforth, because, of course, that could include China, which has all kinds of dual-use games that they play with the supplies to Iran. We'll have to see where that goes, but where things stand right now, there is a bit of cognitive dissonance, because there's a sense that the war has ended and that all that's left is to cross the T's and dot the I's. And if that's true, I don't see where Iran has agreed to end nuclear enrichment. I don't see where they've agreed to limit their ballistic missile capability. And certainly I don't see, and this does attach to Lebanon, that Iran has agreed to stop funding and guiding and training and arming militias around the region, which I've always considered an outrage, as I think you know, and which has been weirdly accepted by the Arab countries hitherto, but perhaps will be accepted no more. So these are major issues that the world wanted from Iran when it launched the war. And I must say, it's, I think, a little bit humiliating for Trump to have to point as a success to the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which was not closed before the war.
Right.
So that is Iran perhaps showing that it can hold the world to ransom because of its proximity to the Strait of Hormuz, which it does not own. So we see even now in the hours after the ceasefire, Iran speaking of, at least for a time, if not forever, having a role in determining what ships can go through, and perhaps even, charging millions of dollars per ship, with or without Oman, I don't know. But the whole thing's absurd because Iran does not control that waterway. So we see here that the scorecard for the war is mixed.
All right, Dan, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks for that. Dan Perry speaking to us there. Thank you. Well, as we've been discussing, Israeli forces have escalated their attacks across South Lebanon since the war began 40 days ago. An attack in Tyre killed 8 members of one family last month. One of the survivors is trying to preserve memories of his wife, daughter, and other relatives who died in that strike. And here's his story.
I got some shopping and was coming back home. I got a little delayed on my way back. Then I heard 2 strikes. And my heart sunk. My heart felt they were gone. I came here. I saw the body parts on the ground. I saw my daughter's head there. My family was over there. It really hurts. Every day or two I come here. I check on things. I look around to find memories, to find the phone, to find anything that can soothe my heart and make things feel lighter. This is my family and Sarah. This is my wife, Sarah, and I. This is Sarah when she was younger. The strike that happened here was full of hate. It wasn't something normal. I don't know. All of this from the strike. All these marks are from the strike. There's nothing to see. Look how deep the missile fell here. As you can see, there's nothing. There's no trace of the house. Nothing. We found body parts here and there. There's not even rubble from the house. We were hoping that Sarah would start walking after 2 months and play like the other kids. Sarah is so precious to my heart, my daughter. I saw everything beautiful in her. And my family, I saw everything beautiful in them too. It feels hard to leave them here and go. I don't know. I feel the world is so hard, so cruel.
Well, Pakistan has acted as an intermediary between Iran and the United States over the last few weeks. Islamabad has invited the two sides to meet in Islamabad on Friday for discussions. Kamal Haider has this report now from Islamabad.
After a flurry of activity and frantic efforts to try to find a solution to the ongoing war with Iran, the United States has finally agreed that they will now hold talks in Islamabad. That breakthrough coming after the Pakistani Prime Minister, Mr. Shahbaz Sharif, and the Pakistani military chief, General Asim Munir, were able to convince the Trump administration that there was wisdom in these talks. Pakistan, of course, has the support of the countries of the region, Egypt, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and China, which also played a pivotal role. The talks are due to be held here in Islamabad. All eyes will be on Islamabad, and it will be important to see what kind of progress is achieved in these talks. Although it is understood that there is a wide gulf between the two, differences and a trust deficit. However, it is a good start. The 15-day ceasefire will probably give us a good idea as to whether the two sides will be able to resolve their outstanding issues. But this is indeed a start, and there is cautious optimism here in Islamabad that the two sides will be able to reach some sort of an agreement. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
As we have been reporting, Donald Trump says Iran's 10-point proposal is workable. It includes a commitment from the US that there will be no further attacks, that continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz should be in place, and the acceptance of enrichments, likely referring to its nuclear development program. Iran is also demanding the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions, an end to all UN Security Council resolutions, as well as an end to resolutions by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN nuclear watchdog. Iran wants to be compensated for the damage caused by the war and for US forces to withdraw from the countries in the Gulf region. Tehran says the end of hostilities must extend across all fronts, including the fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And finally, it's calling for international guarantees to enforce and uphold the agreement. Okay, let's discuss all of this once again with our guest, Zaidan Al-Kanani, who's the founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute, and Abbas Aslani, who's a senior research fellow at the Middle East Center for Strategic Studies, joins us now from Iran's capital. Abbas, I could start with you if I may. So much is on the table, and it seems as that from that list, as you read it out, it seems like it's a non-starter, doesn't it, for the United States? Indeed, many of them are conditions that the United States has previously rejected.
Well, one of the major elements here.
Well, it seems that from Iran,
we're noticing.
Abbas, I'll come to you in a second. If you carry on first of all, Zaidan.
We're noticing a lot of commonalities and similarities between both of the conditions, whether the ones proposed by Trump or the ones proposed by Iran. Perhaps a major development that we noticed in a transition here is that there is more political leverages for Iran that never existed prior to this war. The Strait of Hormuz seems to be a very significant and a strong element that derived out of this war. There is much less concentration and attention on the ballistic missiles and the stockpile of uranium, which is a major transition from the demand and Trump's rhetoric towards a complete surrender. But also concessions from the Iranian side have also been noticed, where they insisted on having a complete end to the war to recognize any talks, to finally accepting a ceasefire, which was called upon the Americans for a few weeks.
The third one in the list that I read there, the acceptance of enrichment, which is likely referring to the nuclear development program. I mean, if that's on the list, that's just not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, well, they have to negotiate it. I'm sure as a negotiator, they would try to put points that would have a very high demand and a margin in order to be able to negotiate yourself out in a way that would be possible from your own perspective and your point of view. I'm sure they're aware that points such as Lebanon's Hezbollah would definitely not be recognized by Israel, hence fully considered by the Americans. So there's a margin.
Sure. Abbas Aslani there in Tehran. As far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, what is your understanding of how Iran will manage the opening of the strait? We've seen one or two ships passing through already. I mean, what's the calculation? How are they making it happen?
Tehran believes that things have changed and a new situation has been born, and that's why it believes in a geopolitical reset of the Strait of Hormuz, meaning that in future, for any safe passage that is going to be, under a new protocol and regime. One thing Iran has in mind is, getting tolls from those, vessels passing through the waterway. It says that for the reconstructing the country, it needs to somehow get those tolls in order to have a source for the budget or the investment in different parts of the country. In addition,
thank you to all our super fans for your Cash App and Super Chat support. We salute you.
One, which is Tehran.
Wow. Thank you for the super chats coming in. Please support independent media like Morning Mic Drop on TruthTalksLIve.
Previously, there were discussions on that.
Matters.
It was mostly potential. Nobody was sure that Iran can close it or not. But now everybody knows that Iran can control or even close and disrupt, energy, transit in that waterway and strait. So this has created a leverage for Tehran at the negotiating table. And more importantly, to make sure that Iran in future can prevent any additional and further attacks against the country. This is strategically very important for Tehran. So that's why I assume that Iranian negotiators will be insisting on this term at the negotiating table in Islamabad.
And Zayden, the economic benefit that Iran will gain from this by charging tolls at the gates of the strait, if you will, I mean, that's something that wasn't in place before the war even started. So that's a complete backtrack for the United States.
That's if we were to imagine that the Iranian regime would survive a few more years or a few more decades. One cannot deny the economic consequences of this conflict, which led to the destruction of major infrastructures around the country. There was an economic crisis that already preceded the conflict, meaning the economic setbacks that have been presented to the Iranian economy in such a fast-paced of way in recent months, and particularly for the past recent weeks, will take a toll on them prior to recognizing the economic benefits they might gain from the Strait of Hormuz, if we were to imagine that the current administration in DC or the future one would recognize the current Iranian regime to stay in power for the next few years.
Yeah, seems as if there's a long way to go in these talks, isn't there?
Yeah.
Zayden, we're going to leave it there for now. Zayden Al-Kanani here in the studio and Abbas Aslani there in Tehran. Gents, thanks a lot. Now, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has landed in Riyadh on the first leg of his trip to the Gulf states on Wednesday. Downing Street says he'll meet with leaders in the region in an effort to bolster the ceasefire. In Paris, the French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed the deal, calling it a very good thing.
Regarding the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has announced its readiness to reopen it, which is a positive development. We have been working for several weeks to mobilize our partners in Asia, Europe, and the region. Around 15 countries are currently mobilized and participating in the planning, led by France, to enable the implementation of a strictly defensive mission in coordination with Iran, when the conditions are right, to facilitate the resumption of maritime traffic.
Okay, let's head to Sonia Diego, who's standing by for us in London. So, Sonia, the UK Prime Minister in Riyadh, what's on the agenda?
Well, first and foremost for the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is, in his words, to meet up with not just British but also local military personnel to thank them for what the government has said is defensive actions and with that in the region in order to protect the surrounding airspace as well. But he's also there to have discussions on how there can be cooperation between countries who are concerned that the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz is severely impacting the economies, the countries, the livelihoods of people who is affected by as well. So with that, you've had a statement that's been made by the UK, France, Germany and the EU. They've called upon all sides to implement the ceasefire, and they underline that does include Lebanon. The government are contributing, they say, to ensure that freedom of navigation is able to take place there. They're very much concerned with putting together a plan that takes this somewhat fragile, uncertain ceasefire, if you will, into some sort of plan that can help enable the strait to open up again for cargo to go through as well. And they want to see a substantive negotiated settlement with that as well. And they welcome, while they welcome the goal of a ceasefire, it says it has to be lasting and it has to mean an end to hostilities there. And that message, of course, was also echoed by the British Foreign Secretary on Wednesday afternoon, Yvette Cooper, who said that while she welcomed the ceasefire as well, it was absolutely imperative there needed to be an urgent end to hostilities in Lebanon too.
Sonia, thank you very much. Sonia Diego there in London. Well, the Kremlin has welcomed the ceasefire and said that Russia hopes the United States and Iran will hold direct discussions.
Overall, these are not directly linked processes. They are only indirectly connected by the fact that the US negotiators are currently focused on Iranian issues. We hope that in the foreseeable future, they will have more time and greater capacity to meet in the trilateral format. We are waiting for that, and we continue to highly value the peacemaking efforts of US negotiators and of President Donald Trump personally on the Ukrainian track.
Well, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has welcomed the pause in fighting. He's again proposing an energy ceasefire with Russia. Audrey McAlpine has more for us on the Ukrainian reaction to the ceasefire.
Ukraine's government has welcomed the ceasefire in the Middle East, but its leadership has wasted no time drawing comparisons between that conflict and this one. Ukraine's foreign ministry releasing a statement saying that it hoped for the same decisiveness to be put onto Russia to push them into a ceasefire. And Ukraine's president, he said that a ceasefire was necessary to pave the way for diplomacy, perhaps responding to previous comments earlier in the diplomatic process between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States, where Ukraine was the only one saying that a ceasefire was totally necessary for peace. Now, Ukraine's president also in statements, he has said that he hopes for an Easter ceasefire this coming weekend between Russia and Ukraine on energy infrastructure. Now, this historically hasn't gone so well. Last Easter, a ceasefire was declared unilaterally by Russia, with both sides declaring multiple thousands of infractions. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Let's speak now to William Albuquerque, who's former Director of Strategy, Technology and Arms Control with the International Institute for Strategic Studies, also a former Arms Control Director at NATO. He joins us from Berlin. Very good to have you with us, William. Very important to discuss all of this right now at this point of this 2 weeks pause in fighting. Just listen to what Pete Hegseth said. His words are, Iran utterly incapable of defending itself now. It was a historic and overwhelming victory. It seems to me that neither of those statements are true.
Well, I think from Hegseth's point of view, Iranian naval capabilities in terms of ships on the sea, their aircraft and their air defenses have been severely depleted. But you're absolutely correct. To say that Iran is not able to defend itself is patently not true. In fact, their ability to stop naval traffic in the Straits of Hormuz has really brought the U.S. to the table at this point. So it's really not quite as accurate as it could have been.
Right, and indeed, to still fire out from Iran to neighboring countries and to Israel and so forth, it still very much has that capability, right?
That's right. I mean, still, you would say that the United States would be able to overwhelm Iranian defenses if it wanted to do a limited operation to seize a couple islands or something like that, or whatever it is that they would want to try to put Iran under pressure. But Iran still has considerable military capabilities. It has, as you point out, missiles and drones. It has a very large army that has not been engaged in this conflict. So I wouldn't, it's not accurate. Hegseth's exaggerating.
Tell us more what you know about Iran's capability and what might be left and how it's been able to protect so much of it.
Well, that's the thing, is on the outside, we just don't know what has survived so far in terms of Iran's missiles and drone capabilities. We know that before the conflict began, Iran dispersed as many of its missiles and drones to remote locations to be able to launch independently. It has, as is pointed out in the media many times, it has underground launch sites where you can strike the outside of it and prevent them from launching for a few hours or a few days. Then they can dig themselves out. But it does have a very large army. It has man-portable air defense systems. It has a number of cruise missiles, anti-ship missiles. It has the Quds Force. It has the IRGC. It has tremendous military capabilities able to defend Iranian territory. And that's why I think the United States does not want to engage in a land conflict at this point and still wants to engage in standoff warfare with missiles, airstrikes, et cetera.
And William, from the U.S. perspective, the United States and Israel, of course, have expended huge quantity of weapons. Is that weapon supply easily replaced?
Well, there's depletion on the U.S. and Israeli side, both for defense missiles.
I believe we've lost our connection with William there. William, can you hear me? I think it's... yes, no, do carry on.
Clear.
Yeah, do carry on, yes.
Yeah. So I think the U.S. and Israel both have depleted a lot of their defensive missiles in trying to intercept Iranian drones and missiles. But the U.S. and Israel both have considerable stocks of offensive weapons, plus with the depletion of Iranian air defenses, the U.S. is able to use much cheaper precision-guided bombs to destroy targets. And so I think it would be foolish at this point to overestimate the taxes on the U.S. and Israeli systems. It's more the defensive systems that have been depleted and that Iran is clearly trying to continue to deplete with its strikes. We'll see if the ceasefire holds, and then the U.S. will try to bring missiles and anti-drone capabilities from other regions to help to defense forces if the conflict should resume.
William, finally, the United States still, of course, has considerable forces in the region. Donald Trump says they'll be hanging around. How straightforward is that, though? I mean, if this ceasefire goes on for more than 2 weeks, the numbers of troops, of keeping them supplied and so forth, and the expense of it, very briefly, how hard is that?
It is hard. We're talking about aircraft carrier groups. We're talking about Marine Expeditionary Units. You're talking about very high readiness forces that are not really suited to just sitting around and waiting. So there is a huge opportunity cost of moving so many elite troops into the region just to sit. And you're right, on supply and everything like that, it'll have costs, both in terms of operational readiness and wearing down the troops just by putting them on edge and not deploying them.
Okay.
And there are tech crises around the world that could happen.
William, great to get your perspective. Do appreciate that. William Albuquerque there joining us from Berlin. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be back in just a moment with the latest on the 2-week ceasefire announced by Tehran and Washington. Stay with us for a great deal more. Bye for now.
As the war on Iran escalates, Al Jazeera's correspondents are on the ground.
The power projected by the Pentagon often succeeds in leading to regime change.
And they're going to make more money than they've ever made before. Yeah, we're seeing oil prices rise and the markets in general down.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces.
Are you concerned when Secretary of State Rubio says that the U.S. was going to attack Iran because Israel was going to first?
He said that this isn't a war about regime change.
But the regime sure did change.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza.
And good morning. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
It's the top of the hour, and we welcome you to Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. And now, breaking news.
It's the top of the hour, and you are watching Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Alive. We're FACT at it. And now, breaking news.
Hello there, I'm Nick Clark. Welcome to Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the ceasefire in the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Well, Israel is carrying out an intensive wave of attacks across Lebanon, hours after the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. 6 weeks of war and a chance for peace. President Trump says tariffs and sanctions relief will be discussed with Iran. The US Vice President expected to attend direct talks with Iran's parliamentary speaker in Islamabad on behalf of Donald Trump.
He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
World leaders welcome the agreement after 6 weeks of war squeezed the global economy and killed more than 2,000 Iranians. So, hours after Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Lebanon is not included in the 2-week truce between the United States and Iran, Lebanon has come under intense Israeli assault. The Red Cross says at least 300 people have been killed or injured, and Israel says it's the biggest attack since the war against Iran and Hezbollah began at the end of February. Hezbollah has so far refrained from launching any rockets across the border since the deal was reached. In the last couple of hours, Israel has been carrying out multiple airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. The Lebanese Health Ministry says hospitals are overflowing with victims. The assault targeted densely populated residential areas, causing extensive damage. Southern Lebanon also has come under repeated attack since the US-Israeli ceasefire with Iran, and this includes a strike on the southern city of Tyre, after Israel issued forced evacuation threats for people living there. Israel's attacks and expanding invasion in the south of Lebanon has forced 1.2 million people from their homes. And overnight, Israeli airstrikes killed at least 8 people in the coastal city of Sidon. That's also in the south of Lebanon. All right, we've got correspondents in Tyre, in Lebanon, in Ramallah, in Washington, D.C. But first, let's go to Beirut to Heidi Pett, who's standing by for us there. So, Heidi, just give us the very latest of the situation on the ground. We've seen widespread devastation.
Yes, the Israeli military launched what they said were hundreds of strikes across Lebanon this afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm just being asked to move by people here on location as they're trying to clear the damage from another one of these Israeli airstrikes. This one is in central Beirut. It came without warning. I'm very sorry, guys. I'm being asked by the Lebanese army to move my camera and stop broadcasting. I'll try to come back to you soon.
All right, Heidi, back to you in a sec. Appreciate that. Let's speak to Baida Hito, who's live in Tyre in southern Lebanon, which is also being bearing the brunt, of course, of Israeli attacks with wide-scale forced evacuations and ongoing targeting. So, Baida, just tell us what's been happening lately.
Well, after that massive strike that hit around 2 hours ago, there have been some follow-up strikes. There was a vehicle just outside the city of Tyre that was targeted. 2 people reportedly killed in that strike. There was also a separate strike in the coastal town of Qulayla. This is on the front line where up until this ceasefire was announced, Hezbollah forces and Israeli forces were facing off in a very intense firefight over the last several weeks. Hezbollah trying to hold their positions, Israel trying to push forward. And after these strikes, the sense here is that Lebanon is definitely outside of the scope of this ceasefire. At least this is how people are understanding it here in Tyre. Some people were hoping to be able to reunite with their families after the ceasefire was announced overnight, but those hopes have now been shattered following this wide-scale attack that Israel Katz is comparing to the pager attack that took place here in Lebanon. Hundreds of casualties across the country. I understand from local officials that there are some young men in the town of Mansouriya, also on this coastal area leading up to the Israeli border, that are still stuck in the town following an Israeli airstrike. They're calling on the Red Cross and other medical personnel to try and reach them and actually get them out of harm's way. And we're going to keep you updated on how things develop here as jets and drones continue to fly around southern Lebanon.
Abida, thanks. Back to Beirut, Heidi Pett is there. So Heidi, you were telling us about the situation there in Beirut and how it's been very heavily targeted.
Yes, the Israeli military launched what it said were 100 airstrikes at multiple locations across Lebanon within the span of 10 minutes. I am on the scene of one of them in central Beirut. These strikes, I must stress, they came without warning. They came at a moment of confusion across Lebanon as to whether the regional ceasefire applied here. We had, statements from the Pakistani Prime Minister. Pakistan had been key to the negotiations between the US and Iran, saying that it did apply. And then at 6 a.m. local time, we had the Israeli Prime Minister saying that no, the ceasefire did not apply here in Lebanon. And the Israeli military has made that abundantly clear this afternoon. This is one of the most devastating days of the war in Lebanon. We are having mass casualty events declared at multiple hospitals. Authorities here are calling for doctors, nurses, with anyone with medical experience to go to the locations. This one here in central Beirut, the devastation is extraordinary. Okay, I apologize. Something has changed here on the location. The Lebanese army is once again asking me to move as they try to clear this site, one of multiple across Beirut, where the Israeli army has destroyed buildings, residential towers. We don't yet know the death toll here in Beirut, but it is sure to be devastating.
All right, Heidi, you can find yourself a spot you can speak to us, and we'll come back to you a little bit later. In the meantime, back to Tyre in southern Lebanon. Abida Hitters. And Abida, we were watching pictures earlier in the day of people actually returning home to their homes in the south of Lebanon. But what are the implications for that now?
Well, now Lebanese officials as well as Hezbollah have both released statements warning people to be patient and to show restraint, to delay their return to these southern areas in Lebanon. Even if people were going to try and come back to these southern parts of the country, the main bridges that connect the north and south of the country crossing over the Litani River have been systematically destroyed and damaged over the last 6 weeks. There's been intense airstrikes all throughout the southern part of the country, destroying very critical infrastructure, including electricity, water supply stations, roads, causing significant damage to residential neighborhoods. The situation is unstable here in the south. And if people are going to actually have any hope of being able to come back, they need to be sure that these kinds of attacks aren't going to happen. Until now, it's not clear when and if that's actually going to happen. Israel actually announced that they launched a new operation here in Lebanon, calling it Eternal Darkness, and committing to continuing to strike Hezbollah, warning civilians and Lebanese citizens to stay away from members of Hezbollah or other infrastructure related to Hezbollah. Now, the attacks that happened today throughout the country, over 100 strikes throughout the country, they've targeted what Israel says are Hezbollah soldiers, Hezbollah facilities, depots, weapons depots, homes that are being used by members of Hezbollah. But what is the actual distinction between a home being used by a member of Hezbollah or somebody's relative, or just being in the same neighborhood? Some of the places, as Heidi mentioned, were targeted without being warned. Israel has this habit over the last 6 weeks. They've been doing it. We've seen them do this in other wars, in Gaza and other locations as well, identifying specific buildings or neighborhoods or entire regions and warning people beforehand. But what we saw this this time, is that it didn't matter whether a specific location was warned or not. The places that were targeted, in many cases during the strikes today, were not previously warned, and there were no evacuation warnings for those areas. So this was, in many words, a surprise attack. Even I think the Israelis described it as a surprise attack, and it's something that's shaking the core of Lebanese society. As Heidi mentioned, hospitals are filled. You also mentioned that there are calls for doctors to come and help out in the hospitals that are overflowing with patients, people injured in these strikes in very densely populated neighborhoods in Beirut, as well as places here in Tyre, the locations that were targeted. Still civilians living here, only about 20,000 people still here, but those are still civilians living in their homes, women and children. I spoke to a few people within the last couple of hours, and they are extremely concerned. They're concerned about some relatives that are still living in neighborhoods here in Tyre and in other parts of the country, trying to figure out how to move them out of harm's way, possibly bring them to a safer location. But what people are realizing is that there really isn't any place that's actually safe here in Lebanon right now, especially as Israel says it's going to target any place that they deem to pose a threat to Israel's national security and its citizens in the north of the country.
It's a very dangerous situation. Beta Hitter there in Tyre in southern Lebanon. Thank you. Let's cross to Nor Day, who's following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Nor, Israel, it seems, determined to continue on the Lebanese front. Tell us about that and how it ties in to the ceasefire between Iran and the United States.
Well, it ties in because it could do one of two things for the embattled Israeli prime minister. It could, at the very least, disconnect Lebanon, the Lebanon front from the negotiations between Iran and the United States. Israel doesn't want to seem like it is receiving orders, like it does not have any say, especially when it comes to the Lebanese front. So it wants to disconnect those two fronts. Even though when Israel started launching attacks on Lebanon and Hezbollah at the beginning of this war, it treated Lebanon as part of its war front against Iran. The other thing that it could do, which could also serve the Israeli prime minister, is sabotage the deal between Tehran and Washington, a deal that is costing the Israeli prime minister a lot of political support. In fact, not even his usual supporters have come out to cheer a supposed victory achieved through this deal. The head of the Israeli opposition has called it a colossal, catastrophic, historical, strategic defeat for Israel, and not just because this war would end and it would maintain Iran as a player in the region from an Israeli perspective, but because Israel was not on the table. Israel did not want this deal. It certainly did not want to tie all of these things together, and it didn't want to see its voice muted. The approach of Israel to all ceasefires, let's just remember, is that when a ceasefire is imposed, Israel retains the right to target the country or the group with which it reached a ceasefire. We see that in Gaza. We saw that with Hezbollah after the 2024 war, and Israel was trying to get to that same formula even with Iran. None of that has happened, and now Netanyahu is trying to fend for himself, his defense minister promising even more attacks. But looking at the map of where those attacks have taken place in terms of the sectarian divide and the sectarian composition of Lebanon, one begins to tie that with discussions in Israel about needing to fan the of pressures and strife inside Lebanon, because perhaps that could present Israel with a plan B so that the Lebanese would deal with Hezbollah and not having more soldiers lost in the battles, which are quite fierce in southern Lebanon.
And no, just give us a little more context of the of Benjamin Netanyahu's position as prime minister and the precarious nature of that and how that implicates how things might pan out.
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu is the longest-serving Israeli prime minister. Now, his coalition is the most right-wing in Israel's history at the moment, or right before the ceasefire agreement or the truce agreement between Washington and Tehran was reached. The only real opposition that he faced or challenge to his continued reign in Israel was from the right in Israel. This agreement really exposed him politically. Elections are in October. The fact that he has to defend himself against his own words. He promised, let's remember, Nick, the Israeli public, that Iran would collapse, that Iran was at the bottom, Israel was on top, Israel was fighting a historic first, a war with the United States. It was becoming a super nation, not just in the region, but throughout the world. Israel had defeated Hezbollah in 2024. All of those things haven't really panned out. And right now, all of Benjamin Netanyahu's detractors and opponents politically have their knives out. They know that this is an opportune moment to take as many jabs at him as possible because October is not too far away, and it is very difficult to see a way for Netanyahu to save himself from what has happened here, from finding out the limitations of geography and even military power, save for succeeding in sabotaging the truce and the agreement and the diplomatic efforts between Iran and the United States. Perhaps that is what he's working on. But for now, the opponents, the opposition in Israel is having a day under the sun, if you will. It is a moment of political reckoning. And so the images of utter destruction and mayhem and chaos in Lebanon could help shield him even a little bit as far as his base is concerned, that he is continuing, he's pounding Lebanon, he's trying to find a way to assert that Israel makes its own decisions. They're not dictated from Washington.
No, thanks for that. Nora Day there in Ramallah. Thank you. Well, the events in Lebanon follow the calling of a ceasefire between Iran and the United States, as we were discussing. In his latest posting, US President Donald Trump says that many of the 15-point peace proposals on the war with Iran have already been agreed to. Well, the US will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change, he said. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the US will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust, as he put it. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Nothing has been touched from the date of the attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Well, US Vice President J.D. Vance is expected to hold direct talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday. Let's listen to what he's been saying.
If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
So let's speak to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. And Kimberly, so J.D. Vance looks like he's the man to be doing the talking in Islamabad. 24 hours ago, this didn't seem like a very likely scenario, yet here we are with a 2-week ceasefire hooved into view.
And still, the tough work has yet to come with those negotiations. But that has not stopped the U.S. president from declaring total victory just about 16 hours after he was threatening to wipe out the entire Iranian civilization. So now the U.S. president is projecting that there are good times ahead, there's money to be made, and the reconstruction begins. So it's clear the U.S. president is moving on, at least in selling this as a success, even as the final details of this end to a conflict are not certain and not worked out. Now, we know that the White House has already started its has already started its PR campaign. It's going to be holding a briefing at 17 GMT. The White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, will be conducting that. The U.S. president also active on social media. The goal here is to try and convince the American public that this war was worth it. And we know going into all of this that it was deeply unpopular. It became even more unpopular with a majority of Americans opposed. So this is going to be a hard sell, given the fact that for now, at least, the Iranian leadership structure is still intact. Uranium enrichment remains. We know that the sanctions on Iran have been lifted, at least for now. And we also know that there is something in place that wasn't there before all this started. And that is basically a requirement now for tolls, for lack of a better word, that will require safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is something that already the opponents of Donald Trump have seized upon. We know that the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, will be here at the White House. This is not an open press event, and that might have a lot to do with how unpopular all of this is. But in the meantime, Donald Trump's political opponents, Democrats, are seizing upon this, saying this was a waste of time, this was pointless, and for the first time in a long time, this is a major strategic defeat for the United States.
And Kimberly, I wonder what about the broader view across the American public to this, because there was quite an outcry in the way the president positioned himself in his social media posts and so forth.
Well, the sense is that this was morally wrong. This wasn't a just war. And you have to remember that the U.S. president can't actually declare war. It's a violation of the U.S. Constitution. Only Congress can do that. But the U.S. Congress allowed the U.S. president to go virtually unchecked. And that has made the American public furious. And so that's why we saw a steady increase of opposition on the part of the American public in poll after poll after poll, recognizing that this was not a constitutional war in the eyes of the United States. And there are arguments that this has harmed the U.S. president politically, so much so that come the November midterms, he's likely, in terms of the Republican Party, to lose control of both the House and the U.S. Senate. And that could spell doom for Donald Trump's presidency for the final 2 years.
Okay, that's a picture from the White House. Kimberly Halkett, thanks for that, Kimberly. Well, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, says that the military had carried out a surprise attack on Wednesday, targeting hundreds of Hezbollah members right across Lebanon.
The IDF carried out surprise strike on hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists at command centers across Lebanon. This is the largest concentrated blow Hezbollah has suffered since Operation Beepers.
Okay, let's bring in Ori Goldberg, who's an Israeli political commentator, joins us now from Tel Aviv. Hi there, Ori. So we've seen this big uptick in violence in Lebanon, not least in Beirut, where we've been seeing, perhaps we can see them, pictures of ongoing rescue operations being carried out in Beirut. And there are many, Ori, who say that this was all an effort to try and sabotage the deal in Iran. Do you think that theory has legs at all?
To some extent, yeah. I think Israel is desperately trying to show that it controls at least some of the game effectively. But it's not just about sabotaging the deal with Iran. It's about very clear demands as regards domestic politics in Israel. Israel, especially Prime Minister Netanyahu, has to demonstrate to the residents of Israel's north that he's doing his utmost to ensure their security. Now, in Israel, everybody knows that security means no Arabs in the vicinity.
So from the point of view of Benjamin Netanyahu and his position as prime minister, Is it weakened by a ceasefire being called between Iran and the United States?
Of course he is. He bet everything he had on Trump staying the course, going all the way, attacking Iran, either dismantling the Islamic Republic or causing enough destruction or going directly after the nuclear material. None of that actually happened. Israel was given leeway and the ability to bomb Iran incessantly. The Americans bombed from the sea and to some extent from the air. Israel met with very little resistance because Iran doesn't effectively have an air force. And the Iranian Navy, which was apparently destroyed, is now cordoning the Straits of Hormuz and has brought the President of the United States to agree to a joint taxing operation, the profits of which will pay for Iran's reconstruction. So I dare say, I think, Netanyahu lost.
Do you think there is a danger that the ceasefire could be put in jeopardy by these ongoing attacks that are taking place within Lebanon by Israel?
Well, I think it now depends on the international community. I know that's a pejorative phrase almost, but I think much depends on the international community, because what Israel is doing in Lebanon is patently illegal. And it also really, not that it matters, but it has absolutely no military rationale, because if Israel can do this now, why didn't it do it beforehand? And why does it have to strike 100 targets in a minute? This is a pyrotechnics show meant to demonstrate Israel's effectiveness while ultimately demonstrating its despair. And the only entity that can stop it is the international community that will defend Lebanon's sovereign rights, which have been violated for decades but are now almost non-existent. If the world chooses to intervene, and there's reason to assume that might happen, because I think Trump has written Netanyahu off as a liability, and that means in Lebanon, not just in Iran and in Palestine, but I don't know. It could go the other way. If the world intervenes, Israel will stop. This has already been proven. As far as Israelis go, the war with Iran is over, and we're going back to normal tomorrow.
Netanyahu has said that operations in Lebanon will continue, but he quite often ups the ante directly before a ceasefire. How do you read it?
It's all he has left. He's a degenerate gambler who has absolutely nothing in terms of chips and has to go double or nothing constantly. As you say, not just upping the ante, but really risking everything he has. He bet it all on Trump. He lost. He thought he could keep Trump on a short leash. He messed that up as well. So now what he has is Lebanon, which has been Israel's favorite stomping ground in terms of sovereignty violation and aggression generally. And really now it's up to the international community about whether it intervenes. Although I think you're right. I don't think Netanyahu is going to go all the way. I don't think he's going to destroy southern Lebanon. I think he really is desperate. I think he's waiting for the other shoe to drop.
What does international community intervention even look like, given that Benjamin Netanyahu seems to have no regard at all for the rules of war or of engagement, indeed?
Good question. I doubt it has anything to do with the rules of war, but it has plenty to do with sanctions. It has plenty to do with the European Union negatively reviewing Israel's Articles of Association. It has everything to do with a continuous cold shoulder from Washington, D.C. If this happens, I don't think Israel can keep doing this alone. I think this was very directly done for political
Thank you to all our
reasons,
super
not
fans
so
for
much
your
in
Cash App
Lebanese,
and Super Chat
in
support.
Lebanese context,
We
but
salute you.
in an Israeli context. So Israelis won't stop this. This is now seen even by Israelis as a partisan political battle. As long as that's the case, Israelis won't stop this. Sanctions are required. Trial proceedings, or at the very least inquiries, discussions in international legal tribunals, and the willingness that I think has proven itself of global leaders to basically stand up to Israel. I will be surprised.
Thank you to all our super fans for your Cash App and Super Chat support. We salute you.
Thanks for that, Ori Goldberg, there on the complexities of the ongoing situation across Lebanon, Israel, and indeed Iran. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's get the view from Tehran now, from Abbas Aslani, who's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies, joins us now from Tehran. Abbas, good to have you with us again. So much on the table is a non-starter for the United States, you would have thought, from, let me have a look at it, the continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, the acceptance of enrichment, the demanding of the lifting of primary and secondary sanctions, the fact that Iran wants to be compensated for damage caused by the war, so on and so forth. It seems very unlikely that any of that is going to get that much traction in the forthcoming negotiations.
Well, before addressing the terms, what seems to be creating an obstacle for the process is what is happening in Lebanon. On day one of the ceasefire, we have been witnessing one of the bloodiest days in the country. Israel is violating the terms of the ceasefire, and now that's why we are hearing from sources here in Tehran that they have been warning that Iran might be exiting the ceasefire in case Israel continues those strikes against Lebanon. And they have been saying that this is being considered here in Tehran, the withdrawal, and they are identifying the military forces, the targets, that in case that if they want to retaliate and respond, they can proceed. But
let me just clarify that. So, Abbas, you have been hearing from your sources that Iran might exit the ceasefire because of what Israel is doing in Lebanon, the uptick in violence that we've seen in attacks that Israel has been conducting in Beirut and in the south.
Yes, that is what we have been hearing from the sources here in Tehran, meaning that they are unhappy with what Israel has been doing in Lebanon, and they say that what Israel is doing that could disrupt the process. But back to what you said about the terms that could be negotiated in Islamabad, they might seem somehow a non-starter before the aggression, but following what the recent developments, Tehran believes that new circumstances have been unfolding. So that's why, according to the context, Iran thinks that those issues could be tabled and discussed. And that is something which, from Iranian perspective, is possible because American president also said that that is a workable framework, meaning that there is initial or general agreement from the U.S. side. However, finalizing the details could be much more important than a general agreement, because the devil can be in the details, as they say. And that's why Iran is cautious about this process. They will be, if other things do not stop this process, they might be heading to Islamabad in order to see and discuss those issues with the American side. However, those discussions are not expected to be easy ones. For sure, they are going to be difficult and beginning of a challenging path ahead.
Right, and none of those things will be discussed if Iran re-enters the conflict and breaks the ceasefire. In many ways, wouldn't that be playing into Benjamin Netanyahu's hands?
Well, this is not something Iran wants. Even before the conflict, Iran was interested in reaching an agreement with the United States. But Donald Trump, may be manipulated by Israel, entered into the recent conflict, and they destroyed and betrayed the diplomatic track. And again, we are seeing the same, or in a different manner, Israel is disrupting that process. And this might be, overshadowing the process. But this does not mean that Iran will ignore what is happening in other parts of the region, because one of the most important conditions that Iran demanded to end the hostility was that this has to end in all fronts in the region, including and specifically in Lebanon. This was mentioned, several times as of last night. So that's why this could be impossible for Tehran to ignore this. They know that if this, model is continues vis-a-vis Lebanon, this could be again another beginning for new rounds of attacks in the region, starting from Lebanon, then spreading to other parts of the resistance front, and maybe again in future against Iran.
All right, that's the picture from Tehran right now. Abbas Aslani speaking to us. Thank you, sir. An Israeli strike on the southern city of Sidon has killed 8 people and wounded 22 others. Israel says Lebanon is not included in the US-Iran ceasefire, as we've been discussing this program, and has continued to have strikes and evacuations, while Hezbollah says Israel must join the truce or it will collapse. Zena Hoda reports from the scene of the strike in Sidon.
8 people were killed in this Israeli strike that targeted a cafe in the southern city of Sidon in the early hours of the morning. It's not clear where this conflict is heading. Hezbollah is threatening and warning that the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal could collapse if the Lebanon front is not included. A Hezbollah MP, a member of parliament, Ibrahim Moussawi, saying that Israel needs to comply with the ceasefire agreement and stop attacks in Lebanon, or else the region, Iran included, will respond. Israel says the Lebanon front is not included in the deal. There was a statement from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office. Hours later, the Israeli army issued a statement saying that fighting and the ground invasion in Lebanon will continue. And since then, there have been multiple Israeli airstrikes targeting numerous locations across southern Lebanon. Now, the displaced people, when they first heard the news of that ceasefire, some of them tried to make their way back to their homes in the south of the country, only to find out that it's still not safe to do so. So there's really a lot of questions on where this conflict is heading. Israel has repeatedly said that once the war with Iran ends, it can prioritize Lebanon. And we know that the Israeli military wants Hezbollah to disarm, something it hasn't been able to achieve that objective as of yet. So will Israel agree to silence the guns in Lebanon? So far, since that ceasefire announced, Hezbollah has refrained from firing rockets across the border. It has refrained from targeting Israeli troops who are in southern Lebanon. So, and the real question is, even if there is a deal and Lebanon is included in the ceasefire, a ceasefire is not a solution to the problem in Lebanon. And that's where a lot of questions are being asked. For example, who is going to negotiate on Lebanon's behalf? Is it going to be Iran, an ally of Hezbollah, which has always insisted that the fronts are connected? Or is it going to be the Lebanese government, which has not been able to confront Hezbollah, even though it has deemed Hezbollah's military wing illegal? Zena Khudr, Al Jazeera, Sidon.
Let us bring in Ali Rizk, who's security affairs analyst and U.S. foreign policy specialist in Lebanon, joins us now from Beirut. So Ali, just give us a picture of what you're hearing and seeing on the ground first. You're very close to the action.
Well, look, basically, the Israelis today bombed all over the place in areas which have not been known to witness such bombing. Eastern Beirut, also areas close to the downtown, in addition to southern Beirut, which is often referred to as the Hezbollah stronghold. Beqa, the south, they've escalated. So we have seen dramatic escalation ever since the announcement was made last night about a deal being reached between the United States and Iran. Personally, I think this is part of the old Israeli pattern whereby the Israelis proceed with a major escalation before they stop the attacks. And I think in this particular case, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be forced by US President Donald Trump to end the attacks on Lebanon and to commit to a ceasefire on all fronts. I heard what the speaker from Tehran was saying, Mr. Aslani, quoting sources apparently that if Israel continues with the attacks on Lebanon, that could lead to a collapse of the ceasefire, the broader ceasefire agreement. And I think that Trump is not willing to give Netanyahu what he wants just in order to satisfy Netanyahu's wishes in Lebanon, to allow for that to permit a collapse of the ceasefire. I just don't see that happening.
All right, so maybe it's a familiar trait, isn't it, for Netanyahu and for the Israeli military to up the ante before a ceasefire. In your capacity as a security expert, how do you read Benjamin Netanyahu's position in regards to the ceasefire between the United States and Iran, and how that might implicate what we're seeing in Lebanon right now?
Well, look, this is a major blow for Netanyahu at all levels. Number one, his dream of carrying out or conducting regime change in Iran, that dream no longer exists. He had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I think, with the Trump administration. Now that opportunity has been dashed away. Another factor which is interesting is that who mediated this agreement? Pakistan. Now, who did Israel welcome in a recent visit? The Indian Prime Minister Modi. So the fact that Pakistan is mediating, I think that's another blow, an extra blow to the Israelis. And at the same time, when it comes to Lebanon, look, Netanyahu, I think, prides himself on the fact that it was under his watch where Israel was able to deliver these massive blows against Hezbollah, including the assassination of its former leader, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, who oversaw Hezbollah during its golden era, so to speak. So I think Netanyahu views the Lebanese arena in particular as part of his legacy. Now, given the fact that Hezbollah was able to carry out some pretty impressive and surprising operations in this latest confrontation, that legacy appears to be on very shaky ground. And if he's forced to end the war on Lebanon now, which I think he will be, that's going to leave his legacy very much in tatters, in my opinion.
There's so many elements to all this. There's so many different parts of this pulling it this way and that. Ali Rizk, we appreciate your time. Thank you for your analysis. Well, Israeli forces have been targeting homes in civilian areas across southern Lebanon for weeks. An attack in Tyre killed 8 members of one family last month. One survivor is trying to preserve memories of his wife, his daughter, and indeed other relatives who died in that strike. And here's his story.
I got some shopping and was coming back home. I got a little delayed on my way back. Then I heard 2 strikes, and my heart sunk. My heart felt they were gone. I came here. I saw the body parts on the ground. I saw my daughter's head there. My family was over there. It really hurts. Every day or two I come here. I check on things. I look around to find memories, to find the phone, to find anything that can soothe my heart and make things feel lighter. This is my family and Sarah. This is my wife, Sarah, and I. This is Sarah when she was younger. The strike that happened here was full of hate. It wasn't something normal. I don't know. All of this from the strike. All these marks are from the strike. There's nothing to see. Look how deep the missile fell here. As you can see, there's nothing. There's no trace of the house. Nothing. We found body parts here and there. There's not even rubble from the house. We were hoping that Sarah would start walking after 2 months and play like the other kids. Sarah is so precious to my heart, my daughter. I saw everything beautiful in her. And my family, I saw everything beautiful in them too. It feels hard to leave them here and go. I don't know. I feel the world is so hard, so cruel.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says that U.S. troops will, quote, hang around near Iran, ready to resume the war. He says Iran will reopen the Strait of Hormuz and that the U.S. will be taking Iran's enriched uranium.
Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. We'll be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with this ceasefire and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. So we'll stay put, stay ready, stay vigilant. As the chairman laid out, our troops are prepared to defend, prepared to go on offense, prepared to restart at a moment's notice.
Let's speak to Richard Caseford, who's live in Washington, D.C., was monitoring Pete Hegseth as he spoke. Fill us in, Richard, with more details of what he had to say.
Well, this is Pete Hegseth, Nick, really continuing to talk tough, talking up what he's described as an historic and overwhelming victory. It seems in his mind, at least for now, that the Operation Epic Fury is done and dusted. It's as he said, they will stand by, watch and wait in the region, but he believes that in less than 40 days, the US has dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. And interestingly, gave some details of more than 800 strikes launched last night alone to target Iran's defense industrial base. He talked also about the fact that during this period, there have been American boots on the ground as part of that rescue mission for 2 pilots inside of Iran. No details from him, though, on those reports that 2 C-130 transport aircraft and 4 helicopters were lost as part of that operation. Lots of facts and figures coming out this morning from Dan Kane. He's the general that is the Joint Chief of Staff. And we heard about 13,000 targets that have been hit from him. 80% of Iranian air defenses hit, which means 20% of those air defenses still exist. Storage facilities for missiles have been hit. He says 150 ships sunk. In fact, 80% of the missile infrastructure, he believes, has been taken out. Certainly, you have Pete Hegseth saying that this is showing the world what America is all about. He then got questioned about that enriched uranium, of which it's believed that there's 450 kilograms or so still under the rubble inside of Iran. Was asked what was going to happen to it. He said, if the Iranians don't give it to us, we will take it, but the president will sort out that plan. He described, Nick, President Trump as a president of peace.
Richard, thank you for that. Richard Gateswood there, Washington, D.C. The Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, also in Washington. He's due to meet Marco Rubio before heading to the White House. Manuel Rapallo is live for us in Washington, D.C. for us. And so, Manuel, Rutte has a way of, how should we put it, verbally massaging the U.S. president. But before that, he's meeting the Secretary of State. What's on the agenda? What's planned?
That's right, Nick. It is indeed a diplomatic mission, as you say, to sort of massage that relationship into place here. This visit by the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte to Washington very much is a recalibration of the relationship between the United States and NATO. This also comes at a time where President Trump himself has been openly frustrated over European allies not doing enough or not doing enough to either provide military assistance to the United States in its campaign against Iran or to secure the Strait of Hormuz. In just the last hour, we saw U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Mark Rutte appear for a photo op right before their meeting. They did not, unfortunately, take any questions from the press. So what we can tell you is that the U.S. has reportedly been signaling that NATO countries have not done enough to support the United States in terms of alliance, not providing their equal share. And so what we're hearing from the United States is signaling that countries need to do more to boost weapons production, to do more economically, to do more militarily. One might argue that this visit by Mark Rutte is to set the tone for how this relationship between NATO and the United States is going to go moving forward. This is a relationship that's already changed. It's a relationship that continues to evolve. For Mark Rutte, this is very much a mission to balance both the demands by the Trump administration against the divisions that we're seeing internally within European countries, balancing those two things without allowing those differences to fracture the alliance itself. So what we're likely to see come out of this is a NATO that is more self-reliant, European countries that will do what President Trump might characterize as lifting more of an equal share of the responsibilities that this alliance is going to require. That's what we are expecting to see as a result of this trip. But again, Mark Rutte, former Dutch Prime Minister, NATO Secretary General, not only meeting with Marco Rubio here in the State Department, but also meeting with senior White House officials like Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and President Trump himself. At some point later today, we are expecting to hear some sort of announcement, some sort of speech by the NATO Secretary General, but very much, as we said before, a sort of mending and recalibration of that relationship that exists within this alliance.
And we'll keep a close eye on those meetings as they happen. And Manuel, thanks very much. Manuel Rapallo there. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer travelling to the Gulf on Wednesday. Downing Street says he'll meet with leaders in the region in an effort to bolster the ceasefire. And in Paris, the French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed the deal, the ceasefire deal, calling it a very good thing.
Regarding the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has announced its readiness to reopen it, which is a positive development. We have been working for several weeks to mobilize our partners in Asia, Europe, and the region. Around 15 countries are currently mobilized and participating in the planning, led by France, to enable the implementation of a strictly defensive mission in coordination with Iran, when the conditions are right, to facilitate the resumption of maritime traffic.
To Sonia Gallego in London. And Sonia, so the ceasefire deal being welcomed in Europe.
Well, indeed, but it also comes with warnings as well and reminders that while the ceasefire is very much welcomed, that it absolutely has to include a cessation of hostilities on Lebanon as well. That's certainly the message that was coming not just from the UK, but also from France, Germany, the EU as well, as they wrote about how they needed to in order to assure that freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, that ceasefire needs to be long-lasting. It has to be a serious ceasefire because it's also crucial, they say, for the safety of Iranian civilians as well. That cautious message was also echoed by the UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper, who said, again, that while the ceasefire was welcomed, it absolutely has to call for an urgent end to those hostilities in Lebanon too. So while the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is on his trip, it was a pre-planned trip that was prepared before the announcement of the ceasefire itself. He is there to visit RAF troops as well, to talk to them, to thank them for their work in trying to target those drones that have been attacking the troops and their allies as well, and also to have those all-important meetings with leaders of the Gulf as well to try and see how a fragile, uncertain even ceasefire can actually transmute into something more certain and ensure the opening up of the Strait of Hormuz, which is so crucial for so many countries around the world, not just those in the region.
Yeah, absolutely key. All right, Sonia, thanks for that. Sonia Gallego there in London, outside 10 Downing Street. The Kremlin has also welcomed the ceasefire and said that Russia hopes that the US and Iran will hold direct discussions.
Overall, these are not directly linked processes. They are only indirectly connected by the fact that the US negotiators are currently focused on Iranian issues. We hope that in the foreseeable future, they will have more time and greater capacity to meet in the trilateral format. We are waiting for that, and we continue to highly value the peacemaking efforts of US negotiators and of President Donald Trump personally on the Ukrainian track.
Audrey McAlpine has more for us on the Ukrainian reaction to the ceasefire.
Ukraine's government has welcomed the ceasefire in the Middle East, but its leadership has wasted no time drawing comparisons between that conflict and this one. Ukraine's foreign ministry releasing a statement saying that it hoped for the same decisiveness to be put onto Russia to push them into a ceasefire. And Ukraine's president, he said that a ceasefire was necessary to pave the way for diplomacy, perhaps responding to previous comments earlier in the diplomatic process between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States, where Ukraine was the only one saying that a ceasefire was totally necessary for peace. Now, Ukraine's president also in statements, he has said that he hopes for an Easter ceasefire this coming weekend between Russia and Ukraine on energy infrastructure. Now, this historically hasn't gone so well. Last Easter, a ceasefire was declared unilaterally by Russia, with both sides declaring multiple thousands of infractions. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Stocks and bonds, they surged on Wednesday after US President Donald Trump announced the two-week ceasefire with Iran that brought some relief to markets on hope for a resumption of oil and gas flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Asian markets are mostly higher in early trading too. South Korea's KOSPI is gaining in the latest session, and that surged nearly 7%. Jack Barton now reports from Seoul.
A broad rally across Asia, being led by South Korea's benchmark Kospi index, which closed almost 7% higher. Similar gains across heavily industrialized economies, export dominant like Japan, where the Nikkei closed around 5% higher, and Taiwan more than 5%. And even on mainland China, the Shanghai Composite Index up around 2.5%. China more protected because it can access gas and oil from Russia. But even there, Beijing seem to be worried, keeping in place a price cap on fuel for consumers. And this is a trend we're seeing across Asia, welcoming this ceasefire, but at the same time keeping restrictions in place. Here in South Korea, that means restrictions on exports of refined products like aviation fuel, which is causing an aviation crisis across the region. Some countries already running out of fuel for their airlines, also keeping in place restrictions on naphtha exports. This is a crucial feedstock for petrochemicals that are critical to pretty much all the export industries here in South Korea, but also across the region. So this is causing a big supply chain disruption. And as the Prime Minister here noted today, South Korea will continue to plan for this to be potentially a long-term conflict that has long-term supply chain disruptions. So officials here still planning for long-term economic harm from this conflict. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Well, the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran has laid bare how some countries are exceptionally vulnerable to geopolitical events. The UK's wind-heavy power system may act as a blueprint for other countries. As Milena Veselinovic now reports.
We're in an offshore wind farm about 10 kilometres off the coast of England, and there are about 40 or more of these wind turbines here, enough to power tens of thousands of households. And they're incredible feats of modern engineering, but they also represent a push by the UK and many other European countries towards cleaner sources of energy. And it's a shift that's come into sharper focus since the war in Iran triggered what the International Energy Agency called the biggest oil crisis in history. The UK has already been making strides in the green energy arena, with renewables supplying almost half of the country's electricity in 2025, with wind power leading the way, generating nearly a third of all electricity. And when you include nuclear, low-carbon sources account for nearly 2/3 of the total supply of energy. But there are some who also say that it's risky to rely on variable energy sources like the wind. The opposition Conservative Party here in the UK wants more drilling in the North Sea. Some experts, though, say that that wouldn't necessarily lower household bills. And climate advocates also argue that by investing into the green energy infrastructure, it's not just good for the environment, but also helps protect countries against any future oil prices and against a sometimes volatile supply chain. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, off the coast of England.
To Bangladesh, which is battling its worst measles outbreak in years. That's killed at least 100 children in less than a month. The government has launched an emergency vaccination campaign. According to the UN, 95% of the population has to be vaccinated in order to stop the disease from spreading. Tanvir Chowdhury has this now from Dhaka.
The measles virus is spreading fast in Bangladesh, especially in dense urban communities. Hundreds of young children are already being treated. Rehana Begum traveled from Faridpur to bring her 6-month-old grandson to hospital in Dhaka after he became ill.
He's much better now, with no fever, and has recovered from measles. He still has some mild congestion, but overall his condition has improved.
Health officials say routine vaccination could have prevented many of these measles cases. The virus can lead to severe complications, including pneumonia and brain swelling. Many children who became ill are never tested, meaning some die before they're even diagnosed.
It's a highly contagious disease, spreading through droplets from coughs and sneezes. The surge began during the Eid holidays when large crowds gathered and many people didn't take proper precautions. As a result, the outbreak spread rapidly.
Authorities say the surge has been driven in part by a gap in vaccination. In 2024, political unrest delayed the official immunization campaigns. And now an emergency response is underway. With support from United Nations agencies, the government is launching a vaccination drive. It is targeting more than 1.2 million children, starting in the hardest hit areas.
We will continue working without interruptions, standing with the people and carrying forward our vaccination efforts to prevent such outbreaks from happening again.
Bangladesh's health official warns without urgent actions, measles outbreak could spread further. A preventable disease now exposing a gap in protection and putting thousands of young lives at risk. The outbreak is a stark reminder of how quickly a vaccination gap can become a crisis. Tanvi Chaudhary, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
Just going to take a break for a couple of minutes. Stay with us. We'll be back with the latest on the 2-week ceasefire in a couple of minutes.
Can you really bomb a political future into existence?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power.
Let me ask you this directly. Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core.
Upfront tackles the big issues only on Al Jazeera.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. We have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place.
Facing realities.
Does Qatar still trust Iran enough to mediate?
Let's say that this aggression brings a benefit for no one.
Thought-provoking answers.
How many have been displaced inside Iran?
I've heard 3 million. It could be more.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
On counting the cost, the Iran war has sent Africa into an energy shock. Governments across the continent are scrambling to secure oil and gas supplies. Even producers like Nigeria are struggling to meet demand. So what are the options? And what does Africa need to become energy independent? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
And good morning. It's the top of the hour on Morning Mic Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
And Iran. I'm Nick Clark. Israel launches its biggest attack on Lebanon hours after the US and Iran agreed to the 2-week ceasefire. Hospitals in Beirut overwhelmed with hundreds of casualties. The attacks on Lebanon and Iran test the fragile ceasefire. Pakistan's Prime Minister, who brokered the truce, calls for restraint.
I'm Jonah Hull in London. Markets are up, oil prices are down, but Iran says the Strait of Hormuz remains under its control and is still shut. We'll look at what that means for shipping.
Cautious optimism from world leaders who welcomed the agreement after 6 weeks of war squeezed the global economy and killed more than 2,000 Iranians. So it was meant to be the first full day of a ceasefire in the Middle East, but just hours after a 2-week truce was declared between the United States and Iran, Israel has launched its most devastating attacks on Lebanon since the war began. Yes, the coordinated strikes came without warning, hitting more than 100 locations across the country inside 10 minutes. Lebanon's health ministry says dozens of people have been killed, hundreds wounded. The capital, Beirut, bore the brunt of the attacks. Several neighborhoods were attacked, including busy commercial locations in the city center. Israel says its war with Hezbollah is not part of the truce agreed on Tuesday.
It's one crime after another. There are martyrs, God bless them. The state has to do something. It can't stay like this. It's a residential area. There's nothing here. Why does it need to be damaged like this?
Rescue teams in Beirut have been rushing the injured to hospitals that are already overwhelmed with the sheer number of casualties. And the search is on for people trapped under the rubble of destroyed buildings. Beyond the capital, Israel also launched strikes on the Bekaa Valley and the southern city of Sidon, where 8 people were killed, 22 others were wounded. The city of Tyre was also attacked. Well, those Israeli attacks have prompted Iran's foreign minister to speak to Pakistan, which brokered the truce about the violations. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has now appealed for diplomacy, and he says, "I earnestly and sincerely urge all parties to exercise restraint and respect the ceasefire for 2 weeks, as agreed upon, so that diplomacy can take a lead role towards peaceful settlement of the conflict." Okay, we're live in Beirut, in Tyre, in southern Lebanon, near Ramallah, in Tehran, and in Washington, D.C. But first, let's head to the Lebanese capital of Beirut and speak to Malcolm Webb. So, Malcolm, just give us the very latest. Describe the scene where you are.
We heard thunderous explosions across the city from multiple locations. Where we are right now is one of them. I'm going to step aside. We can zoom in a bit and see where one of these weapons hit. This is a densely populated residential area. The main street, a lot of commercial buildings, but in the sides, apartment buildings, homes to thousands and thousands of people with absolutely no warning. A weapon hit here, completely destroyed a building. We understand several people were killed and injured, and now excavators are trying to clear the rubble. Now, to the side, this shop that we're looking at is a store that sells spiced roasted peanuts. And many of the neighbors nearby say the building that was destroyed behind was a warehouse where they store nuts and spices. Now, we don't have any more information about this, but Israel has said that it targeted what it calls Hezbollah infrastructure, and that's certainly going to be a surprise to a lot of the people living around here. Following the targeting of this building, whilst many of Israel's previous strikes have been in areas which are known to be Hezbollah strongholds, many of today's strikes, including this one here, is an area that's not widely seen as a Hezbollah stronghold at all. And without any warning, many of these attacks, of course, almost all of them caught people completely by surprise. And that's had a devastating effect. The Lebanese Red Cross says that many people have been killed, many people are injured. We're still waiting for the numbers.
Right, and on that, hospitals in Beirut, it is said, are overwhelmed with just hundreds of casualties. Any clues to how they're coping?
Well, there have been numerous calls being circulated on social media for urgent call-outs for blood donations of all different blood types, because we understand the hospitals are completely overwhelmed. I mean, when these weapons hit, there was panic and chaos in the streets, people with injuries running down the road trying to seek help. People abandoned their cars in the traffic. People were shouting, children were crying. It caused scenes of total panic in places which people didn't expect this to happen at all. After 6 weeks of conflict, a lot of the attacks have been targeted in southern Lebanon and in Beirut's southern suburbs. But today, in about a dozen locations across the city, including here in central Beirut, they're taking people completely by surprise.
Malcolm, thanks for that update there, that devastating situation in Beirut. Malcolm Webb reporting. Let's across to Tyre in southern Lebanon. Abida Hitto is there for us, and Abida, the south of Lebanon, has borne the brunt of Israeli attacks over the past 6 weeks with wide-scale forced evacuations. What's been happening lately?
Well, just moments before coming to air with you, there was another explosion, assumedly at the location that was highlighted by the Israeli military this morning, warning people around that particular building to evacuate. That strike just happened. Since the initial wave of over 100 strikes across the country happened a few hours ago, there have been several more strikes here in the region. Around Tyre, there were strikes that killed 2 people in the Deir Qanun al-Nahr, as well as a strike in Mansouri and Qlela. There are currently also Israeli troops that are moving around in the Naqoura region. We saw some demolitions happening in Naqoura, a huge explosion, but it was reported by the Israeli military itself that they were carrying out demolitions there, a tactic, a systematic demolition of neighborhoods and civilian infrastructure in these border towns and villages to basically make these places unlivable and to prevent the return of their residents. The situation remains tense. I've seen over the last several hours people trying to check up on their family members, some of them separated. Those who stayed here in the south have family who went towards Beirut and are staying in some of these neighborhoods that were targeted there. Definitely a surprise attack following the announcement of a ceasefire that people thought would include Lebanon, but now we're hearing from multiple sources, including President Trump, who spoke to PBS, saying that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire agreed to with Iran overnight.
And at debate earlier in the day, we were reporting on a very different situation with some of those displaced actually returning home in the south of Lebanon. But I guess, that is being completely changed now.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That people who were thinking about coming back to check on their homes, to return to the south, are definitely regrouping and trying to figure out what they're going to do instead. Even if there was a large reverse migration of tens of thousands of people who were displaced from the south, that would be extremely difficult for them because they would have to cross over the Litani River, and the bridges that connect the north and south of the country crossing over that river have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. So it would be a logistical nightmare for tens of thousands of people to come down here all at once. But after those strikes, it seems like most people are trying to figure out if it's safer for them to stay here or if they're going to go back to Beirut. But with these strikes happening in Beirut, I don't think that's an option either. And for most people today, the reality is that there is no safe place left for them here in Lebanon.
Okay, leave it there for now. Abida Hito there on the situation there. Very difficult situation in southern Lebanon. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, says that the military is targeting hundreds of Hezbollah members across Lebanon.
The IDF carried out surprise strike on hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists at command centers across Lebanon. This is the largest concentrated blow Hezbollah has suffered since Operation Beepers.
Head to Noor Day now, following developments from Israel, from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So Noor, Israel, it seems determined to continue on the Lebanese front, saying it's targeting Hezbollah people.
That's right. Israel is very keen on drawing a line in the sand. It had to accept the ceasefire deal with Iran, but that Lebanon, the Lebanese front, its assault and war on Hezbollah was almost an internal domestic matter. And so you've seen the largest, perhaps, campaign of bombardment maybe since 1982 during the Israeli invasion of Lebanon at the time. Now, the statement or the narrative from Israel that it is attacking Hezbollah even in areas where it is known in Lebanon, and given Lebanon's sectarian composition, that these areas would not be Hezbollah strongholds. This is a line that we're seeing more and more of, Nick, an attempt to kind of signal that Israel will pursue Hezbollah, no matter where, no matter when, in Lebanon, and no matter the price to the civilian population in areas that wouldn't be part of the mosaic that would be supportive of Hezbollah. That is something that the Israeli Prime Minister would need to rely on at this point, because he is facing a lot of criticism about adhering to the ceasefire with Iran. Remember, he promised absolute victory to the Israeli public. He said that Iran is at the bottom, that Israel was at the top, turning into a supernation in the region and the world. Now the opposition leaders are calling him a coward and a liar, saying that this was a catastrophic failure for Israel. This deal would not give Israel any, it did not give Israel any say, and would not give it room to strike at will as it wants to, given the Gaza playbook, if you will, where a ceasefire doesn't mean that Israel would stop using airstrikes to target the enemy. We've seen that play out in Gaza. We saw it in Lebanon after the 2024 war, and Israel wanted to replicate that. It did not get that in Iran. It wants more say in Lebanon.
No, thanks for that, Nora Day, reporting there from near Ramallah. Let's head now to Tehran, to Tawhid Saadi. So, Tawhid, the Iranians clearly worried about the ceasefire, what's going on in Lebanon. I understand that the Iranian foreign minister has spoken to the Pakistani negotiating team.
I think instead of being too optimistic or too pessimistic, we have to be very much realistic when it comes to this ceasefire agreement. We know that there is this clear issue of trust. We know that there is this complicated nature of the issue. We know that we are receiving reports about some cases in which the ceasefire agreement has been witnessed a sort of breach. And of course, it goes without saying that we know that the stakes are high and they can be higher in case of a further escalation potentially down the road. But speaking of the latest lines, we know that earlier in the morning, Lavan was targeted in Iran, and of course we are witnessing the continuation of the attacks by the Israelis on the Lebanese front, and that is obviously one of the most controversial issues. The Iranian side is now saying that Lebanese front and the implication and the application of the ceasefire has been part and parcel of the agreement that the two sides, the three sides, were talking about, and they are not really happy with that situation. A security source recently told Al Jazeera that Iran is considering a punishment for Israel for these cases of breach of the ceasefire. And obviously, we know that while we're talking about the potentiality for the broken ceasefire, diplomacy is also at work. Iranian president had a conversation with actually Pakistani leader, and of course Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the country, also talked with the army chief of Pakistan. And on that phone conversation, again, the issue of the cases of the breach of the ceasefire agreement were raised, again indicative of the very fact that we're dealing with a highly fragile situation. And we've got a couple of lines, first from Tasnim news agency, and they're saying that according to a security source, Iran could be considering a potentiality for withdrawal from the ceasefire agreement in case of a continued campaign of airstrikes or strikes by the actually Israelis. And related to that, also we received this report about downing of an Israeli drone in Fars province in the central parts of Iranian territories. And last but not least, we also received this very recent report from Fars news agency affiliated with IRGC about interruption of the passage of ships and oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz.
So I'd speak to you later. Let's now speak to Najat Aoun Saliba, who's an independent member of parliament in Lebanon, joins us now from Beirut. So good to have you with us, ma'am. First, we were all taken by surprise by the sheer level of the assault on Beirut by Israel. Can you, first of all, just tell us what you know of the situation on the ground, of any news of casualties and so forth?
Good afternoon to you and to your viewers. Thank you for the invitation. Of course, the situation is chaotic. We were just going with our daily, not routine, but our daily errands, because people were close to hospitals, close to school, or in the business markets, and they were just getting their needs and coming back home at the time when the strikes happened. It happened around 2 to 30, and this is a busy time where people go out either to get their kids or to finish their business and go home. And with that, we can imagine that with 100 strikes, how many people were caught off guard and how many casualties this has caused. According to the Ministry of Public Health, we have around 80 to 90 people killed and around 200 people injured, and most of the hospitals are calling their staff and to come and join, and they also calling for blood for their blood bank. So it is a war crime. It is unfortunately a very, very bad situation, calling for immediate attention. This should not happen again, although we hear some threats again from Israel that this is going to continue, unfortunately.
So just to confirm
Also,
what you have said,
that,
sorry, Najat, just to confirm what you said, you say that the Ministry of Health are talking about between 80 and 90 killed. Those are the latest figures that you have. There were no warnings, were there? And Israel say that they were targeting, directly targeting Hezbollah targets, but in areas of Beirut, I understand, are not normally associated with Hezbollah. Is that right?
I was one street up from one of the strikes and we heard it very loud. I could have been, turned into dust very easily in an area in Ain Lemraisi where there are two big hospitals at least, more than two, and then you have the university, you have many schools, and definitely it's an area that is multi-diverse. It's an area that is diverse, and definitely it's not a stronghold of Hezbollah. There might be a couple apartments there, but it doesn't mean that Hezbollah is present with all its force in this area. So no, the areas that were hit are a bit away from the Dahi. They're not the places where we can, we can find lots of Hezbollah presence, and this is why people were going by with their normal business in order for them to get home early. And this is how it has been recently. After the war started, people go in the morning up until noon or little early in the afternoon to get their errands, and then they come back home early to hide from any potential airstrike.
Najat, the Israeli military has a habit of ramping up attacks, as we've seen with the experience of Gaza ahead of a ceasefire. Do you think this uptick may represent such an occasion?
Well, we don't know. In the morning, we received very conflicting messages. Iran was saying that Lebanon is included in the ceasefire. Israel was insisting that the ceasefire does not include Lebanon. I think President Trump has cleared up some of these conflicting messages, saying that Lebanon is not included in the ceasefire. So we definitely call for a peace, a ceasefire, absolutely. We need the initiative of the president to go forward, and then the peace talks will start with the president and with the state of Lebanon. And we call on Iran to stop interfering with the sovereignty and the decisions that the state of Lebanon is taking, and most importantly, to stop supporting Hezbollah. Hezbollah is now a militia that is outside the law. The state is the primary institution that needs to be calling on on war and peace, and it's the one that will be spearheading any ceasefire agreement and any peace negotiation. So definitely we need the state to be leading on all of this, and I'm sure the president is not saving any minute to contact all the stakeholders in order to reach the ceasefire agreement.
All right.
Soon.
Najat Owen-Saliba, do appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Al Jazeera. That's Najat Owen-Saliba, independent member of parliament in Lebanon. Thank you. Okay, Israeli attacks on Lebanon continue, as we've been discussing, despite the US and Israel agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. As part of the deal, Tehran will allow ships safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz, and further talks are scheduled in Pakistan. That's on Friday. President Donald Trump has revealed new details of the ceasefire deal from the US perspective. In several posts on Truth Social, he says a country supplying military weapons to Iran will be immediately tariffed on any and all goods sold to the United States of America, 50% effective immediately. Trump says there will be no enrichment of uranium And the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried B-2 bombers' nuclear dust. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance. Nothing has been touched from the date of the attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. That was Donald Trump. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, for his part, says that U.S. troops will, quote, hang around near Iran, ready to resume the war in case the ceasefire fails.
Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. We'll be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with this ceasefire and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. So we'll stay put, stay ready, stay vigilant, as the chairman laid out. Our troops are prepared to defend, prepared to go on offense, prepared to restart at a moment's notice.
Iran's foreign minister has already flagged concerns about ceasefire breaches in Iran and Lebanon during a call with Pakistan's army commander. Iranian authorities have reported an enemy attack on an oil refinery on Lavan Island. The National Iranian Oil Refining and Distribution Company says it was hit at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, and that's after the ceasefire was announced. So we're live from the White House, near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's speak to Tahid Asadi, who's in Iran's capital of Tehran. So, Tahid, just tell us more about the next step, this high-stakes meeting in Islamabad. What do we know and who'll be taking part?
Well, actually, there are so many actors and factors playing a role whether or not this meeting is going to be successful. But what tops the list of these factors is actually the very fragile and uncertain nature of the situation. And there are different parties working to find a diplomatic settlement to de-escalate the situation, and Iran is saying on that it is looking for a long-term solution. But we heard from the Iranian side, from the National Security Council of the country, and today from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, is that Tehran is going to take part in that meeting, but again, it's going to be dependent on whether or not we can see the sustained nature of these ceasefire agreement to be implemented across the region and Iran, and in Iran in particular. But the reality on the ground is indicative of sort of tension and some cases from the Iranian perspective of breach of the agreement. So we are waiting to see whether or not there is going to be a continued short-term peace on the ground so that they can try this diplomatic trajectory. All in all, we know that it is impacted by several contextual elements. First, the very intricate nature of the situation in which there are too many knots to be untangled one by one. Of course, this is one part of the story. The other part is this cloud of mistrust when it comes to Tehran's vantage point regarding any rapprochement with the United States, and the Strait of Hormuz could be considered as a third controversial factor that could, in a sense, impact the trajectory of this diplomatic settlement.
Thanks for that, Tahid Asadi there in Tehran. Let's speak now to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. And Kimberly, so a very fragile situation will need some extraordinary diplomacy, won't it, on both sides? Who will be representing the United States?
That is a detail that is still being finalized. What we know is the White House has said that there is effort underway to firm up the delegation, but so far nothing is final. So being very tight-lipped on what that delegation will look like. What we know is during the conflict that there had been some discussion with Iran through intermediaries that was led by the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, and the broader negotiating team included Jared Kushner as well as the Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, what we expect is that J.D. Vance will be leading these discussions and will be supported by Witkoff and Kushner. Now, the reason for this, we're told, is because there is a rapport that has been struck between the vice president and Pakistani officials, one he hopes will be fruitful with the discussions. Take a listen.
If the Iranians are willing in good faith to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
But what we know is that the United States and its partner, Israel, have also not been fully compliant with Iran's 10-point plan. In fact, we know and we have been reporting that there have been Israeli strikes in Lebanon, which was one of the conditions that Iran said was necessary in order for this pause in fighting. The U.S. president has given an interview to PBS, a news station here in the United States, where he said it wasn't part of the agreement, and that is because of Hezbollah, which he says still needs to be taken care of.
All right, that's a picture from the White House. Kimberly Halkett reporting there. Let's head back to Nora Day, following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank near Ramallah. So, Nor, this ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, how does this play into Israeli politics, and particularly the position of the Prime Minister?
Well, it's been a very painful day for Benjamin Netanyahu, Nick. This was a deal that he could not influence. Israeli reporting, which corroborates reporting in American media outlets as well, says that that Israel was only informed or tipped about this late in the game. It didn't, but Benjamin Netanyahu didn't get to put his red lines on the table, if you will, as he did in previous rounds of negotiations between Washington and Tehran. And it is costing him a lot of political capital. We've seen all the actors of the Israeli political opposition take to the podium and take a jab at Benjamin Netanyahu, the head of the opposition, right-wing parties that also are probably looking to make gains in upcoming elections in October at the expense of Netanyahu's Likud party. All of them have accused the Israeli prime minister of lying, of a catastrophic failure, that this is a strategic defeat for Israel, not only because none of the things that Netanyahu promised regarding Iran weren't achieved, but also because Israel has been left with its back to the wall, a war front with Lebanon that has cost a lot of damage in northern communities and a lot of lives amongst Israeli soldiers, but also no political horizon. The Tzipi Livni, who was foreign minister at one point, said that Israel must also understand the limitations of its power and its geography. Not having a strategic political vision is a very significant weakness. So for Netanyahu, it's been a very difficult day. Lebanon has served, as crass as that might sound, as a distraction for him, something that he can rally his base around. But it is a day of reckoning, and it will be days of reckoning if he cannot influence the proceedings from now until Friday.
Nora, thanks for that. Nora Day there, near Ramallah. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it's allowed the first ships to sail through the Strait of Hormuz since the ceasefire deal was announced. Let's head to our London studio with Jonah Hull, breaking it all down for us and just what the closure of the strait has meant for the world. Jonah, over to you.
Hello there, and welcome to Al Jazeera studio here in London, where we're assessing the economic impact of the ceasefire. Global shares surged on the news earlier, with stock markets opening higher in Europe and the US after sharp rises across Asia. And oil prices fell sharply, Brent crude falling as low as $90 a barrel, down from a high of $110 on Tuesday. But doubts remain over whether the Strait of Hormuz is open. As you were mentioning there, Iran says it will remain under its control. Ships will have to get permission to pass through or risk being destroyed, and it's not clear if they will have to pay a transit fee. Camille Nedelec reports now.
A false dawn in the Strait of Hormuz. Ships had been set to pass the transit, according to Iranian state TV, restoring a lifeline to the global economy. But even if the agreement holds and leads to an end to the war, returning to business as usual will take time.
I think it will still take a period of months to get back to where supply needs to be, given the disruption to the refining capacity in the Middle East, which is a critical part of the global supply of refined product, and not just jet fuel, for other products as well.
These Indian liquefied petroleum gas tankers were among the few that Iran has allowed through the waterway in recent weeks. Under UN maritime law, the Strait of Hormuz is considered to be an international waterway, meaning ships do not require permission from any nation state to pass through. Now, Tehran has said vessels will only be able to transit in coordination with Iranian authorities. More than a dozen countries are discussing what that could look like in practice. After 6 weeks of US and Israeli airstrikes, Iran says it will be charging ships transiting the strait to pay for the reconstruction, a move that could generate millions of dollars. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera.
Well, news that oil tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz have been stopped will come as a new blow for thousands of seafarers stuck in the Gulf. This is the current picture. It's live data from marine traffic, which shows more than 800 ships are still trapped on the western side of the strait 5 weeks after the conflict began. They include 426 tankers, 34 LPG carriers, and 19 LNG vessels, with hundreds more waiting to enter through the strait. Well, let's talk more about all of that and what it means for the shipping industry with Anna Subasic. She's a trade risk analyst at the global data and analytics firm Kepler, joining us live from Vienna. Very good to have you with us. We've been looking at the data there of what's happening in the Strait. Claims that the Strait of Hormuz is in fact open, perhaps in some doubt, but it's tempting anyway to think that that would mean an immediate resumption of sort of commercial vessels passing through the strait and easing of the economic crisis. But it's not entirely as simple as that, is it?
Yeah. Hey, Jonah, and thanks for having me. So I think the idea is that the ceasefire may be in place, but it is quite conditional, and the market is very much treating it that way. So we did see some premium on the prices come out of the oil prices today, but it does come to actual movements through the Strait of Hormuz. We really aren't seeing a significant upkeep of that. So Iran is still effectively controlling the pace of the passings. And we do have a tracker, which we update daily. And so far for today, there's only really 2 bulk carriers that have crossed. So there's one more that's potentially slated for later this afternoon.
And even when we do, I mean, the point is, even when we do return to, as it were, business as usual through the strait, there's a lot of logistics involved in terms of getting these tankers to port, getting them filled up, getting them out on the high seas, getting them to their destinations. Yeah. We're still a long way from a resumption of distribution of energy as normal.
For sure. And what we're more likely to see in the next few days, if the ceasehold does continue, is a gradual increase in daily transits, because you're going through a narrow-way passage that is only 21 nautical miles wide. So you have to be aware of the collision and grounding risks. So we do approximate 10 to 15 safe passages a day without putting in toll consideration. So that would still be above the roughly 6 per day average that we saw since March 1st, but it would still be in a controlled environment. It would still likely require some kind of permission or coordination.
Anna, address for me, if you will, significant questions that remain over the future of easy traffic through the strait, with Iran potentially wanting to exact some sort of a toll or a licensing structure. The latest news, they want to have payments in cryptocurrency. How feasible in terms of maritime law even is that?
It's not quite feasible to do that, given the existing kind of regulations that are set by the UN and then set by standard by IMO and then enforced, obviously, by regulators. So right now it looks much more like an informal negotiated access system that allows for permissive passing. So some vessels might be getting through because there's been prior coordination, but if there is any kind of straightforward toll or, different systems that we could be discussing up to 2 million fixed per passing, that is going to be very, very hard to implement and should be understood more as a coercive access agreement inside of what is a very high-risk security environment at the moment.
Anna Subasic with an expert view there on the shipping implications of the ceasefire with the analytics firm Kepler. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll turn now to how the markets are reacting to all this. Big jumps across the board. Here in London, the FTSE 100 closed up 2.4%. Germany's DAX jumped 4.7%. In Asia, Japan's Nikkei index ending the day up 5.4%. And in South Korea, the Kospi soaring 6.9%. And we can turn now to my guest here on set with me, Lina Komileva, chief economist with G+ Economics. Good to have you with us again, Lina. Predictably, we saw there the markets bouncing quite significantly on this ceasefire news. How much caution will be built into what is happening in the markets now, given that this is just a ceasefire, there are negotiations to come, it's not necessarily peace?
Precisely, Jonas. I think what we can't forget is that markets have been grappling with this very tense dynamic for the last 3 weeks since the wholesale destruction of energy infrastructure in the Middle East region began, really. A dynamic between very uneasy negotiations and very quick, dramatic escalation. So the fact that the US has now taken an off-ramp out of the war is giving markets some hope that we are past the worst of the war risk premium, and that is technically lifting prices as insurance for catastrophe, if you like, scenarios for the global economy is declining. But of course, there are many moving parts here. It is a fragile ceasefire. It is clear for any Iran war watcher. And it is also clear that for the other Middle Eastern agents in this war, it remains to be seen whether they will adhere to something of a lasting ceasefire, let alone lasting de-escalation.
Indeed. Look, I mean, let's look at the sort of long tail potentially of this economic crisis, because if, of course, the ceasefire manages to hold and leads to an end to the conflict, Lina, how long could it take for oil prices to return to where they were before? Consider this: when the US and Israel attacked Iran on February the 28th, the price of Brent crude immediately jumped, reaching a peak of $119 a barrel on March the 31st. The last time oil prices were that high was back in 2022. That's when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. By March that year, the price had surged to $133 a barrel over fears of a supply shortage amid a post-pandemic rise in demand. And it took until March the following year for prices to stabilize at around $73 a barrel, thanks to the release of emergency oil reserves and Russia finding new markets to sell their oil. Experts illustrating that even once the fighting has stopped, even if there is a durable peace here, the economic fallout will be far from over.
Absolutely. It's important to stress that we're not going back, whatever the outcome of the ceasefire talks, we're not going back to the world that we had before the start of this war. The world is structurally different today. The price that you just referred to is simply the financial price of oil, but the price on the ground in terms of where new contracts have been negotiated out of the Middle Eastern exporters, where the cost of shipping is, of course, where the cost of insurance of that shipping is, that is drastically higher than it was before the war. And importantly, that war risk premium is not going to get priced out, particularly for as long as it looks like that perhaps at least one of the players in this war, Iran, may consider some form of control of the Strait of Hormuz as a long-term structural outcome out of this war, as an insurance, a deterrent, if you like, against future war.
Exactly. Well, you talk about the world structurally different. The Middle East will be structurally different. The Gulf will be structurally different, where much of the world's fossil fuel energy, or a lot of it anyway, and byproducts come from. They've got to live alongside Iran as a neighbor forever. Is that going to build a sense of uncertainty into markets and global economies going forward, potentially permanent uncertainty?
we have been holding our breath with every single headline for the last 2 months of this war. What we are going to get now is some breathing room to start to price in the economic reality. And of course, in the best case scenario here, we're, as you just discussed, talking about a very gradual restoration of some form of activity through the Strait of Hormuz. But what we're also really looking at many months ahead, and possibly several years ahead, of a steady buildup of underlying inflation pressures in the global economy, because we're not just talking about oil, we're talking about electricity prices across all major economies which are powered by natural gas. We're talking about petrochemicals coming out of the Middle East, which are important for feedstocks, so for the food supply chains, also for pharmaceutical, for chemical industries, for things like packaging, plastics. So every single thing that you can touch, really, in your everyday will be impacted. Every single household, every single business balance sheet, every single government balance sheet has been touched by this war.
A lot of changes to come, even if this ceasefire does transpire into a peace. We may be some time from business as usual. Lena Komileva with G+ Economics, thank you so much. And that's it from us here in London. From me, Jonah Hull, back to you in Doha.
Well, thank you, Jonah. Let's take you now through how the regional countries across the Middle East are reacting to the ceasefire between the US, Israel and Iran. Qatar welcomed the ceasefire, considering it an initial step towards de-escalation, and stressed that the need to build on it was urgent to prevent the spread of tension. Over in Jordan, the foreign ministry says the truce is a positive step towards ending dangerous escalation in the region. Jordan emphasized the importance of the Strait of Hormuz being reopened. And Saudi Arabia welcomed the announcement of a ceasefire between Washington and Tehran, affirming its support for the mediation efforts. At the same time, the country stressed the need to keep the Strait of Hormuz open for navigation. And in Kuwait, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says it welcomed President Trump's announcement while expressing thanks to the role Pakistan played in brokering a truce. The ministry went on to say it hopes the ceasefire will lead to a comprehensive settlement. Meanwhile, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has arrived in Saudi Arabia on a tour of Gulf allies. Downing Street says he'll discuss diplomatic efforts to try and uphold the ceasefire. Zain Bezravi is in Dubai. So, Zain, what more do we have on Keir Starmer's trip to the Gulf?
Well, we understand that he is currently in Saudi Arabia. He's expected to visit a military base where they were housing Royal Air Force Typhoons, which were very significant in assisting Gulf countries in their air defenses. We understand that he is expected to meet with other Gulf allies, and the whole point of the visit, according to the official statement, is to push for a long-term resolution to the Iran conflict. It comes after, of course, the ceasefire was announced. Keir Starmer making very clear to the U.S. in recent weeks that he would not participate, that the U.K. would not participate on the ground in pushing through militarily to open the naval passage in the Strait of Hormuz. It would not participate in the expanding war on the ground, but he is here to help, according to the statement, hold talks with Gulf leaders on how best to support the pause in fighting and ensure passage is permanently restored through the key oil and gas shipping routes. So really, this is the first example of a Western leader. I know it's just day one of the ceasefire, but he's the first Western leader to come to the region, and it's all about trying to expand the push for peace involving Western and European countries. It comes with a chorus of support from other European leaders as well. And what we're seeing Keir Starmer do effectively is make the push for peace, make this play, hopefully turning 2 weeks into a more long-term solution. There's also a soft power move here. British workers and tourists were the first to leave in large numbers, in the thousands, from places like Dubai and elsewhere in the GCC. No doubt this is a move to try to illustrate that it is perhaps possible and safe enough to start thinking about returning.
And saying this, obviously relief across the Gulf countries, even though tentative, albeit. What would a permanent solution look like, would you say, for GCC countries?
I'll just talk briefly about what day one of the ceasefires looked like, and then we can get into that. Basically, the defense minister of Kuwait saying Petroleum Corporation was attacked, multiple attacks there. The UAE Defense Forces saying they intercepted 17 ballistic missiles and 35 drones today. We're hearing that Saudi Arabia in the last few hours intercepted 9 drones. Qatar's defense minister saying 7 missiles and multiple drones were launched from Iran. Kuwait's defense ministry saying 4 ballistic missiles and 42 drones launched again on this first day of the ceasefire. A number of facilities, including the Petroleum Corporation, was also hit. So day one of the ceasefire looks a lot like previous days of this war. And perhaps it is one of those situations where it takes a little while for the guns to go silent after the decision's been made. But for the GCC leadership, what a permanent solution would look like is a couple of things. First of all, guarantees by Iran that this retaliatory strategy won't happen again. And most likely, a bigger defensive posture. Hawks and the GCC are likely to push this idea that they can continue to speak softly, but they need to carry a bigger stick. So we're likely to see defense contracts with strategic partners like the US, like European countries. But what we're also seeing is that GCC leaders have realized they don't have a stable strategic partner in the United States. So they're likely to look more inward, more close cooperation among themselves in the region. And what we're most likely going to see is a bigger push diplomatically and at the UN for guarantees by the international community to facilitate security in the Strait of Hormuz and in their airspace, especially with the political relationship with Iran severely depleted over the course of the last 5 weeks.
Zain, thanks for that. That's a picture from Dubai, Zain Banzravi on the situation across the Gulf. Most European leaders are cautiously optimistic about the ceasefire between the US and Iran, but they've warned that the energy crisis linked to the war will likely last into the months ahead. French President Emmanuel Macron says France is ready to help ensure the smooth flow of shipping in the Strait. Tasha Butler has this report now from Paris.
At an emergency defense council meeting in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed the ceasefire agreed by the US and Iran, but called for Lebanon to be part of the truce.
The announcement of this ceasefire is a very good thing. In this context, what we want is to make sure that it fully includes Lebanon.
Macron also applauded the return of 2 French citizens who'd been jailed in Iran for more than 3 years. Tehran accused teachers Jacques Paris and Cécile Kohler of spying, claims they denied.
Thanks to the state, to President and Foreign Minister, and everyone who worked to get us out of the hell where we lived horror every day.
Elsewhere in Europe, leaders unanimously praised the 2-week ceasefire. The EU's foreign policy chief said it created space for diplomacy, while the head of the European Commission praised Pakistan's mediation efforts. A sobering message, though, from Spain's Prime Minister, the bloc's most vocal opponent to the war. Pedro Sanchez recalled the many lives lost and said the government of Spain will not applaud those who set the world on fire just because they show up with a bucket. The prospect of the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz saw European stocks open sharply higher. Relief on global markets and for consumers.
1 in 5 pumps has run out of fuel, say authorities, including this one, and most have supply shortages. Motorists are now hoping that the situation, though, will improve because they've been seeing prices going up.
It will be fine. I don't think prices will go down much now, but in a week or so, it'll be better.
Despite their repeated calls for de-escalation, European leaders have been mostly relegated to the diplomatic sidelines during the war, without the leverage needed to bring about its end. They're also coming to terms with yet another reminder of why the once strong transatlantic relationship isn't just strained, but possibly beyond repair. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Well, now we're getting some updates from Lebanon. Yes, the health ministry is saying that Israeli attacks have killed nearly 90 people in those devastating strikes across the country. The coordinated strikes came, as we've been hearing all the way through this program, without warning, hitting more than 100 locations across the country within 10 minutes. The capital, Beirut, bore the brunt of the attacks. And those attacks on Lebanon happened despite the ceasefire. So let's take a closer look at Iran's 10-point proposal to end the war. Trump said it's workable. It includes a commitment from the US that there will be no further attacks, a continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of enrichment, likely referring to its nuclear development program. Iran is also demanding the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions, an end to all UN Security Council resolutions against it, and an end to resolutions by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN nuclear watchdog, that is. Iran wants to be compensated for the damage caused by the war and for US forces to withdraw from countries in the Gulf region. And Tehran says the end of hostilities must extend across all fronts, including the fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And finally, it's calling for international guarantees to enforce and uphold the agreements. There's a lot in it. Let's discuss it with our guests. Joining me here in the studio, Paul Musgrave is an associate professor at Georgetown University in Qatar and a US foreign policy analyst. Welcome, Paul. Mohammed Al-Hashimi is a strategic affairs and energy expert. Good to have you with us, Mohammed. Paul, if I could start with you, what do you think chances of this ceasefire holding if, first of all, if Israel is able to continue its assault on Lebanon in the way that it is?
There's a lot of ways that this ceasefire deal could fall apart. The Iranians have asked for a maximalist list of demands with which to begin these proceedings, and Israel wasn't a party to these talks. Israel doesn't feel bound by these talks, and Israel has been a difficult ally for the United States during this war from the beginning, and not having been consulted, not having been a party to this, I don't think that the Netanyahu government feels much of an obligation. We already know from reports coming out of Pakistan that there are signs that the deal may be falling apart already, that the meeting in Islamabad may be endangered, and certainly Israel doesn't seem to have slowed down in southern Lebanon as this deal envisaged. So I think that you've got to be a little bit pessimistic, and that's even before you get to the fact that today, as Washington wakes up, there's certainly going to be a chorus from the Iran hawk lobby, but also just from anybody with an interest in global stability about what some of these terms would mean for the United States, the Gulf, and literally the world.
Mohammed, what's your sense of this? What chance of us getting to Friday, let alone 2 weeks' time, with a deal at the end of it?
I think I completely agree with Paul, because at the end of the day, even the Gulf region wasn't, maybe consulted and wasn't part of the negotiations, and even some classic negotiators like State of Qatar announced that it's not going to be part of this negotiations that took place. I think it's a good sign. It will give good, several good signs for politically and also for the energy sector. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be sustainable. What the Gulf region was asking from day one was asking, especially Qatar, was asking for a sustainable long-term solution that takes into account the needs of the region and also the demands of the fighting party. And at the end of the day, it's not what others only want from the region, but what the region itself wants from itself.
Sure, and we're hearing from Iran as well that there's potential for the ceasefire to be broken very early, just because of what's happening here. These are pictures of Beirut, of the situation in Lebanon, the devastation that's been cleared up. It's killed 89, 90 people so far. Hundreds are in hospitals calling out for medics to arrive and so forth. The dangers of this collapsing are severe, right?
I would say that there is a lot of load being placed on a very flimsy foundation here. It looks to, by all accounts, that President Trump was looking for a way out of his self-imposed deadline. This came across the transom and he seized on it. But that doesn't mean that there was time to vet all of these 10 points. And when you look at these points, these are things that touch not just the immediate conflict, but they would go some way to establishing something that looks like Iranian hegemony over the Persian Gulf region. And that would be really difficult. We're talking about long-term transformations, not just in US policies or Gulf policies, but in the way that the entire world would do business. And that's just not something, I am an American, but I'm not speaking for the United States. That's just not something the rest of the world can accept, because we're talking about transfers on the order of tens of billions of dollars per annum to the Iranian government. That would lead to a recipe for continuing destabilization or some sort of enforced stability that could be really bad for the entire world. So I just think that if this is the basis for beginning consultations, that's one thing, but this cannot be the final deal.
Mohammed, the Strait of Hormuz is critical in all of this, isn't it? How will Gulf nations like Qatar handle the control that Iran wants to have over the tankers that go through the strait and come in and out of the strait?
I think this is what the Iranians are trying to promote, that they want to have a share and want to have a control over this. But I think we've been through several, difficulties before, including the blockade that we had in Qatar, including previous wars that we had, and we were always able to keep business, as usual. The control, it's not at the discretion of Iran to decide what exactly it wants to orchestrate in the region, but at the end of the day, it's something that we all should negotiate. At the end of the day, the Hormuz Strait is it's a natural, it's not up to them to decide how the region should act or should, perform under any circumstances. And we believe as countries that have a futuristic, progressive perspective about their economy, about their infrastructure. We do speak another language. We don't agree with their ideologically infused, nor those narratives that are grounded in such ideologies and shaped by their military attacks. We do believe that at the end of the day, we have responsibility towards our people in the Gulf. We want to continue building the infrastructure, invest more in education, build ourselves as progressive countries, rather than keeping ourselves, within political ideologies and narratives that doesn't really yield positively nor contribute to the overall development of the region.
Okay, and Paul, Trump has been issuing a lot of Truth Social posts. I don't think we've got time to look at the whole thing, but one element of it was that he was saying there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust, as he put it, the enriched uranium. But that's not something that the Iranians have been saying.
This is directly contradictory to what the Iranians have been saying. Their 10-point program says that enrichment would be allowed to continue for its nuclear program, and threatening, as he does in this Truth Social post, the use of another B-2 bomber strike against that dust, as he calls it, that would be an escalation. And I just think that when you look at the totality of what the United States could accept, not would be willing to accept, but could accept, you're looking at a list that I'm sure that President Trump jumped on as a way to avoid his, deadline, but it's just not something that's any more than the beginning of negotiations. It's not the end.
All right, gentlemen, we'll have to leave it there. Paul Musgrave and Mohammed Al-Hashimi, great to have you with us here in the studio. Thanks so much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, do stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the latest on the 2-week ceasefire between the US, Israel, and Iran. Rob Matheson will be joining you any second.
Americans, they don't have any clear image and plan of what to do.
The logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism.
Both sides will get to the point where they say, you know what, maybe it's time to call it quits.
The Israelis do not want to have opening of political talks between Tehran and Trump.
The GCC finds itself trapped in a war that it does not want.
Higher oil prices, allied jitters, and a base that is asking, wait, this is what America first looks like?
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
President Trump launched the war in Iran a month ago, but does he know how to end it? Now European leaders say they'll help Trump on the Strait of Hormuz, but how much damage will be done to U.S.-European relations long after Trump's epic fury subsides?
Your weekly take on U.S. politics, the bottom line.
Can you really bomb
And good morning.
political
It's the top of the hour on
future
Morning Mic
existence?
Drop at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. Stay tuned for our breaking world news coverage this hour. Like and subscribe now.
We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with an extensive coverage of the ceasefire and the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel launches its biggest attack on Lebanon hours after the US and Iran agreed to the 2-week ceasefire. 89 people are killed and hospitals in Beirut are overwhelmed with hundreds of casualties. The attacks on Lebanon and Iran test the fragile ceasefire. Pakistan's prime minister, who brokered the truce, calls for restraint. Now, Israel has launched its most devastating attack on Lebanon since the country was invaded more than 5 weeks ago. More than 100 strikes were carried out just hours after the United States and Iran declared a 2-week ceasefire. The Lebanese health ministry says at least 89 people have been killed, 700 have been wounded. The strikes came without warning, hitting locations across the country.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts.
You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with The Truth.
Thank you to all our super fans for your Cash App and Super Chat support. We salute you.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
That are already overwhelmed by the number of casualties. The search is on for people trapped under the rubble of destroyed buildings. And beyond the capital, Israel also launched strikes in the Bekaa Valley and the southern city of Sidon, when 8 people were killed and 22 others were wounded. The city of Tyre was also attacked. And we're going to start this with Imran Risa. He's the UN Humanitarian Coordinator in Lebanon. He's joining us from Beirut. Sir, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Can you just give us any idea, any update that you might have in terms of the number of people who've been killed and injured in these attacks?
Frankly, sorry, I can't. I mean, the numbers you gave, 89 and 700 wounded, I think came out a little while ago from the Ministry of Public Health. What we've had over the last 3-4 hours is just the sound of ambulances throughout the city. And I think people trying to deal with the consequences of this, the devastation of this. About, I think maybe 10 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago, I'm right now downtown in an area in downtown. We just heard a very big explosion again, and then I got an update of there's been a hit in another very crowded neighborhood. So whatever the numbers are right now, I think they're going to be far more than what you were saying before, and they continue to rise. I can't hear.
Can you give me an idea, sir, of the kind of information you're getting from your teams on the ground, the kind of, in terms of the conditions that they're finding people in and what they're trying to do to help them?
At the moment, I mean, it's basically first responders, right? People are trying to get people to hospitals. The hospitals are overwhelmed. One thing just to maybe keep in mind is that the whole health infrastructure has been hit so hard by a whole series of crises in Lebanon, but also by the escalation, what happened in 2024. And over this past month of this current escalation, there have been a lot of attacks on healthcare as well. I was in a hospital a couple of weeks ago where all the doctors that I was meeting were themselves displaced. So you've had a huge amount of displacement. You have a very weak set of institutional strength to deal with these consequences. And now you have, I mean, an escalation upon another escalation. We thought this last weekend, the Easter weekend, was particularly devastating and bloody in terms of the number of casualties, the number of displacement orders that were taking place at that point. And then I think a lot of people today woke up with some sense of hope that maybe there is going to be some end in sight, even though overnight there were strikes. You mentioned the ones in Saida and also in Tyre. And then what happened this afternoon was just this, as I was saying, an escalation upon an escalation that has, I think, really shocked people at this time. And it's difficult to be shocked given the level of hostilities that everyone has been facing for now well over a month.
I wanted to ask you about context, because for people who are watching around the world, can you give us an indication how what you and your teams are seeing now compares to incidents that they have seen over the many years that the UN has been working in Lebanon?
What we're seeing right now, which is that a lot of these strikes are happening in very crowded areas, in Beirut, in densely populated areas. At times you have these displacement orders, these sort of warnings that come. At times you don't. What has also characterize this current escalation is targeted assassinations in neighborhoods that generally people considered safe, that people considered would not be targeted. And there have been a number of these quite prominently recently. So it creates a sense of fear and panic amongst both host populations and the displaced. And that is a very, very dangerous dynamic.
We appreciate, of course, that you and your teams are working very hard at the moment, and we're grateful to you for taking the time to talk to us. Imran Risa, thank you very much indeed. Going to go to our reporters covering this story for us in Lebanon. Malcolm Webb is in Beirut. Obaida Khito is live for us in Tyre in southern Lebanon. Malcolm, we're going to start with you first. Talk to us about the kind of scenes that you have been seeing.
We began with a series of thunderous explosions within seconds of each other that we could hear coming from different parts of the city, striking.
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
Thank you to all our super fans for your Cash App and Super Chat support. We salute you.
And from the debris of the warehouse, it appears to have been storing food. There were many food containers in there. People here had absolutely no idea this was coming. Throughout the last 6 weeks of the conflict, much of Israel's airstrikes have been targeted southern Lebanon and also the southern suburbs of Beirut, which is seen as a Hezbollah stronghold. Sometimes, often, they're preceded by evacuation threats. But today's strikes, whilst the Israeli military did issue an evacuation order for certain locations, not for the several locations across central Beirut, where people were taken completely by surprise with these extremely powerful weapons landing in densely populated areas, destroying entire buildings, cars. The emergency workers say several people pulled from the revel, some injured, others who have been killed, and that they're still looking for any survivors or bodies that they may find in the debris and what's left of that building.
Malcolm, stay with us for a moment because we want to move from the attacks in Beirut to the attacks that have been happening in southern Lebanon. Obaida Khito is live for us in Tyre there. The south of Lebanon has borne the brunt of Israeli attacks with wide-scale forced evacuations. Talk us through what's been happening over the last few hours.
Well, since that initial wave of strikes that happened, that hit not only Tyre, but the entire country at the same time happened a few hours ago, there have been ongoing strikes here in Tyre. Just before coming to air with you, there was another strike in Qulayla. This is a coastal region that has been the center of a fight between Hezbollah and advancing Israeli troops who reached a town called Bayada, and they've been exchanging fire with Hezbollah troops over the last week or so, very intensely. This airstrike happening after this massive attack that covered multiple locations throughout the country. The strikes that happened earlier this afternoon hit at least 30 different places in southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River. It's created a huge sense of panic here in the south. People were hopeful of a ceasefire announced overnight. There were even reports of people who were planning on returning to the south, but all of those hopes have now been shattered. And it's clear now that Israel is adamant about continuing its military operations here in southern Lebanon and possibly throughout the rest of the Lebanese territory, despite calls from Lebanese officials and other international officials for restraint and to actually go to the negotiating table. But what we have today is basically Trump Trump now admitting that Lebanon was never part of this ceasefire deal. Iran saying that it's not going to be going to Islamabad if Lebanon is not included in that ceasefire. And the Prime Minister of Lebanon, Nawaf Salam, saying that nobody negotiates on Lebanon's behalf. And he's extending this olive branch out to the rest of the world and calling on the European Union and the UN officials and other international actors to try and put pressure on Israel to stop these attacks on southern Lebanon, which has caused this very massive humanitarian crisis with over 1 million people displaced from their homes, and then today's deadly attacks throughout the country.
Obaida Hito there bringing us up to date from Tyre. Obaida, thank you very much indeed. Well, Hezbollah hasn't publicly commented on the announcement of the Iran-US ceasefire, but rockets have been reported from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. Zaina Khadr reports now from the scene of the strike in Sidon.
8 people were killed in this Israeli strike that targeted a cafe in the southern city of Sidon in the early hours of the morning. It's not clear where this conflict is heading. Hezbollah is threatening and warning that the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal could collapse if the Lebanon front is not included. A Hezbollah MP, a member of parliament, Ibrahim Moussawi, saying that Israel needs to comply with the ceasefire agreement and stop attacks in Lebanon, or else the region, Iran included, will respond. Israel says the Lebanon front is not included in the deal. There was a statement from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office. Hours later, the Israeli army issued a statement saying that fighting and the ground invasion in Lebanon will continue. And since then, there have been multiple Israeli airstrikes targeting numerous locations across southern Lebanon. Now, the displaced people, when they first heard the news of that ceasefire, some of them tried to make their way back to their homes in the south of the country, only to find out that it's still not safe to do so. So there's really a lot of questions on where this conflict is heading. Israel has repeatedly said that once the war with Iran ends, it can prioritize Lebanon. And we know that the Israeli military wants Hezbollah to disarm, something it hasn't been able to achieve that objective as of yet. So will Israel agree to silence the guns in Lebanon? So far, since that ceasefire announced, Hezbollah has refrained from firing rockets across the border. It has refrained from targeting Israeli troops who are in southern Lebanon. So, and the real question is, even if there is a deal and Lebanon is included in the ceasefire, a ceasefire is not a solution to the problem in Lebanon. And that's where a lot of questions are being asked. For example, who is going to negotiate on Lebanon's behalf? Is it going to be Iran, an ally of Hezbollah, which has always insisted that the fronts are connected? Or is it going to be the Lebanese government, which has not been able to confront Hezbollah, even though it has deemed Hezbollah's military wing illegal? Zaina Khadr, Al Jazeera, Sidon.
Ali Ritz is a security affairs analyst and U.S. foreign policy specialist in Lebanon. He's joining us from Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Help us out with some context here and what we're seeing. Is this escalation by Israel before a ceasefire or whilst a ceasefire is being put into place, something that we have seen before?
Yes, we have seen it before. This is standard Israeli practice. Now, it could be that. It could be the storm before the calm, so to speak. Or it could be that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to sabotage the agreement which was reached, or which appeared to be reached late last night, with Pakistani mediation between the United States and Iran. So I think you can interpret in different ways. In my personal opinion, I think that Trump is going to force Netanyahu's hand to end the attacks on Lebanon if it appears that these attacks could jeopardize the agreement which was reached between the US and Iran. Remember that Trump needed this agreement. His Truth Social postings about the talks, they didn't succeed later on in calming the situation regarding the markets. His primetime address as well didn't ease the American concerns about the economy. And I think that's why in the end he had to opt for an exit. And to have this all dashed away or sabotaged just for the sake of Benjamin Netanyahu's own agenda in Lebanon and perhaps even his own agenda in Iran, I think that even Trump won't accept that. So Trump has said, by the way, he was asked, according to what we're seeing on social media, that the agreement didn't actually include the Lebanese front, although the Pakistani Prime Minister said it did. And I think Iran wouldn't have agreed if Lebanon wasn't included. So it's quite likely, in my opinion, that you're going to see a different tone from Trump regarding the Lebanese front when it becomes clear that Iran is not willing to back down regarding its demand to have the attacks on Lebanon end.
We have, of course, seen over the tenure of the Trump administration that there is a limited enthusiasm for trying to rein in Benjamin Netanyahu, his government, and the military forces of Israel, as long as they don't clash with U.S. interests. Now, you've just outlined where that clash may happen, but what kind of leverage do you think Donald Trump would be able to bring against Benjamin Netanyahu? Would he simply ask him not to do it, or would he actually say, we are sending you billions of dollars worth of military material, and you might not get that if you jeopardize this deal?
Oh, look, the United States has all sorts of leverage to put on Israel if it wanted to. I mean, ever since the Operation Al-Aqsa flood, we've seen money, weapons, and the United States, as I said, if you go back to the 80s, Ronald Reagan had a famous saying when he called on the Israelis to stop bombing Beirut. He practically picked up the phone, told the Israeli Prime Minister back then, and that was it. And Reagan told one of his aides, according to what we read, I didn't know I had that much power. So I think it comes down to mustering the political will. That's one part of it. The other part of it, of course, is the fact that I think that partially Donald Trump wanted this war, or was maybe convinced by Benjamin Netanyahu that, look, if you do this, you'll go down in history as a historical American president who was able to defeat the arch nemesis of the United States, meaning the Islamic Republic of Iran. So part of the decision to go to war against Iran, yes, a lot of it was to do with Israeli pressures and Israeli lobbying, but part of it as well was regarding Trump's own personality and his own his focus on being the strong man or going down in history as a unique leader, etc., his ego, basically. But regarding the leverage, yes, again, the United States, if you have a president willing indeed to use the leverage, if the political will is there, the US could have enormous influence over Israel.
Hezbollah, of course, is regarded as a proxy of Iran. Now, if Israel continues Hezbollah, forgive me, I may have said Israel. Hezbollah is regarded as a proxy of Iran. But if Israel continues to attack Lebanon, what options do you think are open to Iran?
Well, basically, look, Iran has said that any ceasefire agreement must include Lebanon. You know, they said it before the agreement, they repeated it. And now the Iranians are saying that if these aggressions by Israel continue, that could jeopardize the agreement, according to some sources. At the very least, I think, at the very least, if it doesn't jeopardize the agreement with the Americans, the Iranians are going to come to Hezbollah's aid, and they're going to fight against Israel. That would mean Israel fighting Iran and Hezbollah without US support, because again, I don't believe that Trump, and I might be mistaken, because Trump is all over the place. But I don't believe that Trump is willing to resume confrontations with Iran. So if Iran were to go ahead and now join Hezbollah in a two-front war against Israel, but this time with Israel standing alone, that would be a very, very difficult and immense challenge for the Israelis. And I even think Netanyahu, with all of his boasting, I think that even he would want to avoid such a situation, which brings me back to the earlier point. I still lean more towards the conviction that this is about a storm before the calm, so to speak, escalating dramatically before ending, or an attempt to have this whole thing collapse, to have the agreement collapse, especially with Trump saying that it didn't include Lebanon. And by the way, it might be the case that Trump indeed didn't know that it included Lebanon. I mean, he's been prone to someone who sometimes misread the facts or isn't aware of certain details. So it's quite possible that he really didn't know. And now he's waking up to this reality that Iran is insisting that any agreement must include the Lebanese front.
Ali Riz, we're very grateful to you for joining us on Al Jazeera, giving us the benefit of your expertise in this. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz has said that the military has carried out a surprise attack on Wednesday, targeting hundreds of Hezbollah members across Lebanon.
The IDF carried out surprise strike on hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists at
We appreciate your subscription. This broadcast is shifting to our horizontal feed only and no longer in shorts. You can still watch on your phones anywhere in the world, but tap the notification bell now. Otherwise, you might miss us when we go live with the truth.
How all of this does this impact?
Catch our morning news updates every day at 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Truth Talks.
Well, Rob, this is something that is very significant domestically.
We're not CNN, Fox, or CourtTV. We're Truth Talks, where facts matter. Subscribe now.
And his allies like Israel Katz.
Become a channel member today to receive a gift from Morning Mic Drop on Truth Talks Live. Tap in for real news where your voice matters.
To show that it is the one that decides when and if this war front will conclude, that the U.S. cannot or does not, at least for now, dictate that that war front must also come to a halt. So this wide-scale attack that targets neighborhoods and areas in Lebanon that are not associated with Hezbollah fans the flames of a lot of sectarian tension that we've seen increase in Lebanon lately. It corresponds with a statement from the Israeli Foreign Ministry that attacks the Lebanese president and prime minister, even accuses them of lying when they say that they're working to disarm Hezbollah. And the statement goes on to say that if you cannot disarm Hezbollah, move out of the way, because Israel will do that for you, and it will do it basically by bombing everywhere in Lebanon so that no one, nowhere in Lebanon is safe. That will sell well with the base of Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel Katz. It is a good distraction, if one can say that, from the fallout of the Iran ceasefire, Rob.
Yeah, so Noor, stay with me because I do want to talk to you about the fact that there is push for action against Hezbollah that's coming from within the government, but there's also push, of course, coming from the opposition as well. Israeli opposition leader Yair Lapid calling on the Lebanese government to do more to stop Hezbollah.
We will not tolerate the idea that the Israeli north is constantly threatened by Hezbollah, and if the Lebanese government wants to save Lebanon, that they should work with us shoulder to shoulder against Hezbollah.
So, Noor, as I say, we've got on both sides of the Knesset appear to be in agreement that something has to be done about Hezbollah. How much is this going to affect the nature of Israel's military action in Lebanon?
Well, there are two things happening at the same time with that statement. On the one hand, Yair Lapid, who has called the Israeli prime minister a liar and a coward, causing a catastrophic disaster, diplomatic disaster for Israel on Iran, he's also seeing his opponent drowning, and so he's pushing him further down the water. The Lebanon front is costing Israel a lot of soldiers, a lot of machines, and it's also causing a flight of residents from northern communities like Kiryat Shmoni and Limtili and others. People have left because they've accused the government of using them as a human shield. So there is a demand for action. Whether that action militarily it will be effective is another story, because we've also heard from the Israeli military chief of staff earlier in this war saying that aerial bombardment and even the ground invasion will not disarm Hezbollah. A political solution, a political horizon, a vision at least is required, and that is absent from the Israeli government's outlook on this war front. So there are two things. On the one hand, you have the opposition leader saying you must push harder, going after the Lebanese government for not doing enough, knowing all the while that the assessment of the Israeli military is that all of this bombing, all of this killing is not going to disarm Hezbollah, not going to resolve the problem that Israel now faces, which it didn't for a year after the ceasefire in 2024 was announced. Hezbollah was not firing rockets. It resumed the firing when this war front reopened with an Israeli cabinet decision.
Nurode in Ramallah, thank you very much indeed. I want to bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that in Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire deal because of the perceived threat from Hezbollah. This is also threatening to ruin the ceasefire deal, of course. What has the U.S. president been saying about Lebanon?
That's right. It is threatening the whole pause in fighting and long-term ceasefire, given the fact that this was part of Iran's 10-point plan that was supposedly agreed to by both parties, the United States and Iran. But given the fact that we have seen these strikes in Lebanon, the U.S. president now defending the ally of the United States, Israel, saying in an interview to PBS, a news station here in the United States, that because of Lebanon, it will need to be, or rather because of Hezbollah, it will need to get taken care of, is what he told the reporter. But he said Lebanon is not included in the deal. And when asked about why Israel continues to strike, he said, Donald Trump said, that he sees this as a separate skirmish. That is the quote. So what is clear in all of this is that the United States in no way is able to or has the desire to restrain its ally, Israel. In fact, it's just the opposite. And this is a very narrow posture by the United States, essentially allowing or giving Israel the latitude to continue these operations in violation of what appears to be very clear terms on the part of the Iranians. So this is obviously putting into question the viability of discussions in Islamabad that are set to take place on Friday to finalize these details. And what it really does is threaten the ceasefire long term and really could hamper the success of the talks in Islamabad altogether.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you, and we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through CASHAPP, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the CASHAPP symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
That's our program for the day. Keep watching Morning Mic Drop on at Truth Talks Live, where your voice matters. We are here daily from 6 a.m. to noon with unfiltered breaking world news coverage. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for when we go live. See you tomorrow.